It's like, yeah, it's so stupid, but it's so good. I was like, this is giving me that same feeling of like dumb, but kind of groovy as shit. And so we were like, oh my God, that would be so. And also the song is, it's kind of a play off of, the show My Strange Addiction. Do you guys know that show? And it's about people with these weird addictions to like weird stuff. Phineas wrote the song, but it's kind of about like, I've got an addiction, but it's to you. But I kind of was like, well, The Office is also my addiction. Your addiction, yeah. And this song is kind of goofy, and it reminds me of that scene. And also, then we were just watching the scene, and it's like the way that like Andy's voice sounds, and the way that Steve is it's just the whole all the dialogue is so good. And we were like, dude, what? And we jokingly, truly jokingly, like ripped the audio and just put it in the song, and it was so perfect because Andy's name is Billy. Yeah, scene. Yeah. So then it's like, no, Billy, I haven't done that dance since my life. And we were like, oh, that'd be so crazy. My name is Billy. Yeah. And so we like put it to the song, and there was not any reality that it would work or like be okay. But we were like, this is so funny. And we like sent it to the label, and we were like, dude, like, can you just ask somebody? We know it's gonna be a no, but just ask somebody. There's no way they're gonna give us the rights to this at all. No way. And it was like, yeah, absolutely they're not, but we'll ask. Truly. And here we are. We did it. You did it. It's amazing. And it's really cute because the fans have that whole song memorized, and so when I do it live, they shout all the parts. Oh my gosh, really? I love Ed Helms does a lot of great characters. He's so funny like that. So good. And I loved Ed as Andy's version of what he thought that bartender was. Like, hey, you. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, it's so good, guys. Oh. Guys, I just love this. We're having the best time. I know. I'm just like, so cool. I feel like I'm gonna have sore cheeks because I know. I feel the same. And there's a lot of things that I love in the world, and there's a lot of things that I'm passionate about. And I try not to be like a nerd about it. And truly, when I meet other people that like The Office, I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, I don't care. I'm like, I'm not trying to relate to people about it. It's my own personal thing. And in my head, no one else knows The Office. My show. It's not. I'm not in a club of people. I am very pick me about it. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but I'm very like, no one's ever seen. It's like how you kind of like you joke about like your boyfriend, and he's never dated anybody but me. Oh, right. So the only person he's ever been with. Right. That's how I feel. The Office is like, it was made for you. Made for me. You guys shot for 9 years just for me. On your phone. Nobody's seen it before. Yeah. On my phone. But truly, like, I don't really talk about it like, oh yeah, my favorite show, The Office, da-da-da-da. It's truly like such a deeper thing than that when people are like, so I heard your favorite show is The Office. I'm like, don't say that. It's somehow sacred to me. It's sacred. It's like it's truly like a sacred part of my personality and so much of who I am and the things that I do and say and think, like. And also, I base a lot of my life situations on TV shows and like scenes from stuff. And the amount of like one of my best friends, many times earlier this year, we'd be like in a really deep conversation about like something really serious in my life, and I'd just take a pause, and she'd be like, "Oh my God, I know just what you're gonna say," and I'll be like, "Well, but I have to." There's this one scene in The Office where like this is happening, and I use it as like a. This reminds me of that one scene and how they feel here, and I really feel like that right now. It's stupid, guys. Like you really have raised me in a way. There are things that when they sort of get like, I don't know what the phrase is, but like kind of in your bones, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like then they become sacred to you, and like if someone asks you about it, you're like, okay, first of all, how dare you? I know. That's mine. I know. But at the same time, you're like, okay, let's talk about it. Yeah. How well do you know it? Don't even come at me. I know, well, that's the other thing, is people are like, I love that. And I'm like, I reference the shit out of this show. And I'll go, does anybody in this room know The Office well enough to know, like, specific details? And people go like, yeah, for sure. And I'm like, I just know it's not true. I go, okay, so do you know in, you know, this one episode where Michael is like doing this and then he's doing this and then somebody comes in and everybody's like, no, sorry, I don't know. And also what's cool is my brother, who's seen The Office many times, he and his girlfriend, who's seen The Office kind of the way everybody has, you've seen it. She's never really watched it all the way through, and so they've been watching it all the way through for the first time, like as a whole, since it came out for Phineas too. And so for him, everything's really fresh, and so he's finally like, oh, Billy, we were watching the deposition the other day, and that one scene, what does he say? And I'm like, oh, you mean yeah. Oh, so this and this. And also, like, sometimes he'll reference something that he just watched, and I'll immediately get the reference and be able to like recite the rest of the scene, which
it's like a whole new level of your siblinghood.
It really is
a whole new layer.
Wow, you can finally see me. Yeah.
Oh,
that's cool.
Do you want to do a scene with us?
Oh, yes.
Do you want to be in a scene with us? We printed out a scene from the show.
Okay, first of all, Billy, I went to our actual shooting draft. So this is as we held it in our hands.
Wow.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, in 2004. This is from 2004.
I was 2, you guys.
Oh my gosh, I was 2 years old. Look, I highlighted your parts. Jenna, you will play Pam.
Okay.
Billy, you are going to play Phyllis. We are going to do the first ever party planning committee scene.
Oh yeah, I know this scene quite well.
Season 1, episode 4, The Alliance.
Sure is.
Okay, I'm going to also read our stage direction. Party planning committee, here we go. Interior conference room. Pam, Phyllis, and Angela, semicolon, the party committee.
Well, for decorations, maybe we could do... No, that's stupid. Forget it.
What?
Well, I was going to say we could have streamers, but that's dumb. Everybody has streamers, never mind.
No, yeah, I think that's a good idea. What color do you guys think?
Well, there's green, blue, yellow, red.
How about green?
I think green is kind of flourish. You're officially in the PPC.
So scary.
We actually have for you.
What do you
Since you are in the party planning committee now, we have a party planning committee sweatshirt for you. It's there you go. You can plan as many parties as you want. Or, however, are you the committee to plan parties? Which one are you?
Gosh. The committee to plan parties was a pretty good party planning. Pretty good stuff.
I know. Isn't it interesting though that the first time this scene was ever written, it's called the party committee.
The party committee, I know. One of my favorite lines of yours, it's your one-off and you're like, Michael should have asked the party planning committee first. He's not bringing things on us willy-nilly. And then you just, you're like, the hand grab to your face of you crying is just, oh, it breaks my heart. Angela's whole, just like, clearly just like miserable life, repressed, miserable self. And like when you throw that whole episode, oh my god, and the Yankee swap, just like how upset you are that it's not going how you wanted it to go.
Yeah.
You had a whole idea for how it was supposed to go, and Michael's just ruining everything.
Yeah.
And then Dwight kisses Kelly, and it's just furious. Horrible day for you. And you throw the ornaments,
which by the way, we're supposed to shatter. But they didn't.
They don't
I threw them and they.
That's why it's so funny.
I threw it and it bounced right back, and I was like trying to stay in character, but at the same time, I'm like, why the hell isn't this breaking? So then, just in a pure rage, I just started screaming and stomping them, and that's what.
No, you guys, the characters, just everybody is Pam. You know, I feel like that's everyone's Pam. You know, and I also love the way that Roy is written because it's so perfectly, he's got charm to him, and he's got like, you can see it, but also he's so neglectful and like emotionally abusive that it's like, you can totally see how you could get there.
You know, my dad had a saying for guys like that. He used to say, well, Ange, He's not a bad guy, but he's not worth much. And I'm like, that was Roy.
That was Roy.
It just made you feel like so shitty, you know? It's just like so, oh God, it's so good. And it's just like everything about Pam is just so heartbreaking and just like, you really, you do it perfectly. Everything about it is perfect.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm serious. Like, this show, it just can't be beat. It just really can't. I like a lot of shows, but it's just the one, guys. I'm serious.
We have two things we can do here. If you have any more questions for us, we've asked you all of our questions. So if you have any more questions for us, please ask. Also, we did prepare an office quiz that we would take against each other, and we don't know the answers. We don't know who would win. Would you like
by the
to?
way,
would love to do that.
We haven't seen the questions. We don't know. Cassie prepared them. We haven't gotten to season 8 yet. If you ask me a question from season 8, I'm not even going to know because I haven't watched season 8 since we filmed it. So that's like,
Okay, so we'll intro the quiz then. We'll say.
Okay, so here's another interesting thing is that every time I watch it all the way through, because again, I started from the beginning and I finish it every time. I can't believe I
So
do
where
that.
are you right now?
I
in this
finished
one?
it. I finished it.
You just recently
I
finished it
finished
again.
it like a couple weeks ago. And
Okay.
every time I finish it, I take a couple weeks off and then I start it over.
Okay.
So I'm in my weeks off period,
Okay.
which means it's not right here. It's here.
Billy, I'm pretty sure it's just in your DNA now.
I think it is. I think it is.
I think.
But for instance, and I think about this all the time, when Rain came over and did the office quiz with me, I was watching it, but I hadn't gotten to when Nellie is in the show.
Yeah.
And so she wasn't on my mind. I was just not there yet. And so he asked me a question about Nellie, and also I was nervous as shit. Dwight Schrute sitting in front of my face in my parents' house, and I was 16. Like, oh my God. I was so intimidated and nervous that when he asked me a question about Nellie, I just like, my brain just didn't work, and I just like forgot about her character for 2 seconds. And it was
Until you said her name,
so
I
embarrassing.
forgot
I really hope
Catherine
there's no
Tate's character's name.
Nellie
Yeah.
character
Yeah.
question.
I completely
We haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah. Okay,
All
here
right.
we go. Here we go. Office quiz with Billie Eilish.
Yes, starting hopefully from easy questions, and it'll get
Oh
harder.
my God, Cassie.
Okay,
How many questions are there?
there's 10.
Is it just anybody shout it out, whoever's first?
I think so. But then you said, Cassie, if we shout it at the same time, we each get a point, and she has tiebreakers at the end. Okay.
What? I didn't know any of these rules. Okay, here we
Oh
go.
yeah, sorry, that was a private conversation I had with Cassie. I didn't tell you.
Okay.
All right, here we go. What body part did Michael accidentally grill because he liked
His
his
foot.
foot? Angela got it first. Okay, I didn't realize we could break in before the question was over.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
true.
See, I'm a rule follower.
I know,
For
it's
the
true.
end.
No,
Okay,
it's
fine.
vicious.
I'm
All
sorry,
right.
competitive.
Number 2. Besides the bride, who wore white to Phyllis's wedding?
Oh,
Billy.
Oh,
Okay. 3. What does Michael give Toby as a goodbye present?
A rock. It's a brick. It's a brick.
No, it's a rock.
It's a rock.
It was a post-it note with a
With,
rubber band around.
And what does the post-it note say?
Suck it. Suck it.
Suck on this, guys.
Stuck on this.
Oh my God.
Suck it is David Wallace.
I know. I knew suck was on it. I knew suck on this.
Okay. All right. Who are the members of the Finer Things Club?
Oscar, Pam, Toby.
Angela got it.
Quiet on that one. You guys killed it.
All right. Bonus. Who wants to join?
Me, Angela.
No,
Andy.
Andy. I think Billy.
It's literally screaming.
I think I just wanted to join in real life.
Okay. What is Stanley's favorite day?
Pretzel Day.
I feel like they all got it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Finally. All right. In Second Life, Dwight creates a character that is exactly like himself in real life, but he can fly. All right. What's the name of the song Jan keeps playing during dinner party? That one night.
I don't know what the name is. They
That
never
one
talk about the name.
By Hunter.
By
That
Hunter.
one night.
Yeah.
But they never talk about the name. Ever.
Oh, so maybe it's not called
It might
that
not
one
be
night.
called that. It's just that's all you hear.
She could contest that. That's just the song.
All right.
But
Listen, I don't think my point on that one is going to make any impact on the final score.
Okay.
Okay. Who is Gabe often mistaken as?
Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Oh.
I was going to say Craig Manson. One of say that?
Stink bug. They call him a stink bug.
All right, this is a fill in the blank question.
Oh gosh.
If Creed can't blank,
Scuba. Yeah. Good one.
what's it all been for? All right, so right now the score is Billy has 6, Angela has 4, Jenna has 2.
Oh, wow.
So sad. But I will give you a point for as many names as you can come up with this question.
What?
Name Angela Martin's cats.
Amber, Ash,
Sprinkle.
Bandit,
Bandit.
Garbage. Garbage.
Well, garbage. I guess she does keep.
Lady Princess.
Princess Lady. Princess Lady. Ash.
Diane. Comstock.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, okay, but I don't know how many we did. We both were doing.
I said Amber,
We got
Ash,
Sprinkles, Lumpy,
Sprinkles,
Amber, Ash, Bandit,
Princess Lady.
Diane, Mr. Ash, right? That's Mr. Ash.
Mr.
Garbage?
Ash.
Did you say
I
garbage?
got garbage. So,
Sprinkles, obviously.
are there more?
Who are we missing?
More.
How many more? There's like 13, isn't there?
Yeah, there's 14.
Wait.
Yeah, I knew there were like 13.
Yeah, there's
the
8
one
left.
with the one with the
Is there one named Jenny? No.
Does she say them all when Dwight is saying that he doesn't like sleeping on?
No, she only says like 4.
Yeah,
she says
only
Amber,
4.
Ash,
And then the other
Lumpy,
ones-
Diane. Oh, there's another one. I'm thinking, what letter does it start with? Give me a letter.
Wait. Is it the
There-
one that's humping Princess Lady that we're forgetting, or did we get him?
I think that's Mr. Ash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Ash.
that's right,
Yeah.
Mr. Ash.
Give me a letter.
I'll
that
say
starts with-
there are 2 that start with P.
cat.
Oh yes.
2 that start with P.
Oh gosh.
Oh my God.
I can Peter.
No.
Paul.
No.
No. I'm saying like people.
wait.
Precious.
Oh, Princess Lady, Diane, Lumpy, Mr. Ash.
I can so picture it.
Bandit.
Mm-hmm.
Penny.
No, I'm just making it up. I think of another P one.
Oh, we have a hint.
I
There's a hint.
You also name your children this. You name your children this, like it's a kid name?
Yeah, it's like Angela Martin named her kid after.
Philip.
Yeah. You have a cat named Philip?
I didn't realize that.
Oh, that's right. A cat. That's right. Because it was named after my grandmother. It was named after
Angela's
cat.
Yes, because you're like,
Oh,
it's
that's
named
a
after my-
tricky one.
It's named after my cat.
It's after my cat. Oh my God.
Oh.
That's tricky.
Okay, what's our score? What's our tally?
Our score is Jenna. You still only had 2 points.
What? I said garbage.
Okay, I'll give you one.
No, fine.
It was
Okay, fine. You have 3 points.
Angela, you have 7 points. Billy, you have 10 points. Well, Billy, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us. This was an absolute delight. We could talk to you all day. Thank you.
We just love you so much.
love
We're
you
so
guys.
happy to have spent this time with you.
I
Thank
will
you.
come back whenever you want me.
Yay! Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
It's time.
It is time. We have arrived at
Threat Level Midnight. It is season 7, episode 17. It was directed by Tucker Gates, Written by BJ Novak, and guess who is here with us today? BJ Novak! Woo!
All the Tucker Gates fans are like, oh, okay, that's okay too. But,
BJ, we're so excited that you're going to talk about this episode with us. I absolutely loved rewatching it. I watched the extended version on the DVD,
great.
which is also amazing.
I watched the extended version and then I went back and I watched the client because I was like, I need to know where it all began.
Yeah.
I need to see it again. Oh my God, I forgot so many different twists and turns of Michael
Yes.
Starr.
The great thing that we discovered with the client, I feel, is how many things you learn about someone by watching something they didn't know was revealing something about them, you know? So Michael's screenplay, like, I forget it, brother, and that twig, oh, wow, okay, he changed Dwight, you know, all these little things. It's not just what a stupid screenplay, it's you actually get a window into who he was writing it, which is so cute and hard to watch, which is like a lot of Michael Scott. So, yeah, I let me just say how happy I am that you brought me on to talk about this. This is my happiest experience probably with an episode, and it's the one that I, especially last time you had me on about Scott's thoughts, it was like,
I know, right?
Let's get into it. That's the least comfortable one that I worked on. This is the most joyous. Like, this was really a victory lap for Steve and the whole cast, for me and the writers. It was just like, it was really a pure, joyous episode. We could have done a 2-hour version. So I'm just happy to reminisce about it.
Angela, were you saying that on the commentary, Dave Rogers was talking about the joy?
Yes, on the DVD commentary, there are you, Craig Robinson, Creed Bratton, Charlie Grandy, and Dave Rogers. And Dave shared how jazzed everyone was after the table read. He said the table read was so electric and everyone was so into it and having such a ball. Steve was so into it, and everyone left feeling super pumped after the table read. They couldn't wait to dive in this episode. Like, all departments were so excited.
Yeah, and you see that in the episode.
Well, BJ, where did the idea for doing Threat Level Midnight as a full episode come from?
It came directly from Steve. When we went into the final season, I might be conflating memories, but as I remember it, Greg Daniels asked him, is there anything you want to do before you leave? And he said, let me think about it. And then one day, I remember I was walking from the writers' building to the part of the parking lot where you run into each other, right?
Right.
Between like the writer's office, which is part of Dundergrove, and the other part. And Steve is there like with his suit and untucked shirt, you know. He was like, hey, I realized the episode I want to do. I want to see Threat Level Midnight. And I was so excited to run back and tell the writers. And it's like, you know, when you get news before anyone else, like I had just received this news.
You got the little nugget.
I was like, I talked to Steve. Like, Steve, here's what Steve wants to do. Threat Level Midnight, and everyone lit into a big grin. It's like, we can grant that wish. That is a great wish. And probably because I reported it with such excitement, it seemed like I was the guy to write it. And I was, you know, I got the assignment.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah. How did you get assigned this script? Do you think it was because you're the person who ran into him in the parking lot?
I think the fact that I came in with that grin was intoxicating to the room, and I was the right messenger of it. But I also think because I had been there from the client. Not all the writers were still there. There was only a few of us that had been there back then. And it was really a full circle. It was also my swan song, the way it was Steve's as a writer. That's the kind of thing I loved writing. I had been kind of in a rut writing, in my opinion. I mean, the viewers don't notice this stuff because they all end up being written collectively anyway. But like, I'm like, aside Prince Family Paper, I don't remember what it is exactly. Just like, I'm like, what happened to that's what she said, like the greatest hits, you know, and just like a big, funny, juicy topic. And so to have Threat Level Midnight, it kind of was like, there's got to be some metaphor there, but like, you know, time travel to me, like back to the early days of like anything can happen. You know, these characters are so wild and yet so rich. It was comedy. We didn't have too much drama to service, although the poignancy of Michael having made this ridiculous movie, that he has invested all of this fantasy in the idea that it's great. I mean, we all have that thing, you know, the novel that you're going to write someday, the screenplay you're going to write someday, the role you're going to play someday, you know, and not just us in the business, everybody pretty much has that thing they think they might write someday, and they'd be very crushed if it were read and declared not good. You know, we cling to that. And so Michael had that. And so the poignancy of something that to us is the silliest thing we've ever seen in the best way, and to him is like, that's his masterpiece. If he doesn't have that, he's not, you know, not a secret genius, not talented. That made it poignant. But it wasn't like, you know, Jim and Karen getting serious. You know, it wasn't any one of those plots.
I loved watching it just because it made me miss the early seasons. We were having so much fun rewatching the show.
That's what I mean.
Really
it was an early season vibe.
Yeah, and just even from like the conference room scene in the very beginning where everyone's like laughing at the movie and he gets his feelings hurt.
Yeah.
And you're dressed as Pam. I mean, you're dressed as like OG Pam with your cardigan and your hair and the whole thing. And you just felt that sort of Jim and Pam, I don't know, early days. It made me nostalgic to want to go back and start the rewatch over again.
Yeah, that was a really smart thing this late in the run of the show to give us like this travel back in time to Pam sitting next to Roy on the floor, and you're like, oh my gosh, look how far their lives have come.
I know.
And then to cut back to Jim and Pam when like Jim is golden faced and Pam looks at him like, oh my god, I can't believe you did that. Like you see so much, so much
Things you
growth.
wouldn't have done that, and like the people doing the scarn is so interesting because it's like we did and didn't. You get like I think Rashida is in it, right? It's that's the last person that would have done this, and yet you know what? At that moment, he was her boss, and it wasn't that stupid a thing to do. I guess didn't take up too much time. So here we go. We learned the dance. You know, it's funny. It's cute that some people would have done it.
Angela, your character does the scarn.
Oh yes, I do the scarn.
Yes,
front
you
person
doing
of
the
this
scarn
movie.
is even wilder, but like it's your boss.
What's really funny is I went back and read the shooting draft, and it said that when you cut to the Bachelorette group in the corner, it's Meredith, Phyllis, Karen, and Angela.
Right.
Angela has brought her work and is doing work. She has papers, like accounting papers, so she's sort of begrudgingly there.
Okay.
And then we each have a line when the bartender, you know, when Andy's like, this bachelorette party sent you over a cocktail. I actually printed out what we said over in the Bachelorette corner. So both Meredith and Phyllis go, hey, and then Meredith goes, who ordered the man burger? Well done.
Mm-hmm.
And Phyllis says, hey, hot stuff, one last fling. And then Angela says, come and ride the choo-choo. And then in parentheses it says, pained, the sex choo-choo.
That sounds right.
And then it cuts to Karen's line, and that's what made it in. But we filmed that. I remember filming the sex choo-choo.
It's in the extended DVD
yes,
version.
that's right,
That
it is.
whole Bachelorette scene is in that version.
And Andy is like such a ham, of course,
Oh my gosh.
as the bartender, which he would be.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was very fun doing all that math. But I think a lot of it, which is sweet and part of the spirit of The Office too, is that people just do things when someone is excited about it. You know, a guy, and I think it's why Michael Scott was a good salesman, and it's why the people in the bar did the scarn. A guy comes in with wild eyes and little boy energy and tells you everything he's going to do, and here's what you're going to do, and here's how great it's going to be. And like, you're just like, okay, sure. Like, it's harder to like cross your arms and be like, no, thank you. Some people do that, but people just do things, and that's what you sent me last night. The David Wallace talking head that got cut, where he says, I should have done it. You know, like, I think at the end of the day, you look back on things, and the people who do say, I'm not doing that, they regret it. Like, life is short. No one's paying attention to what you do. Like, even if you David Wallace, shouldn't be in this movie, like, whatever. You'll all not work here someday. Just say yes, you know?
that energy, that little boy wild-eyed energy where someone gets an idea and then you end up doing something that you didn't think you were going to do is literally every situation I've ever been in with John Krasinski.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't John, he'll could be like, Jenna, get Lee, we're going to Vegas this weekend. I'm like, we are? We're going to Vegas? He's like, we're doing it. I have tickets. I'm like, you have a ticket in my name? No. I have tickets. You get tickets. We're going.
Well,
And I'm like,
about this trip. This trip
yes,
happened,
we are.
or is this?
This was a real trip. Yes.
Okay.
One, we're standing out in the parking lot of Dunder Mifflin. We're doing some scene. John's on the phone. He comes back. He's like, what are you doing this weekend? I'm like, I don't know. I think Lee and I might. He goes, you're going to Vegas. We're all going to Vegas. I'm like, we are? We're going to Vegas? He's like, yeah. Can you make a 6:30 flight? And I'm like, I haven't. And then I call Lee and I'm like, I think we're going to Vegas.
It's the best. It's why he's so successful. It's why Michael Scott was successful in his way. It's all of us should be more like that, because think of how it feels on the other side. I mean, you were that person. If someone comes up to you with that wild excitement and says, we're going to Vegas, you're like, we are? Okay, I have 3 things I need to take care of. How quickly?
Yeah.
You know.
I have to undo 3 things that I was going to do this weekend.
Yeah, and the worst is when you make plans with someone. They're like, I don't know, where do you want to go? You know? Oh no, then you're never even going to Chili's that way. You know?
Oh, I know. I once wrote in my journal, don't find a Mr. Maybe. I found that.
Wow.
Yeah. No Mr. Maybes for me.
This is a good. That's a good rom-com bit of dialogue.
Mr. Maybe.
Well, the title, you know, it's a lame movie, but that scene, in like a Nora Ephron level rom-com, is the scene people quote. It's like, you know that scene where Angela goes, "I don't want a Mr. Maybe." That's who he is. He's a Mr. Maybe.
Yeah.
Can I just go on a tangent? Like, also, and Michael tried to do this in Threat Level Midnight, so it ties it in. But people don't go for the catchphrases enough anymore.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Mike Myers was the king. Like Mike Myers in Wayne's World and Austin Powers, so it wasn't a fluke. There are like 5 catchphrases that are famous 30 years later. You know, not, yeah, baby, oh, behave. Like, there's so many things that are catchphrases. And I watched Sherry Maguire recently. There were like 5 catchphrases.
You had me at hello.
You had me at hello. You complete me.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Like, this is crazy. And if people like that can do it, like, we should be doing it more. You know. But like Michael knew that. Well, we had that's what she said. We had that's what she said.
You said on the commentary that you guys had so much fun in the writer's room just pitching Michael's catchphrase. So, you know, clean up on aisle 5 is what we hear. But you apparently there's like so many more.
Yes, there are so many more. And clean up on aisle 5 I think was the best because like it didn't have a double meaning.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't even have one meaning. If it happened in a store, it would have a meaning. And like, there's just no meaning.
So I remember we were talking once, BJ, about how there was a lot of discussion about whether or not the Threat Level Midnight episode should include like scenes in the office or if it should be standalone. Right? You talk about that?
Yeah, there were a couple big decisions to make, and I lost that argument. I'm so glad I did. The 2 ways to go were be really like comedy nerd purist and just drop Threat Level Midnight, the movie, as an episode. Fans will figure it out. It will be so special. And there's an argument for that. There still is. It is more special and eye-catching. And yet, it's like what Community would have done. Like, gimmicks are not that rare, actually, when you think about it, you know. And we're not like a gimmick show. We have a structure, and it calls attention to the structure if you break the structure. You know, the invisible documentary structure. So I am very glad, and also cutting those scenes about Threat Level Midnight would have allowed more of the movie, which I wish we could have seen. But you do see that. I think that's also like a DVD extra, or it's on YouTube. I think the whole movie.
The whole movie is both on the DVD and on YouTube.
I am so glad I lost that argument because it is so much.
Because you were arguing to drop it as its own episode.
Yeah, I want it to be cool and like comedy. show off to the other comedy nerds that we did something. It was a little hard to get at first, but and I'm glad I lost that.
If you get it, you
not us.
get it.
Yeah. I'm glad I lost that argument because that is a distracting thing from investing in the reality of the show, and also the emotional meaning of it is very important. And like I was saying, that this is so silly, and how silly it is breaking Michael Scott's brain because he can't wrap his mind around it not being good, and it's breaking his heart if he accepts that. And Holly is there to take him from the fantasy kid version of him, which is like, I can be Sylvester Stallone if I want, to the adult version, which is, you are a wonderful guy who made a silly movie at one point with his friends. And that's so much more beautiful, but it's hard to accept. But that gives it some meaning.
Well, and Michael can start letting go of his fantasy life now because he's invested in his real life now.
It's a huge growing up thing.
I love that scene back in, I guess, the
Holly's
annex when Michael is coming to the realization that she doesn't see it as the masterpiece that he does.
Yeah.
And she has that line where she says, I think it's a really fun thing you did with your friends.
Yeah.
I think you should value that.
That directly comes from a hard moment in my youth, when I had spent all year making a movie in college that I thought would be, I had always wanted to be a filmmaker, and this is it. It was called Alphabet Soup, by the way, and I made this movie, and I spent all year on it, and it starred my roommate Chess, and Chess's mom and others saw it at the end of the year, and she said, the important thing is that you got to make something fun with your friends. I was enraged. I was so upset that it was so obvious to her that that's all it was. It was, a sentimental, like, I remember we made that movie. And I was like, no, I would never have done, I could have goofed around with my friends on the weekend. Like, this was my film. And so many times, and it's funny, I mean, even this, our, reunion here on Office Ladies is an example of that tension in life too. At the end of the day, Jenna and Angela, like, is The Office something you did with your friends, or is it something, honestly, like, obviously it's so much more. You made money and career on it, and it's meant a lot to a lot of people. If I had to pick one, I mean, on the other hand, that's your life at the end of the day, so if someone said, and I think you're probably so secure about The Office, and if not, you're psychotic, because it never breaks that well, when you sign up for something. But if someone said to you, isn't that great? Isn't the most important thing that you got to make that with your friends? I think you'd say 100%, because we're secure about that. But I think for me, as someone who was so ambitious from the second I was born and did not value life and love and connections and stuff, that has been a slower lesson for me, and a harder one. And so I put that into the Holly suit, because I had been Michael Scott, about that.
But to be fair, when you have put your heart into something, to lead with the compliment, isn't it great that you made something with your friends? Like, we can say, like, isn't it great at the end of the day, The Office is something we made with our friends, because there's like a million other things that come before that, you know?
No, you're right. It is, you're right. In my defense for being offended, it is a very dismissive thing to say about someone's work. I agree with you.
Yeah. So one of the things you guys talked about on the commentary, BJ, literally you and Charlie were giggling when the scene came up. Like, giggling, laughing was the monologue about ants versus A Bug's Life. The two of you, I guess, worked on that, and you really had a great time and loved that monologue.
That is my favorite Michael Scott talking head of all time.
Oh, you guys, we should hear it. We have it.
I am a huge Woody Allen fan, although I've only seen Ants. But I'll tell you something. What I respect about that man is that when he was going through all of that stuff that came out in the press about how Ants was just a ripoff of A Bug's Life, he stayed true to his films, or at least the film that I saw, which again was Ants. Thing is, I thought Bug's Life was better, much better than Ants. Point is, don't listen to your critics, listen to your fans.
DJ watching you.
It's still my favorite.
Such joy.
And I remember, you know, when you direct an episode or you supervise your writing, generally you crouch below the camera with the actor, right? And so, you know, and you have alts written down and like little ideas. So I'm there off, and if one of you laughs, the other laughs, right?
Yeah.
So I know this is like the greatest take of all time, and a lot of the takes, I laugh at the end, and then Steve laughs, and I'm like, nobody laughed, nobody ruined this, because it's one take, and we just got it. I think he laughed right afterwards, but this, it's just my absolute favorite. First of all, his performance is astounding in that he has so much anguish and fury behind true emotion, not a parody emotion, true emotion behind this thing he also knows is so insanely off topic, so many levels. He's a huge Woody Allen fan. Okay, that's a surprise for Michael Scott, although he's only seen Ants, which is a minor animated movie that Woody Allen is only a voice in, a very weird one-off in Woody Allen's career. He didn't write or direct it or even appear on camera.
Yeah, it's not a Woody Allen film.
But that's how he knows Woody Allen is from Ants.
Right, and he knows that Woody Allen went through a lot of controversy in the press. He only knows about an extremely minor controversy that Ants was a ripoff of A Bug's Life, not all the stuff that is the real obvious scandal about Woody Allen. And he thinks, wait, which one does he think is better than the other? Whichever
A
one.
Bug's Life. A Bug's Life is better.
He thinks A Bug's Life is better than Ants, even though he's a huge fan. It's just, and all of this is to say that you don't listen to your critics, which he really means. And by the way, I think of this line, sometimes you don't make it for your critics, you make it for your fans. And that's true. And I think that's actually, probably the reason I think of this a lot is in the social media age, everything you do has critics. Everything you do. You post a photo of yourself, and with your family, it has critics. That probably have a point. They probably have a point. Because you can criticize anything. And these days there's someone said about a comedian that I know. Oh, do you think he'll have an audience? Whatever. My friend said, he'll be the way everyone is, not for everyone. And I'm like, right. Nobody's for everyone. You can't make anything for everyone. You have to make it for people that get it for your fans. So I actually think of that Michael Scott line a lot, but it's crazy that that's how it got there. I feel like I just took the whole episode breaking that one thing down, but you can see how much I love that.
I mean, I could listen to you talk about any of your process, BJ, and what inspires you. I mean, Jenna and I talk about that all the time.
Oh, well, thanks. But yes, I think the giggling, the off-camera giggling that you watched while you were playing that clip probably says it all about me.
BJ, we have a fan question. This is from John C. in Silverdale, Pennsylvania, who would like to know, were there any other previous cast members or guest stars that you wanted to bring in for this episode but were unable to get due to scheduling conflicts? You brought back so many people.
Yes, I think Amy Adams couldn't do it.
Yes, Randy said that you guys tried to get Amy Adams back, and she was doing a film, and she was really bummed out. She even sent like a letter. She said, thank you so much for thinking of me, and that she was so bummed that she couldn't be in it.
That was really classy, and I didn't remember that. But it just goes to show, like, we thought, like, well, Amy Adams, she was doing such enormous movies, and she had been, like, on a few episodes. What are the, she doesn't want to come back to do a guest, like, flashback and Thriller of Midnight, but she did. She didn't do it, but she wanted to. That alone says a lot about her and about the show.
So, BJ, do you remember what role she was going to play?
I don't.
Well, I found an old interview with you.
Okay, great.
And you said that she was going to play a floozy who was in bed with Michael Scarn, that Dwight would wake him up and tell him about the mission from the president. And in the scene, Michael was going to tell her that he was unsatisfied with their empty lovemaking because no one has ever been as good as his wife. And then there was going to be a talking head with Katie where she says, with embarrassment, how she did the role because she had some interest in acting back in the day, and then you were going to kind of catch up with what she's up to now.
I loved the word floozy would only have been, I must have really been channeling Michael Scott, because I can't imagine saying, oh yeah, she'd play a floozy. I'm not totally sure what a floozy is, but I know it's like a dime a dozen dame from an old That was just, it's clearly so much fun. We could have gone on forever.
It was really fun to see all the warehouse guys doing the scarn.
Yep.
And you got Dave Keckner back. Oh my gosh, everybody. I felt like everyone was there.
Yeah, Melora.
I actually love that. I love that song, and I also really love. I think the end credits of the episode has like the Will Smith version of the Scarn, where like
Oh, it's a totally different song. It's not even the
Oh, it's not
Scarn.
even the
It is
song,
the
yeah.
Threat Level Midnight
yes,
Andy Bernard song.
Yeah.
Sung by Ed Helms
Yeah.
in a Will Smith-esque style rap.
right, and that was Michael's vision that it was a Will Smith. It's so good. I think Charlie wrote that. It's so funny. Makes all the ladies feel all right, from Madonna to Madeline Albright. And I did admire that Michael Scott would pick such strong women as his dream women.
It's sort of true, right?
I know. I really thought like that was a great choice. Michael is sort of like an instinctive feminist. He does admire, like Jan. You know, he likes a strong woman. He thinks they're sexy, and I think that is cool about Michael. And yes, that to him his go-to dream women would be Madonna and Madeline Albright. Back whenever he wrote this thing in 2003 or whatever, it was funny.
Well, we have it. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. Red level midnight. Beats on the birdies feel all right. From Madonna to Madeline, all right. Red level midnight. It's a level threat. He's the greatest hockey star I ever seen yet. Red level what? Midnight. Red level who? Michael Scott. Red level what? Apartheid. Gotta fight it. Free Mandela, please stop out.
Fighting apartheid, which he probably meant, but it was like the cause of the moment when the song he was writing that lyric. Just so smart.
So last week we talked to Billie Eilish, and we talked about how she sampled Threat Level Midnight for her song My Strange Addiction.
BJ, what was it like when you got the call that you had to give permission? Because your voice is in it.
I knew who Billie Eilish was. I didn't really know her music then. Now I'm a fan, and now I'm friends with her brother Phineas, who does a lot of that stuff. He composed a score to my movie Vengeance. But at the time, I just knew she was like some cool singer, so I was like, oh, cool. And you know, since then she became so big, and I knew who she was. But to me, the fun part is that song will come on, and I will just say to someone, "Oh, I'm actually on the song," as though I'm a rapper or something. Oh, I'm actually on the song. What do you mean you're on the song? No, my voice. It's like, what? And then, like, obviously, it's not as cool as it sounds, but it's still like, it's true.
It's still pretty cool.
Yeah, like I'm on this track.
There's the legacy of The Office, but then there's also the legacy that is Threat Level Midnight from The Office.
Someone sent me a touchdown dance. Someone did the Scarn as a dance in the end zone, and people recognized it. I wouldn't have recognized it. Like, it does, it hits, you know, and I think, you know what it is? I think it's that Michael Scott boyish enthusiasm actually leapt through the whole screen and everything. Like, that contagious Michael Scott energy, just people got it even now. Like, a football player got it so much that he's like, I get it, I'm gonna do the Scarn.
And here in this moment when I'm full of adrenaline, that's the thing he thought of to do.
I remember that because it was a game against the Cowboys, and it was a touchdown against the Cowboys.
No way.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. So my team is losing in this moment, and the receiver's doing the Scarn.
That must have been painful.
It was.
Yeah.
I was looking online and just also the fandom They've made their own trailers for Threat Level Midnight. They've done, I mean, fans have done some really cool stuff with it too.
Yeah, it has that thing. I mean, the name is so funny. I didn't name it. I forget who did way back, but the name Threat Level Midnight, it's like it sounds right. It has the right ring to it for like a Sylvester Stallone 80s movie, but like that's not a level midnight.
Well, BJ, is there anything that we have not had a chance to discuss?
The takeaway for me, besides how fun it is to talk about this, is how similar talking about this with you two is to the spirit of Threat Level Midnight, which is it really is about how much fun it was to do something when you were younger that you took so seriously. And we are very lucky in that, we are just a, little part of the hundreds of people who made The Office what it was. But we are very lucky that our thing is something that everyone validates us for and we're proud of. But I think that over time you realize, oh, that was my heart and soul in life, no matter what I thought of it. And that is what Michael realizes. That is what I realize over time. I'm sure it's what you're realizing with your show. So this sort of Threat Level Midnight was a trip down memory lane for The Office writers and cast and crew. And it was a trip down memory lane for Michael Scott in a painful way for him because he had to confront his delusions of grandeur that he had given up. So yeah, just talking about it with you, I feel like Michael and Holly. I feel like we're doing that kind of thing.
It's so fun.
Oh, BJ, we love having you on the show. You're always so generous with us, and it's just good to see you.
I love it. It's great to see you.
Thank you, BJ.
All right, see you soon.
Love you.
Thank you. Love you.
Thanks, love you too. Bye.
Bye. That was great talking to BJ. Always. Yes. Now it's time to break down this episode. And Angela, I don't know about you, but I have so much.
Look at this phone book I'm holding.
So it's very thick.
These are my notes. It's like 28 pages.
I mean, it's Threat Level Midnight.
I know.
All right. How does it open?
Well, the scene opens with a delivery man named Archie. Did anyone else catch that? It said Archie on his shirt?
No.
Oh, well, I caught it. Look at this. We're already off to a great start. We have background catches. We have Archie. He's got a package for Michael. And guess what?
What?
There's going to be a shootout.
There really is. Michael is going to win the shootout.
He does like a robot dance.
No, he's not doing a robot dance. He's doing like the Matrix, right? He's being like Neo. Yes, Angela, Keanu, did you not get this?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes?
I
You
did.
robot dance.
Of course, I caught it. I mean, you were just so excited. Look at you. You're having a moment because you're like, I caught the Matrix reference. Oh, my God. So I'm letting you have a moment.
Letting me have a moment. I don't believe you. I don't think you caught it.
Bitch, look at my notes.
What is happening today?
Look at my notes.
Okay. Her notes do say, I sensed a little bit of the Matrix in this scene.
Uh-huh.
When Neo dodges the agent's fire when he's on top of the building. That is what Angela wrote down.
Here's one of Jenna's phrases that I love. It's when someone crosses the line with her, she goes, you're going to want to back that up. And that's how I felt when you were like, did you not catch that? Of course I caught that.
All right, well, I'm going to have to back that up. You caught it. Thank goodness. I would have been confused.
Okay, we can continue being friends now.
We can.
There is no spoon.
Oh, well, we had a fan question from Kendall T. in Durham, Maine, who asked, who plays the delivery man that Michael Scarn shoots at the beginning of the episode?
Archie.
Yes, Archie. So the actor who played Archie was an actor named Greg Collins, who Randy Cordray pitched for the role because the actor who was originally scripted to play this part was not available.
Michael Naughton.
Michael Naughton, Michael's improv teacher from Email Surveillance. I'm sorry, but that would have been amazing.
That would have been so funny.
I mean, that's the guy who took away Michael's pretend guns in improv class.
Also, you guys, if you ever get a chance to see Michael Naughton on stage, he's so hilarious.
Well, I thought Greg Collins did a wonderful job.
He did. He was perfect. He even looked how I thought a delivery guy in this type of movie would look.
Yes.
Did you notice at 41 seconds his shirt is unbuttoned all of a sudden?
No, I didn't. Was that to show the blood
Yes. So he had like a navy button up, and then all of a sudden at 41 seconds, it's unbuttoned.
I love that. Randy said that the guns were dummy guns. They held no ammunition, and they put all the sound effects and the muzzle flashes in during post-production. I watched that scene knowing that it was done in post-production, and I kind of couldn't believe it.
That is wild because you could see Steve as Michael kind of flinching.
Yeah.
You know?
I know. He did the kickback.
That's some good fakey kickback acting.
It really was. We also had a fan question from Madu P in Toronto, Canada, who says, I immediately recognized the music from the Bourne Identity when I first watched this episode. How much did it cost to get the rights? Well, I'm impressed that you spotted that. It was the Bourne Identity. It was scripted. Randy Cordray said it cost $25,000 to get that. BJ said he thought Michael Scott would have pirated it off of like a DVD he had.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the scene, Michael's going to say, clean up on all 5.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this with BJ. I went to the table redraft of the script, and they had 2 phrases from the very beginning. It made it all the way to the shooting draft, and it was recorded. What they ultimately went with, clean up on all 5. The other one was return to sender. It even made it into the bloopers. I think we should hear it.
Return to sender. Okay, so clearly clean up on aisle 5 is the thing that made everyone crack up, and that's how it won.
It seems like it, doesn't it? And then Michael has this talking head where he says, after 3 years of writing, 1 year of shooting, 4 years of reshooting, and 2 years of editing, I have finally completed my movie, Threat Level Midnight. Jenna, it took Michael Scott and you and I the same amount of time to write something.
Are you talking about our book?
Yes, it took us 3 years and 7 months to write our book.
So the episode begins with Erin making an announcement in the bullpen. Michael is with her. She says, Threat Level Midnight is complete, and Michael's willing to watch it with everyone, but only if everyone is dying to see it.
The Jim and Pam talking head is so good.
We are so giddy.
You're so giddy. Also, when I rewatched this, I thought John looked a little sweaty throughout this episode. I don't know if I was really tired. I
As
was like,
Golden Face or as Jim?
as Jim in the bullpen, I was like, I wonder if it was a hot day. I even went to the shooting draft to see the week we filmed it, to see the date. I was like, oh, I bet it was in the summer. No, it was January. But JK, you look a little sweaty.
I wonder what that was about. Just him?
I thought so. Sorry, JK. I just thought you had a little bit of a glow.
He had a glow.
He had a glow.
All right. Pam tells Michael they definitely want to watch the movie, and after he leaves, she gives the bullpen a little pep talk to set the right mood for watching this movie. Kind of a mom speech.
Oh yeah, she says, so let's stay positive and no laughing, no comments, just positive energy, and we'll have a pure fun day, okay? And Kate's like, thanks, Mom.
Everyone's really excited. They start to gather in the conference room. Phyllis is going to bring in some popcorn.
And Holly did not know that Michael had made a movie, and he's really excited for her to see it. And she says, I can't wait.
Most people have lines they won't cross, things they won't do.
Everyone's really excited. They start to gather in the conference room. Phyllis is going to bring in some popcorn.
And Holly did not know that Michael had made a movie, and he's really excited for her to see it. And she says, I can't wait.
The first shot of the film is a picture of the exterior of Scarn Mansion. And we got a fan question from Davina K in Illinois, who said, in looking at the main image of Scarn Manor in the movie, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen a small picture of Carol's face. Did Michael use an image of one of Carol's real estate listings? Yes, that is exactly what he did. Randy said that this image of this house was actually a stock photo, and we brought in Nancy Carell and took a picture of her, and Michael Gallenberg added it to
The bottom of
yes.
the photo. Well, like I said, there is a DVD commentary for this episode, and Charlie Grandy shared that there was a lot of debate in the writer's room about the size of this house that they used for Michael Scarn's Manor, because they wanted it to be a house realistically that Carol would be showing in this area.
It did look like a mansion. Definition of a mansion.
It did, and the address is 451 Hanover Lane, Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. I looked it up. I couldn't find a house.
Oh, we made it up.
Maybe so. Now we're going to see a montage of news clippings. You know, Michael here's the director's trying to tell you a backstory, guys.
So then we see a bunch of magazine covers announcing Michael Scarn's marriage to Catherine Zeta. And then the announcement of her death at the hands of Golden Face.
Yeah.
We had a fan question from Kristen M. from Cedar Falls, Iowa, who said, did Catherine Zeta-Jones have to give her permission to be featured in this episode? Did she get paid as a guest star? Actually, no. We did not pay her or ask her permission.
Was it like a stock photo?
It was a stock photo that we bought from the photographer for $790. Yeah, and then Michael Gallenberg took a picture of Steve dressed in a tuxedo, and then that's how they made the picture.
Well, it's a very good picture. I thought she looked beautiful.
And you know, she was excited. Her family is a fan of The Office, and she even came on our podcast for the client and read our summary.
And we had a huge cutout of her that we put next to us when we recorded because she had to send in an audio clip. But it was like she was right in the room with us.
She was our first A-list guest.
I think so.
Yeah, even though she was a cutout.
That's right. Well, now we're going to find Scarn face down in bed, bottle of booze. His butler is going to be waking him holding a very elaborate silver tray, very fancy breakfast tray. Did anyone else think Michael Scarn laying face down like that was like a little nod to Major League? Do you remember that opening sequence where they go and find Tom Berenger and he's like face down with some booze? No one else remember Major League? Come on.
I do, and yes.
Thank you.
Oh.
Wasn't it exactly the same?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I noticed that Steve's face was all scruffy when he wakes up.
He's been on a bender. He's not making good choices.
Well, Randy said that in order to get that scruffy look, they had to put a note on the call sheet reminding him not to shave before coming to work, because Steve would always shave before coming to work. And they had a little note that said, Steve, don't shave.
Don't shave. I have a question.
What is it?
What was Michael's budget for this movie?
I don't know, but he made it over a very long period of time.
He did, but we're about to be in the Oval Office. We've already seen what his condo looks like. It's candelabras and silver trays and whatnot. But this Oval Office, which is supposed to be, I'm guessing, the conference room.
Yes, it is the conference room, and you can even see reception through the door when the shot is on Michael and Dwight. Or I'm sorry, on Michael and Samuel.
Did you see what was outside the window behind President Jackson?
What?
Cherry blossoms.
It was amazing. Our set dressing team was incredible. I didn't know where we were when the scene started until we reversed the shot, but they put one of those like fakey light box window things behind him. It was amazing.
Michael put that there.
Yes.
And he hung the elaborate curtains, and he got the sculptures and all the paintings. Did you catch the address of the White House?
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
Washington, D.C., comma, D.C.
Oh, no, I did not.
Washington, D.C., D.C.
Well, Well, in this scene, the president is going to explain that Skarn's old enemy Golden Face is planning to bomb the NHL All-Star game, and he's also taken hostages. Now, this is really personal for the president because he owns the stadium. It's his retirement plan.
I know.
That's what the president is going to retire doing, is owning this one stadium.
Skarn can't decide if he's going to take this job on or not, so he's got to flip a coin 7 times.
Best out of 7.
And he doesn't edit around that. You're going to see all 7 coin flips.
That's right. So something BJ said in an interview that I thought was so funny, because, you know, there is an obsession with all-star games in this movie. He said he thought that Michael Scott would view an all-star game as the most important event in sports, even though in real life they're kind of irrelevant.
It's more about the championship game.
Yes, he said he also liked that Golden Face had a thing for all-star games, and he had previously blown up the WNBA all-star game, which is how Catherine Zeta-Skarn died.
Did anyone else catch at 4 minutes and 10 seconds that Daryl is clean shaven?
I did. It's the first time we've seen Daryl without facial hair.
Ever.
An episode of The Office.
Yeah.
We got a fan question from Piotr G. in Poland who said, did the writers have to plan out a theoretical timeline for Michael's film schedule so that hair and wardrobe could represent it? For example, in addition to the fact that Daryl is clean-shaven, I noticed that we see Jim and Pam's season 1 and 2 hairstyle. Kelly has her updo.
Oh, yeah.
Angela has her braid from the early days. I can only imagine the amount of planning and wardrobe meetings. Oh, yes, this was a whole thing. Just speaking of Daryl, Randy said that we had to pick up some Daryl work from a previous episode, and hair and makeup had to add back a fake mustache goatee for Daryl to match.
Yeah, Craig.
At one point.
Oh, yeah. Craig talked about this in the DVD commentary. I think it was a big thing for him. He did not want to shave, and BJ really insisted on it. I guess BJ wanted the character that Daryl plays, President Jackson, to be distinct in time from Daryl Philbin. But that meant he had to get this weird fakey beard in between as they cut back and forth. BJ also shared that they had to glue sideburns onto his face.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. You know where you can really see it? Well, first of all, if you go to 1 minute, 55 seconds, you can see it. But then later in the episode, when he's on the ice skating rink, is when I really saw it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fakey sideburns. Well, we all know Michael's going to take the job. He didn't need to flip the coin 7 times.
No. Clean up on aisle 5.
Clean up on aisle 5, guys. We are now going to the stadium where the hostages are being held. And we meet Golden Face, played by Jim. Also a very giddy John Krasinski who wanted the gold makeup. He was excited to become Golden Face.
You have no idea how excited John was to film Threat Level Midnight. All of it. Later, we're going to get to that skating scene where he's in that just ridiculous skating outfit with the gold face. He was so on board for all of it, and you can see it in his performance. It is so incredibly charming and fun. John's performance as Golden Face is one of my favorite parts of Threat Level Midnight.
Same. John is going to have a talking head where he said, obviously, he didn't love the dialogue of Golden Face.
He didn't love saying that he was going to dig up Skarn's wife and hump her real good.
Yeah, but he obviously took the part to impress a receptionist. This scene was longer. It's in the extended cut that's on the DVD.
I remember it. It's amazing.
Yeah, so Golden Face leaves, and when he does, the hostages quickly are like, we've got to pick a leader. I went to the shooting draft as well because I wanted to read it. Roy says we need to choose a leader, someone tough enough to take on Golden Face. And Pam says, I can be the leader. Kevin's like, what makes you so tough? And Pam says, I have experience as a leader, a negotiator, a general, and a cop. In other words, I'm a mom.
I remember that line.
Everyone smiles and nods. Toby puts his hand on Pam's leg and says, yeah, it'll be Sandra. That was your character's name. So then Golden Face is going to re-enter, and Pam goes, gulp.
I remember that too.
Jenna, You had to do that gulp so many times because you guys kept laughing, and it's in the bloopers, and I want you to hear it.
So, you chosen a leader yet?
Gulp. So odd. Gulp. Don't look at me. Gulp.
Oh, that was fun. I remember, so that was shot in the warehouse. You can probably tell they tried to dress it as if we were behind the scenes at a hockey stadium, but I have strong memories of shooting those scenes.
There's a few others in the bloopers too. It looked like you guys were having a lot of fun. There's one that I can't play because it's all visual, but Brian as Kevin has to stand up, but his hands are tied.
Yeah.
And he kind of flops over on you guys as he tries to get up, and it's so funny.
Well, big twist in the plot is coming up. Skarn finds out that the All-Star game is sold out, and the only way he's going to be able to get in is to be a player in the game. But he doesn't know how to skate.
And that's when we meet Cherokee Jack.
You know that Creed's part of Cherokee Jack was initially scripted to be Idris Elba?
No way.
Yes, but we couldn't get him. He was filming a movie in like Hungary or something. And
Did Randy tell you that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Randy said that the logistics of getting Idris on an international flight for one day of shooting in Van Nuys was, quote, too big a hurdle to overcome. So BJ pivoted. He rewrote the part for Creed, which I love.
Oh my God, I loved everything about it. I loved his tassel jacket. It's very Karate Kid. You gotta mop the ice.
Mop the ice? Why do I have to mop the ice?
You'll see.
We also got a fan question from Angie in Birmingham, Alabama, who said, what is the song that is playing while Michael is mopping the ice? Angie, that is the Billy Joel song, Running on Ice. Randy said it cost us $40,000 for that song in that montage of Michael doing his Bowflex and mopping the ice.
Steve doing the Bowflexes in the bloopers. There's no music. You know, they added the music later. It looks like they're like throwing water on him. I don't know, but he's going, and he just cracks himself up. I also noticed there are really good like figure skaters skating behind Michael as he's learning to skate.
I saw that as well.
Next up, our director, Michael, is going to do that classic thing that happens in movies where they show a passage of time with this calendar, right?
Mm-hmm.
The dates are falling on the ground. It's one of those page-a-day tear-off calendars. Well, it was a Dave Barry calendar, and BJ told us that Dave Barry was a favorite of his in his formative years, and he loved his comedy. He would read Dave's books out loud at summer camps to make other kids laugh. And so he was really excited to have this calendar be part of Threat Level Midnight.
I love that. I love imagining BJ at summer camp reading a Dave Barry book to the other campers.
It's so cute. Randy also shared with us that when they reached out to Dave Barry's legal representation to see if they could use his calendar, his assistant Judy Smith was a huge fan of the show.
That always helps.
Yes. Dave was out of town, but Judy tracked him down, got his permission. So Randy said a big thank you to Judy Smith for helping us make this happen. And on the commentary, Charlie shared that Dave Barry also sent in a letter to the writers and an autographed photograph of himself, and the writers hung it in the writers' room.
That is so cool. That must have been such a weird full circle moment for BJ.
I know.
Ugh. Can I interrupt our breakdown for one quick second to tell you a TMI thing?
What's going on?
I'm wearing a new bra.
Oh.
I wanted to get new bras.
Okay.
And I love it. It's great. It's a Notori, a brand that I learned about. My left boob is kind of fallen out of
your
the
bra?
cup.
Right now?
It's not completely falling out, but it's more out, and I can just feel that it's not symmetrically supported. I think maybe I got too small a size.
Do you need to, well, we know you have a big crack. Do you need
I wasn't trying to say it like that. I'm saying I think I didn't, I didn't want to take that.
Do you
No, I don't know. I've tried scooping it.
I saw you fidgeting. And
I
didn't
know,
what was
I know, and that was the thing. I wanted to fidget again, but I was getting self-conscious about constantly tugging at my left boob. But here's the thing: I didn't do the extra step of having the lady with the tape measure help measure me for the correct bra size because I didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
And now I think I bought the wrong size. But everything else about it I like. It's just I don't have symmetrical cup support, boob support.
Two things are going through my mind right now. One is that the left side doesn't fit, but the right side does.
Yeah,
So
correct.
left side bigger.
Left side's always been bigger.
Okay.
It's over my heart, and I think that's actually really common that your left breast is larger than your right. Cassie?
No, I've never gotten them properly measured.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's my other thing that's going through my mind. I went to get my mammogram. Guys, I've been putting it off. Jenna fussed at me hardcore. She's like, lady, it is time. Go do it. I'm bad about that stuff. I'm bad about making doctor's appointments. So I went. I was so proud.
You did. I was so proud of you.
I texted you. I'm going to get my flippin' mammogram. I went in there. I put on the little pink robe, that opens in the front.
She sent me a photo from the mammogram
In
place
the robe.
saying it's happening.
It's happening.
Look, you should be proud of me.
The lady, her name was Ashley. She said, step up to the machine, turn your cheek to the left. She did my right boob first. Turn your cheek to the left. I'm going to take your right boob. I'm going to put it on this metal tray. And then I'm going to hit this button and it's going to compress it. But I need you to lean into it. Squished my boob. And then I had to hold it. And then all the lights flickered and everything stopped. And the machine broke. With my right boob in it, the machine broke. They hit a button, released my boob. And then the lady was like, I don't know what just happened. I don't know. The computer's frozen. And then it said emergency shutdown.
Your boob broke the mammogram machine, lady.
This was the joke. The nurse kind of was like, your boob broke it. Anyway, so they couldn't fix the machine. And I left. So there you go. Josh kind of jokes that whenever I get around any kind of electrical device, it shortens out. Maybe I have tungsten. Maybe I have tungsten in my boobs.
I hope everyone enjoyed these two boob stories today.
Well,
it was just
Jenna's left boob is too big, and my right boob has superpowers. So,
what an amazing thing. Well, we should probably get back to this episode. There's a very intense skate-off that's about to happen.
Oh my gosh, I lived for the skate-off.
It was so good.
There are 3 contestants in this skate-off. Skarn, and then a guy in an all-black suit with a white mask, and then a guy in all blue. I will never get over Oscar in that blue suit. I will never get over it. I was very curious about these speed skating suits, so I did a mini dive.
On speed skating suit?
Yes.
Do tell.
I found a great article on romper.com about the evolution of speed skating outfits. It started really in the Olympics in 1924, and the article goes all the way to present day. In 1972, skaters started wearing something along the lines of what we see now. It's known as a skin suit. They are one-piece uniforms. They're ultra tight. They include gloves and a cap or a hood, and they help make the skaters more aerodynamic. They even have Kevlar patches built in.
Kevlar?
To protect vital body parts.
That seems heavy. Isn't that the thing that stops bullets?
I mean, that's what it said. For every player, the skin suit is designed by taking the overall measurements of body parts. Chest, waist, thigh, they're all measured.
They're custom made?
Well, I'm guessing at the Olympic level they are.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe there's a generic one that you can just buy small, medium, or large. I don't know. Helmets are now mandatory as part of a short track speed skating. And also skaters may wear Kevlar gloves to prevent them from getting cut by their competitors' skates. But long track skaters, which is kind of what Golden Face and Skarn are doing, they don't have to wear helmets or gloves. But now eye protection is mandatory.
Wow.
And Jenna, the answer to your question is no, Kevlar is super light. That's one of the things that makes it such a cool product.
But does it stop bullets?
It can. It's extremely, it's like a couple times stronger than steel and super, super light. I only know that they make some really great motorcycle stuff that's you wouldn't know is not regular leather jacket, but keeps you nice and safe.
Wow.
How about that? It also protects your private parts when you're skating.
Which are very important.
Well, the winner of this race is going to get to skate in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Who knew? And speaking of bullets and being bulletproof, this skate-off is going to also turn into a shootout.
But Goldenface didn't mean to hurt Skarn. He just wanted him to lose.
And how's your wife?
We should talk a little bit about how we filmed these skating scenes. The shots on the ice rink were shot by Matt Sohn, who was a very skilled skater himself. I mean, Steve is very good,
Yes.
you can see. But Matt was able to skate backwards while holding a camera.
Wow.
I know. Randy spoke to Matt, and he said our key grip, Dale Alexander, built a tiny dolly on ice skate blades to help get the camera down at ice level.
Wow.
Our camera got to skate too. Here is Matt's exact quote. You can remind Jen and Angela that it was the most we used a dolly for the entire run of the whole show.
Wow. Yeah, that is very technical. That is a kind of advanced technical shoot. And this is reminding me of a conversation that I had with BJ. You know, I went to his restaurant pop-up that he does, Chain.
Yes.
Because they were doing a collaboration with Chili's.
Eat a chain.
Yes, I got to feel God in this chain tonight. The food was really good. I know you got it as takeout.
I did. I was so hungry, and I had missed dinner, and I ate all of it at like 10 o'clock at night.
They were amazing. They even made me a gluten-free version.
Mm-hmm.
The chef's amazing. Okay, anyway, while we were there, I was chatting with BJ about Threat Level Midnight, and he said that there was a huge debate about whether or not Michael's movie should be shot well or not well. And he's told me that Paul Lieberstein, who was the showrunner at the time, was very adamant that it should look better than you expect, not worse than you expect. And the reason for that was Paul just said it'll be more fun to watch. We don't need the joke to be like that Michael cut off someone's head.
Or like the camera's like shaky.
Exactly. And BJ told me that the way he justified that was that he liked to imagine that over the years, Michael had become friends with a couple of the documentary guys.
Mm-hmm.
And that he roped them into shooting this in their free time. But they couldn't use any of their amazing equipment. They just used Michael's home video equipment. But because of their expertise, they could come up with these ways where, like, you would do it at home. Like, you would, instead of having a dolly, you would put it on a shopping cart and roll it, or put it on a skateboard or something. But they had these tricks, and that's why Threat Level Midnight is shot so well.
It does beg the question then, has this documentary crew been around for 11 years?
I guess so. They have had no other job. Are they from Scranton?
Yeah. What time
Did they relocate to Scranton? These are good questions.
Well, on the DVD commentary, BJ said that Matt Sohn did a really cool thing. After everything was shot, he went back in and washed out the color of the footage of the movie to make it look even more distinctly different from the documentary footage. And I could see it.
I thought that was really smart, because then you knew when you were watching the episode versus when you were watching Threat Level Midnight.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing from this scene that I thought was really fun. You know, Goldenface has a golden gun.
Yeah.
BJ said Phil Shea just took it upon himself to make a golden gun. It was not scripted that way.
Oh, it was perfect.
I know, and BJ was so tickled when he got to the ice rink and he saw the gold gun for Goldenface.
But this is just the example of how every department was so excited to be a part of this project.
It's so true.
Skarn is going to realize that he's got to take out the guy who won.
Well, he was number 2, so if number 1 is gone, he'll get the slot.
That's right. So he strangles Oscar's character.
With an American flag.
Yeah, he apologizes.
This scene is much longer in the DVD version.
So much longer. Oscar really makes a meal out of like his like legs kicking and arms,
Yes.
like all of it. It's pretty hilarious.
One of my favorite details is that after Oscar has died, he continues to blink.
Yeah.
Did you notice? This death scene is making everyone in the conference room a little uncomfortable. They're like, wow, that was dark.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe that they watched the extended cut.
Yes.
Back at Skarn Manor, Samuel is going to reveal some information. He has intercepted a name, Jasmine Windsong. But but he doesn't know who the funky cat is. And Scarn says, not who, what, because the funky cat is the hippest jazz club in town.
Well, lady, before we go to the funky cat, I think we should take a little break.
Yeah.
Because
You're going to put your boob back in your bra?
I actually am going to go and see if maybe I do some adjustments, if I can make some more room on the left side. I'll let you know.
When we come back, Jenna's boob will be in place, and we're going to meet Jasmine Winsong.
We're back. Here's what I've discovered. Okay. My boob is in, but it doesn't feel in because there's cup and then there's a little lace. And I'm feeling it kind of bulge on the lace.
Okay.
So it's in.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine.
But it doesn't want to be there.
You know, I was trying to level up, Angela. I was trying to maybe
Give the undergarments a zhuzh.
yes. And so I went with a bra with some lace on it.
Yeah.
And I don't think the lace is for me. I just, you know, I'm almost 50 and I think I know what I like.
I disagree. I think you can wear lace in your 50s.
I'm not saying you can't wear lace in your 50s. I'm saying my left boob is not a lace fan.
I think your left boob is a lace fan. I just think the lace is a little wimpy and you might need some stronger lace.
Oh,
You need big boob lace.
oh,
Maybe right now you have medium boob lace.
I don't know.
Well, you know who's probably wearing some lace?
Jasmine Winsong.
How do you like that for a transition?
I think you did that great. She's up on the piano. She's singing as Michael enters the funky cat. And Michael Scarn sits down at the piano. We cut to this amazing Jan talking head that I just simply could not love more.
It was so perfect. I had to go to the shooting draft because I had to know if the bit she was doing
Where she couldn't open the car
Yes,
door.
Yes, I had to know if that was scripted.
Was it scripted?
No,
It's so great.
it's not in the script. This is all it says at the shooting draft. Jan talking head. She's on the street walking to her car. Jan says, "He finished his movie? No kidding. Wow, that's great. Good for him. And I heard he has a serious girlfriend. That's so great. I'm great too."
Okay, well, sadly they cut out the end.
Yeah.
Because I would have loved that snark from Jan. I love the choice that she's carrying a bag of dry cleaning to her car. I love that she can't get the door open. I love that they've clearly ambushed her on the street to ask her about her role in Threat Level Midnight. I love it all. I love her performance. And by the way, Jasmine Winsong is a very important part of this movie because she is going to sing backwards a very important clue.
Yes, Michael is going to record it with a special mini tape recorder that has like a little label maker that says backwards.
Because if you put a label that says backwards, it just plays things backwards for you.
The message says the hostages are under the stadium.
But as soon as she delivers that message, she gets a dart to the neck
By assassin Troy.
Yes, Troy Underbridge is back. And you know, his role is even larger in the extended version.
Yeah.
Location alert, the Funky Cat Jazz Club was filmed at Stovepiper Lounge in Northridge, California. And the lyrics for the song, They Call Me Jasmine Winsong, were written by BJ Novak. And the music was written by Eve Nelson, who was our amazing go-to composer on our show.
Back at the stadium, our hostage, Sandra, played by Pam,
Yes.
is going to beg Goldenface to let them all go. But it doesn't work.
No.
In fact, he decides to take out a hostage, Toby.
Yeah, he needs to show how serious he is. We had a fan question from Anna T. in Peoria, Illinois. In this episode, Michael says that the scene with Toby's head explosion was the most expensive among all the scenes in the movie. And I'm wondering, which scene was the most expensive that you shot in the whole series of The Office, and which one was the most expensive for this episode? Well, as far as being the most expensive in the whole series,
I have a guess.
yes,
I know they had to build a whole entire gas station and a freeway.
yes, you're right, Angela. The Jim Pam proposal scene. He said the second most expensive would probably go to filming on the boat in Niagara Falls, especially if you include all the travel and location expenses to get there.
And Anna, as far as the most expensive scene in the episode, on the commentary, BJ said definitely he thought it was the Toby explosion, but Randy said, well, that's not accurate.
Oh, really?
Really? Randy thinks the sequence of scenes at the Funky Cat Bar were more expensive because it included all of these elements: the music, the choreography, the extras, the costumes, the set dressing, all the signage, the locations, and the guest stars.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So Funky Cat wins most expensive scene.
We got another fan question from Hannah B. in Wisconsin. I would love to know how you did make Toby's head explode. How many times were you able to get this shot, and did you have a safety meeting? Well, Hannah, BJ said they made 2 Toby heads, and in order to make the heads, Paul had to sit in a full-face plaster mold for hours of time. That BJ said he could have been producing our show, but instead he was just sitting in a face mold. After that was done, to get this shot, they rigged each of the molds with mild explosives. They filled one of them with blood, and then they set up cameras from 3 different angles, and they filmed them exploding in slow motion. When they went back to review the footage, they said the one that was filled with blood was just too disturbing.
Oh,
It
I
was
bet.
just too gruesome.
It needed to look super fakey.
It did. So that's why they ended up using the one that they did.
I do remember Paul talking about sitting in all that plaster, though, and he said it was a miserable experience.
I mean,
Claustrophobic. But
Yes.
hours. Like, don't you have like a little tiny straw you breathe through?
yeah.
Oh,
Randy confirmed that yes, we definitely had a safety meeting.
oh yeah.
We had to discuss protecting the camera crew from the shards of Toby's plaster flying, yes, everywhere. But we removed the cast from the shot, which you can tell, which is very funny. No one is sitting around the dummy Toby. And the whole thing cost about $5,700 in special effects and labor.
Skarna and Samuel are going to arrive to save the hostages.
It's very exciting.
I know.
And for some reason, Golden Face is going to reveal where the bomb is hidden.
It's in the puck.
Yeah,
He tosses it to Skarn, and Skarn holds it and starts to reminisce about his life with his wife. There's like a little montage playing on the hockey puck. This was our director Tucker Gates' idea, and in the flashback montage, here's what Skarn sees. He sees himself painting his wife's toenails, and he's kind of blowing on them to dry them. He's also walking maybe animal cookie crackers or some kind of cracker across a woman's belly while they're laying on the grass, and then a ketchup fight.
this montage makes so obvious how Michael has never really been in a healthy relationship, because when he had to create a flashback love montage, these were the ideas he had of a blissful relationship. But I mean, Angela, ketchup fight, we've all done that, right?
Oh yeah, that's totally a normal part of courtship.
And I personally love when Lee and I are in bed and he moves an animal cracker across my belly.
Well, I'm like,
It's hot.
I'm like, hey, what, you want to paint my toenails?
I mean, only if you blow on him after.
Well, Skyla's going to hurl the puck right back at Golden Face, and he's going to yell, "Go puck yourself." Charlie Grandy shared that he wrote, "Go puck yourself."
Nice. This whole thing is going to end terribly. Golden Face is going to try to shoot Michael Scarn, and Samuel is going to jump in and take that bullet. And then Golden Face is going to shoot Michael Scarn right after.
Apparently, Samuel diving in front of the bullet was not scripted.
It was not
That was
scripted.
just Dwight.
That one bullet pierced Michael Scarn's brain, lungs, heart, back, and balls.
But it's going to take a lot more than that to take Scarn down. Good thing he's got a big busty nurse to help make everything feel better.
Oh, Helene.
How awkward could you imagine?
I mean, Pam is trying so hard to be supportive of this movie, and clearly she never knew that her mom filmed a scene for Threat Level Midnight. I feel like she's discovering it in the moment.
I can't believe her mom wouldn't tell her. I wore a super caduper push-up bra, and leaned into camera. Back at the White House, a fully recovered Scarn is going to tell the president that the bomb is in the puck. Plot twist coming.
Yeah, Golden Face and his sidekick are gonna walk into the president's office.
They're in cahoots.
Machine guns.
Yeah.
The president is in on it.
Scarn is going to smash a picture of Abraham Lincoln over the president's head to escape. Carrie Kimper pitched the joke of Michael smashing the painting over the president's head.
Well, Randy said that picture was a public domain image. It was free to use, and our art department printed multiple copies of it on easy-to-tear paper. I love the choice that Craig made as the president in this movie to sort of stick his head out in anticipation of getting the Abraham Lincoln portrait on his head.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's so good. I also love whenever Andy's character, Billy the bartender, when it cuts to Andy, he's mouthing the words.
Yes, in the conference room.
Yeah.
So we had a fan question from Tom M. in Grand Rapids, Michigan, who said, I imagine this was a tricky episode to film since you have to act in this movie how your character would act, and none of the characters are professional actors, except for maybe Andy. How hard was it as an actor to act poorly? Were there takes where maybe your acting was too good? Tom, this is really interesting because we did all put a lot of thought into what kind of performers were each of our characters. And again, kind of like what BJ said about how Paul didn't want the camera work to be terrible, we were also directed to not be awful actors. Maybe a little stiff, maybe
Camera aware.
yes. Yeah. But you've seen those videos that people post, maybe where they're acting out a skit at their job. I watched some of those on YouTube because I was like, I think that would be Pam. Like Pam would just say all of her lines very simply with earnestness, almost as if she was reading them.
Yeah. Without any pauses.
Yes, exactly. Without any inflections.
Well, we're not at this part yet, but I can tell you when I had to learn the dance, I had to take the hip sass down a notch.
Oh, because of your natural hip sass?
I like to, sashay, and I had to tone that down. We are finally going to make it to the bar, and we see Billy played by Andy. Oh, Andy was so excited to make this character happen. Billy's TV doesn't work. How's that for problems? And I loved it when Michael was like, don't ever change, Billy. At 12 minutes 52 seconds, when the group of bachelorettes give Michael a drink, did anyone else think it looked like my husband's? The F train to Brooklyn extra bitters?
Yes, I did, Angela.
Yeah, with the little toothpick, the whole thing. We talked about this with BJ. All of the bachelorettes actually had a line. It's in the extended cut on the DVD if you want to see the full scene.
Yes. I've got a location alert. This location was the same as the Funky Cat. We just used a different side of the bar.
Oh,
Yeah.
so smart. Well, Karen is going to have a talking head saying, why did you single my line out? Like a million years later. And at 13 minutes 4 seconds for my background folks, you will see another cameo callback. Dan Gore is exiting the cafe behind Karen's talking head. You know, Dan played Karen's baby daddy.
Yes. Didn't he dress as a hot dog in a photo on her desk or something like that?
What's up,
That's
baby?
amazing.
As the scene continues in the bar, we find out that Scarn is really depressed, and Billy is going to cheer him up. He tells a random kid in overalls, who is this kid?
That kid was played by Joshua Reed.
All I could think of was like, is this a shroot? It's like, it's one of Dwight's nephews or cousins in town. Anyway, he tells the little boy to hit G9 on the jukebox. It's time to dance the Scarn.
Oh, we talked about this with BJ. It was so fun. All you guys are so funny. I love all the cameos in the background of this scene. We've got the whole warehouse. And then we have Leo from Vance Refrigeration, but not Gino.
I guess in real life, Gene was like, nah, I don't want to do the Scarn.
Well, Leo's having a good time. And we also have Todd Packer.
Yeah. I will tell you, the day we filmed this was such a blast. We, of course, had to learn the dance and practice it a few times. And we also had to figure out how our character would dance, how up for it they would be. And I just have such fond memories of this day.
We had a fan question from Avery G in Idaho who asked, who choreographed the Scarn? Well, I'll tell you, first of all, the lyrics were by BJ and the music was by Eve Nelson again. And the choreography was by Marianne Kellogg. She's done all her choreography on the show, and she's great.
Well, she was very patient with us. If you look at the group who learned the scarn, we are all different levels of dance skill set.
I mean, this is not a difficult dance, though.
It's not, but we had to get the timing right. But we also had to make it look like we didn't overknow it. Do you know what I mean?
I do. Back in the conference room, the scarn is giving Jim the giggles. He can't stop laughing.
Here's a tidbit for you. On the DVD, they said we shot this conference room scene with everyone reacting on the first day. So nothing had been filmed yet. So John is laughing at nothing.
Wait, so the entire time we cut back to the conference room, all of us are watching nothing?
Nothing. Can you believe that?
I mean, I don't even remember it that way. That's what's so crazy. I was there.
BJ said John, when he's having this laughing fit, is watching nothing, and he was amazed at how well it timed out.
Wow. Well, the laughing is going to really upset Michael, and so much so he's going to pause the movie and walk out.
Yep. And everyone is like, no, the movie's great. Don't leave. And that's when Michael turns to Holly and says if she liked the movie, and she says, which part? Oh, no.
Yeah, this leads to that scene in the annex that we talked all about with BJ, and Michael's talking head about ants versus a bug's life.
Yeah.
And Michael, who is heartbroken that Holly does not understand how important this movie is to him, is going to watch the rest of the movie
without her.
Yeah.
But as he watches it without her, he starts to sort of see it through her filter, right?
Yeah.
And as he's looking at her empty seat, he then looks out the conference room window, and there she is. She's watching it. He runs out to her. He apologizes. She apologizes. They kiss. They go back in to watch it together. They're such a good couple. They really are. She gets him, and she's making him a better person.
Yes. Yes, I think that was the whole point of this plot, was to mature Michael. Lady, we had a fan question from Paige M in Philly. Paige asks, when everyone is watching Threat Level Midnight for the second time, Michael gets up to check on Holly. At that time, Golden Face is telling Pam why his face is gold. However, the audience misses it because we are listening to Michael and Holly's conversation. I want to know, what was he saying?
I actually found this scene in the shooting draft, but it's also in the extended movie on the DVD as well. I'm going to set it up from the shooting draft, and then I'm going to play the clip. Great. The script said, interior stadium warehouse. The hostages are scared. Kevin is praying. Roy says to Pam, now's your chance. Go talk to Goldenface. See what you can do. Pam approaches Goldenface, and in the script it says that Pam's character is flirtatious. So Pam had some stage direction. Let's hear the rest of it.
Go talk to Goldenface. See what you can do.
Okay.
Hey, Goldenface.
Can I ask you a question? I mean, since we're all gonna die here anyway, why is your face gold?
Why do you care?
Making conversation.
I worked in a gold factory. We had a boss who only cared about money. He wouldn't give us lunch breaks, so we had to eat the gold. And then one day, I looked in the mirror and, well, I guess you are what you eat.
Goldenface, that is so sad.
Well, I just thought if I could blow up all the All-Star games, all the trophies would explode all over the place, and then everyone would be gold. Just like me.
Please let us go, Goldenface.
So sad. You know, what you can't see when you play that clip is that at the end of that scene, Sandra, played by Pam, gives Goldenface a kiss on his cheek.
Yeah, and in the shooting draft, it said after the scene plays, you cut back to real time in the conference room, and Jim and Pam are holding hands, enjoying the scene, remembering what that meant to them. I mean, Pam got to kiss Jim's cheek in front of Roy. I know. Wow. Back in the movie, Michael Scarn has taken to the ice. I really love the detail that Michael tells us in the conference room, which is that he filmed this during an actual Scranton High School hockey game.
and that it was kind of a big deal because they were trying to qualify, and then the team got disqualified because Michael messed things
He
up.
ruined all of their dreams of like going on and winning a championship.
They had had an undefeated season up until now.
Yeah. And they were disqualified because this idiot took to the ice to film his movie.
Well, the actual location of this shoot was at the Valencia Ice Station, and all of those people were extras that we hired, of course.
It was a big production.
It really was.
Cherokee Jack is going to visit Scarn from the dead. Is he a ghost?
Yeah.
And he's going to tell Scarn to take out all of his frustrations on that hockey puck. And Scarn hits it so hard that it flies into space.
It hits a satellite.
Yeah, all of a sudden Billy's TV works again.
And then it eventually lands in the lap of Goldenface, who's sitting in his backyard counting a suitcase full of money.
Yeah, he's in a lawn chair counting money.
Where did the money come from?
I don't know. But he goes,
Oh, standards and practices, lady. Here were the notes from standards and practices. Scene 86. Please lose the underlined. Or have the explosion start sooner when we see the puck land on Goldenface's lap and he says, oh, shh. And they underlined the shh.
Somebody was like, listen, they're not going to take us seriously unless you underline it.
It's in bold. They
You know
put
what?
it in bold, too.
Here's my other note. Make it bold, underline it. Do you have a highlighter? Highlight it. Put an arrow by it.
So that's why we can see John's mouth go into the shh. We were allowed that silent lip flap, but the explosion had to go off before we heard him make the sound.
Underline it.
Exactly.
Well, the location of this scene was our very own Tom Melby's backyard.
I recognized it immediately.
Me too, right away.
He lived in a house right behind our stages.
Yeah, we've talked about it. He had a little swing, and I'd walk over there with Isabel on my lunch. Well, everyone cheers. Scarn has saved the day.
It's amazing. He's back at his house. He's having breakfast, and the president calls again. He has another mission for Scarn.
Should he choose to accept? Also, one side note,
Yes.
he realizes, oh yeah, he did make Dwight a robot.
Yes,
Yes.
because there is a scene of him oiling
Yes.
his circuit board. And as the movie comes to an end, the narrator, it's been Stanley's voice this whole time. Plot twist, that voice is coming out of Michael Scarn. He is Michael Scarn. He's been narrating his own story the whole time. The Office erupts in cheers. It's a huge hit. Everybody loved Threat Level Midnight.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun day at the office.
You know, the episode ends with the sort of end credits for the movie and the theme song of Threat Level Midnight that we talked about with BJ. I thought it was really cute on the DVD. This is how that song is credited. It says, theme from Threat Level Midnight, music and lyrics by Michael Scott, performed by Andrew Bernard, inspired by the music of Will Smith. I just love when Michael always gives credit to who inspired him.
Well, on the DVD, BJ and Charlie talked about this final rap at the end, and Charlie wrote it, and BJ said he remembered that Charlie wrote it in what seemed to be like 5 minutes.
It just flowed.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the credits, there was going to be an additional tag of Dwight as Samuel coming in and telling you to go home. Go home. The movie's over, like at the end of Ferris Bueller.
Yeah,
But we didn't have time.
it's really cute, though. It's in the extended cut.
Well, that was our breakdown of Threat Level Midnight, but I do have one more little tidbit to share, Angela. Last year, there was a band called The Network who appeared on The Tonight Show, and they performed a song called Threat Level Midnight.
Oh, yeah?
The Network is a new wave band, but they are a side project of the rock band Green Day.
Oh, Billy Joe, our best friend. Your best friend. I'm kind of glomming on now.
You hung out.
I met him. We hung out. We had a really nice conversation.
The three of us are basically best friends now, Angela.
In your mind.
We have a photo to prove it. We'll put it in stories because I'm dying to prove our friendship. But anyway, it's a really fun song. And actually, when they went to release this, Billy Joe texted me this song out of nowhere with no context. I didn't even know he had started watching The Office yet. It's really catchy, and my family listens to it all the time. So I thought maybe we could end this episode by playing it.
Let's hear it. Threat Level Midnight by The Network.
Yes. Well, there you have it, guys. That's Threat Level Midnight. A big thank you to BJ Novak for joining us today.
Yes, and Randy Cordray for all the behind-the-scenes details, and you guys for sending in your questions and comments. Thanks so much.
See you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bobico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello.
Hi there.
This is Season 7, Episode 18, Todd Packer.
I mean, it's pretty cool if your character gets its own episode. Like, I would have loved an episode called Angela Martin.
You're so right.
Right? Pam Beasley. Kaboom.
Well, this is Todd Packer.
Yeah, it is.
It was written by Amelie Gillette, directed by Randall Einhorn. Here's your summary. The gang is upset when traveling salesman Todd Packer is offered a permanent sales position in the office. It causes such contempt that Dwight and Jim join forces to oust him. Meanwhile, Andy really wants a new computer. I mean, yeah, real bad. He is very envious that Pam bought a new one for the reception desk.
Before we jump into Fast Facts, I just have to share something with everyone.
What is it?
Jen was the first person here today at Earwolf, and apparently she found the thermostat because it was pretty chilly today. And Jenna cranked it. I mean, too warm. It's balmy in here. Like, my glass has a little bit of like a frosty side. I'm loving it. I feel like when you go to a restaurant and they're like, "Don't worry, we have a heat lamp on the patio," and then they sit you right under it, and you're like, "Ugh.
Should we turn it down?" I can't believe I'm saying that.
I can't believe it.
It feels like when you go into like a movie and it's so warm, you go, "Well, we'll be sleeping through this."
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry. I was so cold when I got here.
This is gonna be sleepy Todd Packer. Anyway, let's get into some fast facts.
Fast fact number 1. This episode aired on February 24th, 2011, and this is the first script by new writer Amelie Gillette. Before joining The Office, she worked for the online magazine The AV Club, and each week they wrote a review of our Office episodes after they aired live.
Did she have to write her own review?
No. Also, when she worked there, she did not write the reviews, but she did write an article about the 2007 Office convention. And when Amelie joined the office, the AV Club put this little note on their website that I thought was really charming. Okay, here's what it says. In case you haven't heard, big ups are due to the lovely and talented Miss Amelie Gillette, who will be joining the writing staff of the office. Any of our TV Club regulars will tell you they have no intention of giving the show higher ratings just to suck up to her and maybe get a television writing gig of their own. They'll tell you that, but I won't. I preemptively declare all Amelie Gillette episodes of The Office to be an A+ rating or higher. Aww. And then they went on to say, longtime readers also know that Nathan Rabin has traditionally covered The Office for TV Club. You'll also notice he's not anymore. We felt that anyone who is friends with Amelie should no longer write about the show, so we've brought in TV critic, scholar, and Office fan Miles McNutt, who we're sure will do an excellent job and never befriend Amelie.
You have to stay unbiased.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please welcome him and keep your comments section hazing to a minimum. So Miles McNutt did write a review of Todd Packer. Okay. He gave it a B-. Okay. He really liked Jim and Dwight banding together. He liked the Kevin storyline. He liked Pam and Andy and all of that. He basically liked the episode. I mean, I read the review, but here's the thing.
Why the B-?
Yeah, he doesn't like Todd Packer.
Oh, well then that's a tough episode to review. If Todd Packer's your least favorite character,
Yeah. He literally said he doesn't like Todd Packer or any episodes that feature his character, B-.
Oh, well, there was more of Todd Packer in the shooting draft.
Oh no,
He might have gotten a C. I'm going to share it today.
Miles, you might not like this podcast episode if we share more Todd Packer.
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking for more Dave Koechner, I can help you out with fast fact number 2.
Okay. Dave Koechner, of course, played Todd Packer.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Angela. This is a fan question from Ella S. in Washington, who said, I believe the actor who played Todd Packer auditioned first to play Michael Scott. Did he get a callback for this side character because he was such a good actor? Well, Ella, you are correct. He did originally audition for the role of Michael Scott. Dave was at a fan expo in Boston, and he spoke about auditioning for Michael Scott and also about the fact that he was not even the original Todd Packer.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
I had auditioned for The Office, but they were using the same pilot episode from the British Office and just changed some American references. I was a huge fan of the British version of The Office, so when I'm reading from Michael's part, I can't get past Ricky Gervais the way he did it. Like, I can't think of anything else. So I didn't get it, obviously. So then I went on to work on something else. They were on episode 3 of the first season. They had hired an actor, and it just wasn't working. So they went on, they started shooting the 4th episode, thinking we'll go back to this. I didn't audition for that part because I was out of town shooting Snakes on a Plane. You're welcome. So I get back to town. I've known Steve Carell since 1990. I get back to town and Steve tells to Greg Daniels, why not Koechner? Well, there's a reason, a million reasons why not, but they ignored all of those and hired me anyway. But something like that is in my wheelhouse. It's very easy for me to play, and I love it. If you think about it, Todd Packer is like you're invited to someone's very nice house. They've drawn you a nice bath, and you get in that bathtub and you splash out all the water, you dirty all their towels, and walk out naked where they're having a children's party in the house. That's what it's like to play Todd Packer.
I could hear Kate Flannery's laugh.
Kate Flannery was on the stage with him.
Yeah.
So, Angela, I think something we haven't talked about before is that there was an actor cast in the role of Todd Packer.
Yeah.
We shot for a couple days with him in the first season, and it just was not clicking.
Right. And they recast him with Dave Koechner.
And now he's got a whole episode.
Now he has a whole episode. And the minute, to Dave's credit, the minute he walked on stage, he was Todd Packer. We were like, oh my God. It's like you knew Rain would be Dwight,
Yes.
You knew Dave Koechner would be Todd Packer.
Well, moving on to fast fact number 3, I've got a little nerdy production speak coming your way. I know I love it.
I love it when you geek out.
Randy Cordray told me that this episode was a bottle show. The name of this is called Bottle Show.
Look how tickled you are just saying bottle show.
Bottle show.
Tell us what a bottle show is.
A bottle show is a Hollywood television term for an episode that basically stays within its established sets. It doesn't have very many guest roles. It has very minimal stunts, minimal special effects, minimal visual effects. They are the least expensive episodes to produce in a season.
Did we have to have so many bottle episodes a season for our budget?
Yes, Angela. Randy explained the budget process to me, which, again, I was geeking out. He said that the studio gave us a master budget each season, and it was a huge number, and
they had to allocate it for the whole year for each episode.
Yeah, he would have to meet with our production accountant, who was named Carolyn Hayes.
I remember Carolyn.
Yes. And our UPM, Steve Burgess, and Randy. They would all sit down together and they would have to divide the budget into all the different categories that they had to pay for a particular episode. And that included salaries for all the cast and crew, writers, directors, rentals, editing, post-production, literally everything.
Locations, props, music,
all of it.
That sounds so intimidating to me. That is like that if a train left at 3 p.m. equation. No, please don't make me do that.
So they would have a discussion with the writers to get sort of a general idea of what the season was going to be like, but they had to set this budget not really knowing any scripts specifically.
How do you do that?
He said you just do your best, and not all episodes end up costing the same. Some of them went way over the per episode budget. Examples of those this season would be Threat Level Midnight, Andy's Play, and The Search. And in order to balance the books, the writers would have to include a certain number of bottle shows. And here's one of your bottle shows.
I feel like Carolyn and Randy and Steve Burgess would all be really good at that Price is Right game where you have to guess the items.
Yes. For sure. Well, lady, that's all I got. We could go to a break, and then when we come back, we have a very interesting cold open
with the most disgusting sounds. If you just listen to the cold open, it'll make you gag.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back.
I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
But guess what? Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts, just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution.
Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex
and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences.
Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom, visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests, and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own.
Pandora is bringing back a beloved and iconic piece of jewelry, the locket.
The locket charm from Pandora opens and closes so you can keep something precious inside, like a note from a loved one or lace from your wedding dress. I have several lockets. I love a locket, lady.
I love a locket. I have my grandmother's locket.
Same. I also have one that has fur in it from my kitty cat Andy who passed away.
I know.
The Pandora locket is engraved with a message inside that says, today, tomorrow, always, to remind you that love is in everything we do, and the back is blank for your own engraving.
At Pandora, you'll find jewelry perfect for any style with each piece expertly crafted and hand-finished in genuine metals.
Shop now at a store near you or online at pandora.net.
We are back, and that slurping noise you hear is Dwight having to eat all the canned foods that would have been in his bunker that might expire.
It's so many things. It's like canned tomatoes and canned mackerel and
some kind of thing that looks like just really slimy okra. I don't even know. All of it is just slimy and in some kind of gelatinous liquid.
You know, I hoarded a bunch of food down in my basement.
How'd that go?
You know, it's kind of great because sometimes you go down there and you find a real treasure. But there was one night when I can't remember what happened, but the kids were off doing something and Lee was off doing something, and I didn't have time to go to the grocery store, and I thought, I'm just going to go to the basement and see what we got. And all we had left was some expired pasta sauce. But I was like, how bad could it be? Right? So I made some pasta, and then I made the mistake of not tasting the pasta sauce first. Doused my pasta, the last of the pasta, in the sauce. It had turned. Yeah. It was awful. And I can't even remember what I had for dinner that night, but after that, I was kind of like done. So I do admire Dwight for keeping his eye on the expiration dates.
Personal question for you.
Yeah.
Would you be someone who would have a bunker?
Why are you asking me that? Of course. It's my dream. I daydream about it.
You daydream about your bunker. I love it.
Do you remember the bunker in the movie Grease 2?
No.
That they want to go make out in? I ever since I saw that movie in my youth, I've wanted one.
I don't know if I've ever seen Grease 2.
What?
Is that
I'm a
Michelle
smooth
Pfeiffer?
rider? Michelle Pfeiffer?
I don't know if I've seen it all the way through.
The bowling alley dance?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh my God.
What's the bowling alley dance?
I don't even know if I can keep talking right. All right. So good. But yes, Angela, of course I want a bunker. Have you met me? Do you want one?
I mean, if it would make you feel better.
Here's the thing. I don't need everybody to have a bunker. I just want one. Do you want one?
If the shit is really going to hit the fan that hard,
yeah,
you're going to go have to live in your bunker. What is the world you're coming out the door to?
I don't know, but I'm coming
around for the
I'm
zombies.
coming out to see what it is.
I'm not sticking around for them. When it all goes down, I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm making margaritas and I'm going to watch the fireworks.
Yeah. It would be depressing to live in the bunker for like a month and then you come up and there's no oxygen.
Yeah.
I mean, that would really be shitty.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I might just ride it out.
I hear you. I also do want it. So I'm a little Dwight here.
As Dwight eats all of his slimy slurpy food, he grosses everyone out, even Kevin.
Yeah.
Where he says, you know what, you can laugh at me, but when disaster strikes, don't come knocking and begging at my shelter door. And then he tells them all what would happen to them. And my favorite part is when he's like, Meredith, you'll be okay.
I know. So listen, we got a fan mail flurry about this cold open.
Was it because I talked about it in the chunk?
Yes, I was waiting for this. All right, Beth S. from Tennessee said, in this cold open, Pam is wearing a jacket. Is this because this was filmed a while back? I think I remember Angela talking about it being in a previous script.
Yes.
And Shannon M. from New York City said, this is the cold open that you guys talked about in the jump. It exists. Yes, guys, this scene was originally scripted and shot during season 6, the jump. It was even featured on the season 6 bloopers. Angela talked about that, but we didn't play the clip, and I think maybe we should.
Oh, yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, so when Dwight is listing all the things that would happen to us because he refuses to help us in the future, there was supposed to be an extra beat where Creed says, what about me?
Yeah, and then he tells Creed what he'd use his skull for. It's so funny.
Yeah, and we could not get through it. I don't think it's in the episode because I don't think we ever got a take of it.
Let's hear the blooper.
What can I do?
Your skull will be made.
My friend. What can I do?
Your skull will be made of soup ball.
What can I do?
Your skull will be made of soup ball.
Why not? What can I do? I'm sorry. What can I do?
Your skull will be a soup ball.
So many times. We never got it.
Times. Also, like if you watch it, Rain is trying to eat the sloppy stuff, and he's trying not to laugh, so that's why he's going.
And we did finally get through one, and John, whose shoulders, it's just his shoulders, it's Creed's face over John's shoulder, but you can see John's shoulders.
He's doing a shimmy because he's laughing.
John
so
was
hard.
laughing so hard. And Rain ate through all of
God, he ate so much. The episode is going to start with Todd Packer being back in Scranton. You want to know why he's decided to get off the road?
Please tell me.
It's because, to quote Todd Packer, all right, truth is I got a couple of love bumps on my ding dong. So, game over.
Yeah, Michael is thrilled.
He's so happy.
He wants Todd Packer back. But it's going to need the approval of Holly. I guess she has to rubber stamp this.
And Todd turns on the charm. He's like, I'm sorry, I thought I was meeting Holly, not Jennifer Aniston. And Holly is charmed. This scene was longer in the shooting draft. Todd and Holly had an extra beat in that conference room.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Okay. This is how it read in the shooting draft. Interior conference room, Holly and Packer sit together. Packer is on his best behavior. Michael paces outside. The scene opens with Todd trying to charm Holly about his love of music and who his favorite musician is. And he compares sort of this musician's songs and lyrics to what Scranton means to him. You have to hear it.
Do you have any more questions for me?
No.
I just want to add one last thing. I spend a lot of time on the road listening to music. And one of my favorite artists is John Cougar. He sings about the importance of hometown. Holly, this is my hometown. This branch is my little pig house.
Yeah, that's then she's like, well, your sales speak for themselves. Michael loves you. You got the job.
I'm speechless over that.
I know.
That was really brilliant writing.
And when I watched it, it had this moment where I was like, wait, Todd Packer, he's kind of being relatable.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Well, Michael is going to introduce this news to the bullpen. Todd Packer is back. He's going to be a permanent salesman. At 3 minutes, 22 seconds, I wrote down double sneer.
From Phyllis?
No, from Pam and Angela. Did you not see us? It goes from me to you. And I laughed out loud because I feel like I have been at dinner parties or other events with you where we have given each other those looks when we run into a real life Todd Packer of sorts.
Yes, I loved that. I loved that. And then it also cuts over to Phyllis and she looks like she smelled a fart.
I didn't get that one. I was still laughing about our double sneer.
Aaron and Gabe arrived late. I guess Gabe fell in the shower. Gabe is being written more and more ridiculous as these episodes go.
It's true. Well, when Erin arrives, she is very excited to see a brand new computer on her desk. It's a humongous monitor. We got a fan question from Amy M. in Winnipeg. Ever since I started working in an office myself, it has bothered me that Pam bought an iMac for Aaron when the rest of the office has PCs. If they have any kind of shared system, this doesn't make any sense from an IT perspective. Was this a paid plug for Apple?
That is such a good catch. It's like that one member of your family when everyone has an iPhone and they have an Android and you try to send pictures and videos and they're all little tiny compressed pieces of crap. Cassie.
Yeah, Cassie, we're looking at you.
You know what? I loved your speech though, where you're like, I'm sorry, but I don't buy into the crap where every year there's a new upgrade and you got to pay for it and you got to change your toggle and blah, blah.
It's too much.
It's too much.
Cassie's our wild card.
I know.
She is. She doesn't go with the
Flow.
but she does go with the flow. She doesn't go with the trends.
Cassie,
Cassie, if there was a third phone that wasn't an iPhone or an Android, would that be your phone?
I mean, I do miss Nokia playing Snake.
See what I'm saying? Well, I'll tell you what, Amy from Winnipeg, this was not a paid plug for Apple. However, Phil Shea did have a deal arranged with Apple International out of Cupertino, California, where we could use their products on air for free. But when we turned in our rough cut of this episode to the network, we got a very strongly worded note from advertising and sales.
not standards and practices.
No, this time we're getting the shame from advertising and sales.
Some ad sales snark. Let's hear it.
They said that we had to lose the Apple logo on the back of Aaron's monitor or they were going to pixelate it for us. I mean, we'd already shot the episode. The thing is like burned into the back of the monitor. You know what I'm saying?
So what'd they do?
Well, I guess rather than have them blur it, Randy said we had it digitally removed. And that it made sense because at the time, NBC was selling a lot of commercial time to several competitors like Dell Computers, and they didn't want us to show any other computer logos on the air.
That's so stupid though, because it's clearly a Mac.
Clearly, the shape of it, everything. But if you notice at 4 minutes, 16 seconds, there is no logo on the back of her monitor, and Randy even sent us the before and after pictures.
I love that he does that.
Logo, no logo.
There was more to the scene. After Aaron gives Pam a big hug, they would have gone over to her new computer and Aaron would have said the following: "Oh my God, I can have 2 boxes open at one time." Then Aaron would run her hand across the top of the computer and say, "It's not too hot." Then she would look down by her feet and say, "And I've got so much more room down here. I can have crazy legs." And she starts to kick her legs around.
I remember shooting that. I remember the crazy legs part. Now that you say it.
Pam is so tickled. She goes over to Jim and she's like, "I did something nice for somebody." And then we have a little bit of Jim's ass.
Yeah, he knows the feeling because he cleaned up their daughter for an hour at 4 a.m.
Dwight is going to move to the annex, and a bunch of people are going to head on over there to complain. Pam, Jim, Meredith, Ryan, Oscar, they want to know why she hired Todd.
She says Michael gave him a glowing recommendation, and Todd's been nothing but nice to her. At 6 minutes and 2 seconds, Angela, does Holly have a Fabergé egg on her desk? And why?
I did not see that.
Well, check it out.
But also, what happened to Fluffy?
Fluffy is not there.
I know.
None of her old stuff is there. Nothing. But this egg has suddenly appeared.
Back in the bullpen, Andy's going to try to gather people around his computer to watch the Yarmouth Regatta. But it was having trouble loading and it froze. He got very upset.
We had a fan question from Alexandra B. in North Carolina who said, "I used to race small sailboats growing up, and I was impressed with the terminology the writers had Andy use when he was watching the regatta on his computer. Not to mention, it was a hilariously perfect joke for Andy to be so hyped about a sailing regatta. My husband and I yell, 'Luff him up,' to each other almost daily."
Well, I was curious where Yarmouth is. What is this regatta? I Googled it.
Oh,
this is what I found. If you guys out there know more about it, let me know. There is a regatta held in Yarmouth, which is on the Isle of Wight in the UK.
Oh,
yeah. It looks like it's held usually in July. It's sponsored by Tattinger Champagne. and hosted by the Royal Silent Yacht Club. I had to look up Solent. Did you know what Solent was?
No, what is it?
It is the strait between the Isle of Wight and Great Britain. It's about 20 miles long and varies in width, and it's a shipping lane for passengers, freight, and military vessels, and I guess also for yachting.
Oh, for this race?
Yeah, I guess they hold lots of races there. And there was a webcam where you can look at the Solent, and I did, and I found it very calming. I went on last night.
That's so you. I could see you doing that.
It's just a really picturesque area. So I think maybe that's the regatta that Andy was watching.
Sounds like it. He gets very angry when he can't watch it, and he yells at Pam. He says he deserves a new computer as well. And she explains that if she buys Andy a new computer, she's going to have to buy one for everyone in sales. And she just doesn't have the budget for it.
Yeah, it's a domino effect.
Who made these decisions before she was office administrator? Who handled all this?
No.
Well, here we go to the kitchen. Todd Packer is in there with Holly and Kevin and Dwight. And Todd Packer's kind of showing off the saltier side of his personality.
He calls his daughter a bitch.
I know.
So tacky. And then he makes fun of Kevin's weight.
But Dwight kind of comes to Kevin's defense. And it's sort of sweet. And we got a fan question about it from Gwen in North Carolina, who said, the last thing I expected from a scene involving Dwight, Kevin, and Todd Packer was a heartfelt moment. Dwight is so kind here, and it really shows how united the group is against Packer.
There's that saying, nothing brings people together better than a common enemy.
It's so true. Gwen wanted to know whose idea was it to have this exchange. Well, Gwen, I don't know who wrote this. I don't know if it was Amelie's idea or if this was part of the outline that the writers came up with, one of the script beats. But the AV Club reviewer, Miles McNutt, remember B-, Miles B- McNutt, he did like this scene.
Oh!
He called out this scene for all the same reasons.
Pam is going to walk by Andy's desk and see Aaron's new computer. Aaron gave it to him, and Pam is not happy.
That's right. At 9 minutes, you'll notice no logo again on the back of that monitor.
Well, Pam is going to put her foot down. She's going to tell Andy he has to switch the computers back immediately.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, back at Aaron's desk, she's going to ask Holly if she could bring Dwight an ant farm. And Holly agrees. But on her way, she gets stopped by Michael, and they're going to have a whole conversation about Todd Packer. And Holly's going to try to explain to Michael that maybe Todd is not as funny as Michael thinks he is.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
She says he's a jerk.
I know.
I really enjoyed Holly's list of what is funny. She's trying to get through to Michael. She says, first is Bill Cosby.
Okay.
Steve Martin.
Okay.
Charlie Bit My Finger. Michael Scott. And then all the way down here is Todd Packer. Well, we got some fan mail about Charlie Bit My Finger from Bree F. in St. Pete, Florida, who said, hi, ladies. I'm 21 years old, and when I listened to the Office Ladies episode, The Meeting, you two explained what the white and yellow pages were. It hadn't occurred to me that some people might not know what those were. But during this episode, I did think some people might not know what Charlie Bit My Finger is. Do you think people don't know what Charlie Bit My Finger is?
I mean, isn't it like one of the most viewed YouTube videos ever? Sam, you know it, right?
I do, but I also think it's one of those things that you think it's more recent than it is.
Because we're old.
Let me say that this was a YouTube video where there's these two little boys, and the one little boy, I mean, they're young, they're tiny. I remember it. I haven't seen it in so long, but I remember it clearly. They're sitting on like a recliner side by side. The one is like maybe not even 2. Yeah. The other one's maybe 3.5. Yeah. And the older brother gets his finger bit by his little brother.
Charlie bit my finger.
Yes. And Charlie thinks it's hilarious. Charlie keeps giggling.
He's cracking up.
And the older brother is like, Charlie, that hurt.
Yes.
And it's still hurting.
And Charlie is cracking up.
So there are two little boys in the UK. Their dad uploaded the video because they just
In case you needed to know what our accents were.
Exactly. The dad had uploaded the video because he just wanted to share it with their godfather. But it ended up going viral. Do you want to guess the date? Sam, what year do you think this was?
I feel like I want to say a couple years ago, but in reality, 15 years ago.
And what do you think it was?
So 2007.
Okay, 2001. Sam, it was 2007.
Oh my God.
Yes, it was. This video quickly became the most viewed YouTube video of all time with 897 million views.
Wow.
If you can believe it, it has since been surpassed by other videos. But I looked up this family. Charlie is now 15. His older brother, Harry, was the boy who was talking in the video. He's 18. The family has two more sons named Jasper and Rupert. And did you know that they ended up selling this video as an NFT for $700,000 in auction? And they said that they plan to use them for their kids' colleges.
I think that's great because I sort of remember that it went viral before people knew that you could monetize a YouTube video.
That's absolutely
So
right.
They would have made so much money. And I say go for it. You guys get that coin and let it be a blessing to you because that video absolutely brought so many people a lot of joy.
For 15 years and counting.
Yeah. This whole time Michael and Holly are going back and forth, Aaron is preoccupied with the ant farm. Holly has sort of tucked it under her arm, right?
She keeps inserting and saying things like, you know, if you're not going to take it, I can take it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're getting hungry.
Here's something fun I found out about the ant farm.
Oh,
The ant farm featured in this episode is an Uncle Milton ant farm. Phil Shea bought it. It cost about $23. You can find them on Amazon. But I read a great article about Milton Levine, who invented this ant farm in the New York Times.
Uncle Milton?
Yes, Milton Levine. Here's what the article said. In 1956, Milton Levine had a eureka moment. He spotted a mound of ants during a 4th of July picnic at his sister's poolside in Southern California. Recalling as a boy how he had collected ants in jars at his uncle's farm in Pennsylvania, he told his brother-in-law and business partner, "We should make an antirrhinium." The resulting product, Uncle Milton's ant farm, has been a staple in children's bedrooms ever since. More than 20 million have been sold.
The thing that fascinates me about this, because as a parent, I have looked into the ant farm, is that they send you a little tube of ants,
A little vial of them. Yeah.
live ants that you add to the farm. But how many times, Angela, do you think that the transfer from the tube to the house has gone awry?
I know. I'm sure I'm going to say this wrong. I'm positive I am. But the type of ants that are in the ant farm are Pogonomerex californicus, red ants from California.
Oh, just like the ones he saw in the little mound by the pool.
Mr. Levine, he was quoted as saying this about the ants.
Okay.
I found out their most amazing feat yet, he said. They put 3 kids through college.
Aww.
Mr. Levine passed away. He was 97 years old. And his company, the Uncle Milton Industries, was sold to Transom Capital Group for more than $20 million.
Wow. Wow, that really shows you how a little idea can turn into something that's in every kid's bedroom.
Yes, Jenna. Mr. Levine once said of his company's success, most novelties, if they last 1 season, it's a lot. If they last 2 seasons, it's a phenomenon. But to last 35 years is unheard of.
It's true.
I know.
Well, I loved that. I think we should take a break.
Oh, yes, because when we come back, I want to share with you guys that this scene would have continued, and we learn a little bit about Holly's friend Lois.
I can't wait. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
We're back. So in the episode that aired, Erin grabs the ant farm, right?
Yes, she can't take it.
She can't take it anymore. The scene would have continued with Michael and Holly in the annex at Holly's desk. Part of it is in deleted scenes, and we learn about Holly's friend Lois and pretty much how she drives Michael crazy.
Oh my gosh, Angela, we got a fan question about this. Okay, it's from Narissa C. from Cedar City, Utah, who said, this is probably a question for Angela, since she is the queen of the deleted scenes.
Thank you, Narissa.
I first saw the deleted scene about Holly's friend Lois in 2015. I had become disabled about 2 years before that and started using a service dog who is still my partner today. In the scene, Steve Carell is absolute perfection. Somehow he is able to capture both the perspective of himself, wanting to pet a cute dog, and Lois, who is tiredly trying to explain that just because her guide dog is hanging out doesn't mean he isn't still on duty. I have been the person holding the leash in this exact situation so many times, and I thought the writing and execution was delightful on all sides. Who wrote this scene?
Well, Narissa, I am not exactly sure who wrote the scene, if it was Amelie or if the group wrote it. I kind of feel like it might have been a group written scene because there are so many candy bag alts for Lois, and they are fantastic. Let's start first by playing the scene you're talking about in deleted scenes.
It is important to me that you like him.
Well, honey, look, I don't have to like all your friends. You don't like Lois.
Yeah, Lois. No, I don't. Lois is disgusting. She thinks she's better than everybody else. Case in point.
You're not allowed to pet my seeing eye dog.
Well, he wants me to.
Well, he's working, and he has a job to do.
Well, you're just sitting down.
Well, I'm asking you nicely.
Well, I'm asking you nicely.
Well, I wish we. Well, I want to pet your dog.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I know, he's so annoyed that Lois won't let him pet her dog, and she has good reason.
Yes, Mom's not just a dog. It's working.
I know. Well, Narissa, this scene had so many candy bag alts. I went to the shooting draft, and I just have to read them, okay?
Please.
They all start with Michael's talking head where he says, Lois is disgusting. She thinks she's better than everyone else. Then, in the script it said, Michael continues in an annoying voice, like he's talking as Lois. So here are all the alts. I work for the Environmental Defense Fund. I take my backpack everywhere. I use a thermos. Oh, listen, a cardinal. Blech. Do you have non-fat dressing? What beautiful architecture. I'm thinking of taking a pottery class. Do you eat to live or live to eat? Read anything good lately? I love that shirt. Michael, you look great. What'd you two do last night? I can tell when you're tired. I'm not quiet, I'm pensive. Do you think I should call Marcus? Introduce me to Dwight. How's your mom doing? I had to stop reading the newspaper.
Oh my gosh, I could listen to those all day.
I know.
I want a whole play written based on that dialogue right there, on those lines. I want to play this character.
Lois.
Yeah,
I know.
who says all these things.
And some of them are perfectly nice.
I know.
They just drive Michael crazy.
That was what I loved about it.
I love that shirt. Michael's
Exactly. I want to deliver the line like that, though.
Well, the scene continues after this Lois moment, and Holly tells Michael the truth. What everyone thinks of Todd Packer. Let's hear it.
Look, it's not just me. Everybody in the office wants to come. Okay, you know what? People are a little indifferent toward him. That's fine. They hate Packer. No, but they're indifferent to Gabe. Who exactly has a beef with him? Without naming names? Everyone.
Everyone. That conversation motivates Michael to have a one-on-one conversation with Packer.
Oh. First, Todd is going to pepper Jim and Pam about their married sex life, and Dwight is going to try to give Todd some hot chocolate with a laxative in it.
This scene made me laugh so hard because Dwight is so bad. He's so bad at espionage. He's like, no, you should drink it. Here, drink it. Ooh, don't you want to drink it?
But he also gives like 90 million reasons why he's prepared it.
I know.
So Jim has to pull Dwight into the kitchen. He has to try to explain that you can't give Todd a cup of hot chocolate with a laxative in it.
Well, public service announcement, don't laxative someone.
Yeah, don't do that. That's terrible. I think Jim convinces Dwight of this because instead, Jim tells Dwight he'll come up with a bunch of other ideas.
Well, there's my favorite couplet of dialogue, makes me laugh every time. When Jim's like, this isn't my best, but I could call Froggy 101, say we're the tour manager for Justin Bieber, and we're giving out free tickets, and we give a number to call for the tickets, and it's Packers. And Dwight says, who is Justice Bieber? I know. And Jim says, it's a crime-fighting beaver. Never mind. I Googled Justice Bieber, and there's so much fan art of like a very
crime-fighting beaver.
Fired up beaver.
You know, when I watched this scene, it did make me wonder if Billie Eilish thought that Justice Beaver was a real crime-fighting beaver.
No.
It did. It did. Because she said she believed stuff. What do you think?
You'll have to text her and
I'm
ask
going to
her.
ask her. Well, listen, in this scene at 12 minutes and 34 seconds, we had a fan question from Hannah C. in Indiana. Hannah said, when Dwight and Jim are talking in the kitchen about how to annoy Todd Packer, I noticed a couple of boxes of tasty cakes on top of the fridge behind Dwight. I lived in Pennsylvania for a few years as a kid, and these were my favorite snacks. They are an East Coast thing and are near impossible to find outside of the region, so I just wanted to say that I love the attention to detail. Well, guess what, guys?
You brought some?
I brought some tasty cakes.
You know what? As you were saying it, I don't know if it's because I'm hungry. I was thinking, I wish I had a tasty cake right now.
There are 2 boxes of tasty cakes on top of the fridge in this scene, and this is one of the ones that was featured. This is the peanut butter candy cake.
Oh my God, give it to me.
It is a cake with chocolate flavored coating and a peanut butter filling. Imagine like a sort of round.
It looks like a cookie. It looks like a kind of a chocolate cookie with cake filling.
Well, it's got cake, a layer of caramel, and then it's sort of covered in chocolate. Sam,
You gotta have
I
one,
have
Sam.
some for you too.
Oh, that is tasty. That's a tasty cake.
Is it a tasty cake?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's delightful.
I'm going to try one. These do have gluten in them, but I think I can eat one bite.
You know what I like? I love the salty and the sweet. That's making me happy.
So I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Tasty Cake is a Philadelphia company. It has been around for over 100 years.
Go Tasty Cakes.
In 1914, Philip Bauer and Herbert Morris, who was an egg salesman, raised $50,000 from their family members, and they founded Tasty Baking Company.
Did you say egg salesman?
He was an egg salesman.
Okay.
Philip's father had been in the bakery business, so he had a little bakery knowledge. But he teamed up with an egg salesman who knew that was a thing back in 1914.
I'm pretty
Probably
sure.
like a milkman,
I was going to say, I'm sure our grandparents would be like, sure, you had the egg guy, you had your milk guy.
right? Their idea was that they wanted to produce individually wrapped snack cakes and deliver them fresh daily. Herbert's wife, Willivine, tried one and said, quote, "What a tasty cake." Just like you, Angela. And that is how they got their name. They were originally delivered by a horse. Yeah, and I guess this horse and buggy was very popular on the streets of Philadelphia. In the early 1930s, they added individually wrapped pies. These were a big hit in the lunch boxes. And in the 1980s, the company expanded beyond Philadelphia from New England to Florida and as far west as Ohio. But that's it. I had to order these through the mail.
They're delicious. Thank you for doing that. I needed it. I needed that Tasty Cake pickup.
The texture is very pleasing.
Very
It's
pleasing.
good to bite into.
I agree with
Also,
you.
the way you said that line makes it seem like just the horse brought them. The Tasty Cake horse is here. And it made me very happy.
Interestingly enough, Tasty Cakes was my nickname in high school. No, it was not. Cracking myself up today. Okay. Andy is going to ask Pam to speak to him privately, please. He has signed them up for 3 5-minute mods in the conference room on the sign-up board that he created.
It's so odd. 5 minutes.
5 mods. I have to think this is from Andy's RA days.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
You have 2 mods with the RA. I Googled mods. Is this a college term? I looked. All I could find is that at Boston College, there's some housing called the mods, but I couldn't find it as an increment of time. I feel like, though, this was something Andy used when he was the RA.
Well, Andy really lays into Pam in the conference room for humiliating him in front of everybody. And she sort of quickly says, "Oh, wow, well, I really didn't think of it that way." But she holds firm and kind of says, "I cannot replace your computer unless it breaks all the way." And then they get like a little sinister look in their eyes. I think they know what they have to do.
Andy says, "Pretty sneaky, sis." I thought Ed improvised that. I went to the script, and it's exactly as it's written.
No way!
Yeah. But what was interesting is a little tidbit in the shooting draft when Ryan and his band enter. In the shooting draft, it reads like this. There's a loud rap at the door. It's Ryan and Hank, and there are 3 other Hank-aged musicians with jazz instruments. Ryan says, "Hey, cats, we have a jam session in mods 6, 9, and 12. And then it would have cut to a Ryan talking head where Ryan would have said, "Apparently, you're not allowed to sign up for consecutive mods."
Oh my gosh, Angela, we got fan mail about that. So many people asked, why would you create a system where you can't have consecutive? Yeah, and I thought, well, I'll never get the answer to that, so I didn't include it. Oh my gosh, well, everybody who wrote in, there's your answer. So you know the musicians that enter with Ryan in that scene? Randy said that normally if you have a musician in an episode, you have to hire an American Federation of Musicians player.
Oh.
It's sort of like a union for musicians.
Right.
But he said that because we never hear the musicians play any instruments, he was able to just hire standard background performers, provided we did not ask them to play or even pretend to play the instruments, but they were allowed to carry them in. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
All the little rules.
I know. So many rules. And apparently Andy has a lot of rules for his mods.
He sure does.
Jim is going to present Dwight with a list of 400 ideas.
Eat a frog. Eat a dog. Eat a frog. It reminded me of that children's book, Oi, Frog. Do you know that book? We got it in the UK when we lived in London, when I did that TV show there. No, I don't know it. Oh my gosh, it's the cutest book. It's called Oi Frog. And it's about a cat, and the cat is explaining to a frog that the only thing he can sit on is a log because he's a frog. And he goes on, the cat explains, cats can sit on mats, frogs sit on logs. And it's a little rhyming book. But what's really cute about it, Angela, is that some of the rhymes only work if you read it in a British accent. Did you love it? So it's like, newts sit on flutes, puffins sit on muffins, weasels sit on easels. But then it'll say, like, gorillas sit on pillars. Pillars with an R? Yeah, you know, like a pillar for building? Yeah, gorillas sit on pillars. So you have to say gorillas sit on pillars. Because then it rhymes. Right, gorillas sit on pillars. Yes. This book sounds adorable. I want to see it. You know what? I'll send you a link. We can post about it in the stories. I love a good Insta story. I know you do, Ange. Well, it just sounded like Jim took one phrase and then let the computer just go through and alter it by one letter. Exactly. And hit return for 400 ideas. Mm-hmm. We have a scene down at Caffeine Corner. This is the scene that would have been set up by that Michael Hawley scene earlier, where Michael's going to talk to Todd. In the shooting draft, it started with this. Packer and Michael are drinking at the bar. Hank has a 76ers tip cup. Packer to Hank. Hey, 76ers fan. Todd puts a buck in the tip jar. Hank nods and smiles. Michael is delighted. Michael's like, hey, Packer, you need to take some of that charm upstairs to the bullpen. And he explains to him, you've been on the road a long time. You've been an outdoor cat. And now you have to be an indoor cat, so you can't be peeing all over the walls. And Todd's like, you know what? You're right. I got to watch my behavior. And he says, don't give up on me. And it's this really honest moment, right? And Michael's like, I won't. Well, in the shooting draft, the scene would have ended with one more beat. Michael would have said, you'll always have a place here. And then Hank would place 2 biscotti treats in front of Michael and Packer. And Packer would say, ew, get this dick cookie out of my face. Sorry, Miles, that's more Todd Packer for you. Well, after this conversation, Michael is going to bring Todd to the bullpen to publicly apologize to Kevin. Yeah, it doesn't go well. No one buys this. They're all like, this is a fake apology, even though Kevin's like, no, I don't need this. I'm fine. Yeah. And then Packer's like, okay, you want a real apology? Here it goes. Kevin, I am so sorry. You are skinny and a genius. Yeah. And Michael's like, okay, that didn't turn out how I wanted it to. So Michael starts to try to justify why Todd Packer also has other things going on in his life, just like everyone else, right? Yeah, trying to create some sympathy for Todd. Yeah. There's a moment I barely got through. I can barely say my line without laughing. I just thought we should hear it.
Packer is a survivor of divorce, Stanley. Packer doesn't speak with his child narrative. Packer never lived up to his parents' expectations, Andy. Angela loves pussycats. Packer
don't.
I was going to say dogs. Okay, you know what? This is over. Apology has been issued, and we're through with it. Packer's going to be here until the day he dies, just like the rest of us.
I loved that so much when I watched it because I didn't remember the line. I was going to say Tom. So here's the thing. One of the reasons why I kept breaking when we shot this is because in the shooting draft, it was written like this. Right after the line where Michael says, and, you know, Andy, Todd never lived up to his parents' expectations. There was a beat where Michael scanned the room. Who else? Who else can I connect Todd Packer to? And it said, Michael spots Angela. And then you kind of hear him trying to make a connection. Michael says, Packer and Angela, Packer and Angela, Packer and Angela. No, Angela loves pussycats and Packer loves. And then Angela goes, don't, no. But it was that buildup. You know how Steve could do that? Yes. That moment where he's scanning the room and then it's like, Packer, Angela, Packer, Angela. I got it. Yes. Every time that got me. And that whole moment didn't make it in, just the line, but every single time Steve as Michael locked eyes with me, I lost it. I guess Jim and Dwight have settled on their prank and also on how they're going to get Todd Packer out of here.
Yeah, they're going to pretend to be calling from Sabre. Joe is going to offer him a position in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and he can just hop the fence when he gets there. They sound exactly like themselves.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Like exactly like themselves. And I just want to point out, they're calling from a phone in the annex. Like, it would.
This is clearly Todd doesn't care. He heard what he needed to hear.
He's thrilled.
Yeah, he says that, you know what? Best part, he's a huge alligator nerd. He can name every genus and subspecies. He's also a huge boob nerd.
Well, we got a fan question from Gerald T. in Fort Myers, Florida, Angela, who said, Todd Packer says he's a huge alligator nerd and can name every genus and every subspecies, but there is only one alligator genus, and it's literally just called alligator, and there are 0 alligator subspecies. Gerald said, I love this line so much that I use it in a presentation about alligator safety that I lead. He also said that he likes to believe that the writers intentionally made this joke and that they knew it would go way above the heads of 99% of the audience.
Well, Gerald, guess what? There was about a page and a half of candy bag alts for this Todd Packer talking head.
Was he an alligator enthusiast in all of them?
And many of them, but there were also some that were all over the map. Here's one I thought I would share. Todd Packer. Word travels fast. Apparently, as soon as corporate found out I wanted to come in off the road, Joe offered me a cushy new job in Tallahassee, which got a 4 dongs up rating on the hitthat.com. It's the hookup hub of the whole peninsula. Sorry, Miles. 4 dongs up. It's a rating.
Miles is so happy that some of this stuff ended up on the cutting room floor. You know what he gives all that stuff? He gives it an A+ for cutting it out.
There you go.
I think so.
Maybe it bumps the grade up knowing what they cut out.
Yeah! Michael finds Jim and Dwight making this phone call.
He's upset about it.
He says, he's my friend and I'm going to tell him the truth.
Yeah.
So in Michael's office, Todd and Michael are having a little heart-to-heart. Todd's telling him the news.
He's so excited.
But you know what? Michael in this scene finally starts to see Todd Packer through Holly's eyes.
Yeah.
And everyone else's.
And he stops himself. He was going to tell Todd that it was a joke, and then he's like, you know what? You should go down there.
This was another step on the trail of Michael becoming more mature, becoming the man that he needs to be to marry Holly. First was seeing his movie through different eyes, seeing Threat Level Midnight another way, and now here he is seeing Todd Packer another way.
In the shooting draft, it was so great. The moment when Holly and Michael talk about this, and they're communicating so much through these Boston accents of like, you are, no, you are. Mm-hmm. But it said, Holly says, you are, with emotion. All the subtext.
I love that.
I know. After Packer leaves, all of a sudden there's an empty desk next to Jim and Pam. In the episode that aired, it's not addressed. But in the shooting draft, there was a whole beat about this, and it was really funny.
It isn't just that Dwight moves back to his desk?
No. Jim makes a plea to Michael.
Oh my God.
Yeah. In the shooting draft, it said, interior office, Jim and Dwight's desk clump. Michael comes out of his office. He looks at the empty desk for a moment like, what could have been? Michael says, well, I don't like an empty desk. Who wants this? Anyone? Jim jumps up. This is his moment. He's been planning for years. Jim says, you know what? No one needs to be here. We could get rid of it. 2-person clump. Less distractions, more walking space, a little stage for you to perform in. Michael says, maybe. Dwight starts walking through the kitchen. Jim sees him and gets more anxious. Jim says to Michael, do this. You can do this. Please, please. I never ask anything of you. Dwight enters. Dwight says, my desk. Michael says, oh yeah, you should move back here. Jim goes, damn it. Dwight gives Michael a huge hug. Pam says, it's okay, honey. I told you not to let yourself believe it could happen. Dwight kisses his desk. It's kind of sweet. And then he takes out a large knife and starts immediately carving his own name into the desk. Michael says, glad you're back. Aw. Jim had his moment, but it didn't happen.
Well, listen, Pam and Andy managed to destroy Andy's computer enough.
Oh yeah, they put all kinds of stuff in it. Bologna, mustard, scratched it up.
Yes. And she has replaced it. But then they have to kind of scuff up the new one so that she can convince everyone that she found it on a shelf in the warehouse somewhere.
This makes Daryl's ears perk up. It's like you found it in the warehouse, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Daryl approaches Pam in the break room.
He's gonna call bullshit on that. I'm calling this scene bullshit in the break room.
He says maybe she should go back down there and find him some extra sick days on a shelf somewhere.
Scandalous.
And you know what? She does remember seeing a sick day on the shelf.
5.
Yeah, Daryl remembers 5.
Pam says 3.
Agreed. We had a fan question from Amanda A. in North Carolina who said, in the tag, when Daryl asked Pam if she can find him some extra sick days, how would this work? Is this really something Pam would have control over?
Apparently Pam has a lot more control than we could ever imagine. She can get computers, she can fudge the system.
That's what I'm saying. Who was in charge of all of this before she had this job? Who did this? Was it supposed to be Michael?
Yes.
Is this stuff that she used to do as the receptionist and Michael would just kind of sign off on it?
I think she did a lot of Michael's job, and so she knew how to manipulate the system.
That's what I think. You know, in her final talking head, Pam says she's full-on corrupt.
And she's delighted by it.
But here's my question. What is the deal? Why is she corrupt? What did she get? I know she manipulated the system, but it was in Andy's favor. And then I guess she's corrupt because she's covering up what she did by giving a favor to another person. I'm not understanding what's in it for Pam.
She gets to hold power. The power's gone to her head, and now she's part of a cover-up.
I guess that's what it is. Well, guys, that was Todd Packer. We hope you enjoyed. Maybe get yourself some tasty cakes. We sure like them. Or maybe an ant farm.
Yeah, or go buy yourself a Justice Beaver shirt.
We will be back next week with Garage Sale.
Oh, my goodness. We have a lot to share about that one. Have a great week, you guys.
And I have something for you guys as we go.
Well, what is it?
Come on, everybody.
What is this?
It's the bowling alley song from Grease 2, Angela.
I have not seen this.
The song is called Score Tonight.
That's right. Do you get it? It's a double
Entendre.
Oh,
This gets 4 dongs up.
it sure does. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bobico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello. Hi there. Today we're going to talk about garage sale. We are, and you know what? I have to say, it kind of feels like we're sitting in a garage sale.
It really does.
We need to share for a minute, I think, that we are recording on the very last day that Earwolf has its studio. As we sit here, there are folks moving tables out. There's a whole area where there's just misplaced cups and coffee mugs and different things. And it's like, there's a little sign, take if you want it.
Yeah,
Chairs are being packed up.
I just boxed up my desk that I was so excited to get just a few months ago.
I know, they're taking pictures off the walls. It kind of feels like we're sitting in a rummage sale. And I'm a little sad, I have to say goodbye to this place where we, created the podcast, and we had so many wonderful memories in this little studio. And truth be told, we don't even know where we're recording next week, but that's what we're doing this afternoon. We're gonna try to find a new place to record, and the show will go on. And thankfully, me and Jenna and Cassie and Sam, we're all in it together. We will find a place, even if it's just a nice, hang out in one of our garages. But we're a little sad today.
Sad, mad, sad,
Sad mad?
sad, mad.
Sad mad.
Yeah,
Jenna does not like change, you guys.
no, makes me sad, mad.
Makes you sad mad.
All right.
But this is a wonderful episode. I just wanted to share with you guys, though, what's going on around us as we record Garage Sale. We're sort of sitting in a garage sale.
Well, this episode was season 7, episode 19. It was written by John Vitti and directed by Steve Carell. I was so tickled to discover that he directed this episode that included such a momentous moment for his character.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd forgotten that.
Me
And
too.
then when I saw it, I was like, oh, then I had all these memories, And he took such care with all of those scenes. We'll get to them.
Well, here is your summary. In this episode, Dunder Mifflin is throwing a garage sale in the warehouse. Dwight tries to trade his way to the best item in the garage sale, but gets bested by Jim. Meanwhile, Michael plans to propose to Holly. However, she might need to move to Colorado to take care of her aging parents. So let's get into fast fact number 1. This was Amy Ryan's last episode of The Office. This was it, her last appearance. And here's a fun tidbit. Holly's first episode that she appears in and her last episode both contain proposals. There's Andy and Angela in her first episode, which was Goodbye, Toby. And now Holly and Michael in this one.
Oh, that's such a great detail.
I know. Amy did an interview with Vulture, and she said this about the episode, quote, "The script was so sweet that it made us all have a good cry. Coupled with the fact that it was the start of Steve's departure and it was my own, yeah, there wasn't a dry eye in the house." And that was so true.
So true.
And boy, when I watched this episode, Angela, I sobbed. It came over me. I wasn't even expecting it.
Same. I went back and I read the shooting draft. You guys should know, usually when I go back and look at the shooting draft, there's also the table draft, and there's maybe 1 or 2 little rewrites and tweaks, and then we get to the shooting draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
This episode was pretty much exactly as it was at the table read.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's barely any candy bag alts at all. There was like, 1 for Pam. That was it. It is as it was written. It is so beautifully written. I cried reading the shooting draft.
Angela, do you remember the AV Club writer Miles McNutt, who we talked about last week?
Yes.
How he did not care for Todd Packer?
No, Miles was not a fan.
Well, he gave this episode an A-.
Hey!
And he called it a, quote, spiritual successor to Casino Night. So Miles really liked this one.
Yeah.
Also, this episode was voted the 20th best overall episode of the entire series by Office Tally fans. And I mean, we made 201 episodes, and this was number 20. This was a very well-liked episode is what I'm getting at. Now, fast fact number 2, at the end of this episode, Michael announces that he's moving to Colorado with Holly. Yeah. Well, following the airing of this episode, the governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper, issued a press release appointing Michael Scott to the position of Director of Paper Distribution in the Department of Natural Resources for Colorado. He said, quote, Scott's success in selling paper will help Colorado effectively and efficiently move the large amount of bark beetle lumber from the forest and into the marketplace, creating tons of jobs and making lots of money. He also said, quote, this is a unique opportunity to resolve Colorado's forest health and budget issues. We've hired Michael based on his skills, personal drive, and love for That's What She Said jokes.
Now, how many people that heard that thought maybe there was someone named Michael Scott that was hired and not a television character?
I know, it's so true.
Like, I feel like my grandmother might have been like, oh yeah, we just got Michael Scott, he's going to help with
the paper.
Yeah.
And then, you know, a year later, they're like, what happened with it? That guy is doing nothing.
Well, I heard he liked dirty jokes.
Exactly. All right, that brings me to fast fact number 3, maybe one of my favorite fast facts ever, because in this episode, Dwight trades his way from a thumbtack to a pouch of magic beans.
Well, to a telescope, but then some legumes.
Yes. This storyline was based on a true story known to many people as the story of the red paperclip. Back in July of 2005, a Canadian blogger named Kyle McDonald started with a red paperclip that he found on his desk, and he traded his way to a house. He blogged about his journey, and it became this really famous story, and he even did a TED Talk about it, and here's a clip where he explains how it all began.
10 years ago, I was looking down at my desk, and I saw a red paperclip sitting there, and I said, you know what? I remember this game called Bigger and Better, where you start with something small, and you trade it for something bigger, and then you repeat. I wonder what would happen if I took this red paperclip and tried to trade it. So I posted a picture of that red paperclip on a website called Craigslist, and 2 girls named Ronnie and Karina responded and said, hey, that's pretty cool. We'd like to trade with you. We got a pen shaped like a fish. I was really excited. This was a cool pen. This was bigger and better than a red paperclip. How far can I go with this idea? Anybody want a fish? A pen shaped like a fish? Absolutely. My name's Annie, and I've got a doorknob with a crazy face on it. 2 trades in, I've already gone way up from a paperclip. And I was thinking, like, how far can I go? Maybe I have to keep going until, like, one day I owned a house or something from this.
So he did. Mm-hmm. He kept making trades until he got a house.
It is such a great TED Talk. If you guys haven't seen it, we'll put a link to it in our stories, but it's amazing.
It really is, and something that's fun is that with each of the 14 trades, that's how many it took, he has a picture of himself with each of the people that he traded with. So here's what happened. He found someone who traded him a camping stove for that crazy doorknob. For the camping stove, he got a Honda generator. He traded the generator for an instant party, which was basically an empty beer keg with a promise to fill it up and a neon Budweiser sign. The instant party got the attention of a radio personality who traded him his worst snowmobile.
Oh yeah,
which was really funny because I guess the guy had a lot of snowmobiles. He's like,
gave him this crappy one.
I'll give you my worst one for this instant party. He traded the snowmobile for a 2-person trip to the Rockies in British Columbia. He traded the trip for a box truck. He traded the box truck for a recording contract. Then he found a woman who had a duplex and only half of it was rented. And this woman was like, I will give you 1 year free rent in my unrented side of my duplex for that recording contract.
Yeah.
And he was like, great. So when the renter of the other side of the duplex found out, she was like, I would like a year of free rent in the duplex I'm already living in. What if I traded you an afternoon with my boss? And Kyle was like, who is your boss? Well, it turns out that her boss was Alice Cooper. And Kyle explained that Alice Cooper's tour manager called him and said, why don't you come on down, see what an afternoon with Alice Cooper is like, and then you'll know what you're trading. We'll offer one for a trade. And the video in the TED Talk is so cool because you see him on stage with Alice Cooper, and Alice Cooper brings out a giant red paperclip.
Yeah, he's so into it.
It's so cool. So now here's the crazy part. This is where it got a little bit like, what?
Yeah.
He trades The Afternoon with Alice Cooper for a Kiss snow globe.
Yes. But he had done some research.
Yes. He was able to trade the snow globe for a role in a movie, and here's how.
And this was the only time during the entire project where I had another trade line. Every other trade had come along serendipitously, and it had just been this amazing experience. However, 2 months previous to all this guy had called me up and said, hey, my name's Corbin Burnson. I'm a huge Hollywood actor. I'm making a movie, and I would like to offer a paid speaking credited role in a Hollywood film. Would you be interested in trading for that? I had just done the recording contract trade, and I was like, yes, absolutely. This sounds perfect. He hung up the phone, and I'm like, Corbin Burnson, who is this guy? Turns out he is very well known. He's been in many major movies, and he also, according to Wikipedia, has the world's largest snow globe collection, over 6,500 snow globes. Since it was Wikipedia, I knew it was true, and I just sort of kept it in the back of my head. And when Mark said he had a Kiss snow globe, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Called Corbin. Corbin, do you want the Kiss snow globe? He's like, send me a picture. I sent him a picture. Corbin called back. Not only do I want it, I need it.
So, yeah, he kind of knew if he could get his hands on a snow globe, he'd be able to trade it for this movie role.
A really unique snow globe.
Yes, exactly. So now he's got this role in a movie, and here's how he trades that for a house.
Following this, the economic development officer of the town of Kipling, Saskatchewan, a fellow named Bert Roach, called me up and said, we see that you've been doing this project. Our town has a couple extra houses that we own. Would there be a potential that maybe we could trade one of these houses for something you have? I said, well, right now I have a role in the movie. He said, what we were thinking is having a huge housewarming party, a huge celebration, inviting everyone in the world to come to Kipling, and we could offer an opportunity. We'll call it Kipling Idol, and we'll have live auditions for the movie role here, right in town. And I said, that's absolutely perfect, Bert. What do you need to do to make this happen? He's like, well, we need town council approval. And I said, all right, well, if you can get it, that'd be great. He called me back 2 weeks later. He's like, I did it. I got town council approval to make the trade. Turns out town council approval is getting 2 people to put their hand in the air. But full credit to Bert, he made it happen. And we traveled to Kipling, and there we are. That's how you trade a paperclip for a house.
So Kyle actually moved into the house.
This is the part I was curious about because I watched the TED Talk, but I was like, so what happened after?
He moved to the town of Kipling. He lived in the house. They put a giant red paper clip on the front lawn. And after a few years of living there, he decided to give the house back to the town. And the town turned it into a cafe and a tourist attraction.
Aww.
Yeah. He thought at first he would trade the house for something. But then he thought about it and he thought, no, I think the house had already become kind of a tourist attraction. In fact, in the listing for the house trade, he said, please know, this house is a tourist attraction. People will be driving by this house all the time, taking pictures with it. And there's a giant red paper clip in the front lawn that you can't move. But in the end, he decided to just return the house back to the town. And it's a really cool thing for this town that they have this story.
Well, I really enjoyed that story. I loved watching the TED Talk. And then the piece of it that he spoke about the human connection along the way.
Yes, me too. Here is a clip of how Kyle summed up the experience.
The best part about this whole project, though, is fun making the trades for things. It's easier to tell the story with the objects, but it was the people behind it saying, yes, let's build something, let's do something together, let's collaborate, let's see what happens. That was what One Red Paperclip was all about. If I hadn't traded away that red paperclip, I'd just be a guy sitting there at his desk holding a paperclip in his hand, wondering what would happen if I did something with the paperclip. So you have a paperclip, trade it away. You might only get a fish pin, but it might be the single step that leads to an amazing journey.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. I love the whole journey.
Well, lady, that's all I got. Should we take a break and then we'll be back to Breakdown Garage Sale?
Yeah, because I have a table by table breakdown of what all the Dunder Mifflin crew is trying to sell.
We'll be right back. I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
But guess what? Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts, just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution.
Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex
And barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own.
Pandora is bringing back a beloved and iconic piece of jewelry, the locket.
The locket charm from Pandora opens and closes so you can keep something precious inside, like a note from a loved one or lace from your wedding dress. I have several lockets. I love a locket, lady.
I love a locket. I have my grandmother's locket.
Same. I also have one that has fur in it from my kitty cat Andy who passed away.
I know.
The Pandora locket is engraved with a message inside that says, today, tomorrow, always, to remind you that love is in everything we do, and the back is blank for your own engraving.
At Pandora, you'll find jewelry perfect for any style, with each piece expertly crafted and hand-finished in genuine metals.
Shop now at a store near you or online at pandora.net.
We are back, and there is a garage sale underway in the warehouse. Everyone is setting up. There is a great aerial view of the warehouse, as if the camera operator was up the little top of the pokey stairs, looking down. At 0.2 seconds, you can really get a great view of the room. And I'm sure you caught this too, Jenna, but even in this wide aerial view, I could see Michael's broken plasma TV. Yes. We'll see a close-up of it later. Everyone has such great stuff at their tables. When we get to each person's table, Jenna, we'll share about what's on those tables.
Well, Randy said there was a lot of licensing and legal clearance issues on this episode because of all the products shown.
I bet.
This all fell on our production coordinator, the wonderful Meg Shave, and it starts right away when Pam notices those Will and Grace DVDs on Oscar's table. Phil Shea purchased an actual Will and Grace DVD, and NBC gave us clearance, but you might note that it is in a group of other DVDs, and per Meg, we were allowed to verbally mention the pile of CDs as long as we did not show a close-up of the DVD cover. This was the rule. The rules for this table, and each table had different rules.
Well, the other items on Oscar's table were an umbrella, an old side-by-side DVD VHS player. Remember those?
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's old tech.
That's old tech. A rainbow kite, a fake lobster, some autumn fake flower arrangements and baskets. And did anyone else catch the set of owl figurines?
I did not.
He's got lots of owl tchotchkes.
Now, of the things on Oscar's table, which thing would you have bought, Angela? Because I know immediately what I would have wanted.
I mean, I probably would have snagged one of those owl figurines. They're kind of amazing.
I didn't see them closely, so That could be the case, but what I would like is one of those fake autumn flower arrangements.
You would. You do love a fake flower arrangement.
I just cleared a fake autumn flower arrangement off of our desk.
I know, that you brought in from home.
Yes.
Pam is going to have a talking head that sort of explains what's happening here. She says Dunder Mifflin is having their very first garage sale. Like many Americans, we realize we have a lot of things that we really didn't need. And 10 cents of every dollar is going into the party fund so they can throw parties for themselves.
All right, I'm going to have a question coming up.
Okay.
Because Dwight opens the doors to the warehouse.
Yeah.
And when he does that, there is a sign revealed.
Yes.
Here's what the sign says. Dunder Mifflin employees charity garage sale today only, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. no early bird.
Charity?
Charity?
What's the charity? The party fund?
Exactly. I was like, what?
Maybe Pam is more corrupt than we thought.
Oh my gosh, you might be right, Angela. We had a fan question from Nicole W. in Boise, Maryland. Are they having a yard sale in the warehouse during a work day? If so, that means not only are there no sales being made, but also the warehouse can't fulfill any deliveries because they can't get any products in or out of the warehouse.
These are very good points.
I know. It didn't occur to me till I read the fan question that we're completely blocking off the giant door for delivery trucks.
No work is being done on this day, and I do think it's a work day because everyone is dressed for work. You're not in your casual Saturday, I'm going to a garage sale clothes.
No. Dwight's going to start by walking over to Meredith's table. She has a crooked sign. The sign says, jeans, $10, you wash them. That was scripted.
Oh, yeah. There are a bunch of other things on her table. We have some random toys, some bike helmets, some CDs, a basketball, a globe, you know, like the globe
of the earth,
of the world.
Yes.
A stack of blue jeans, like you mentioned, a stuffed deer head, and a Valley View banner, like a school banner.
What are you buying for Meredith's table? I have to ask.
Blue jeans.
I thought of blue jeans for your mom.
Yes,
so she could make stuff.
My mom makes throw blankets out of old blue jeans. She also makes these adorable Christmas trees out of old denim.
I thought, pile of denim, I need to buy that and send it to Birdie.
I have never, ever gotten rid of a pair of blue jeans my whole life because my mom's like, I can use that.
Well, Dwight is going to trade Meredith a thumbtack for her crooked sign for a half of a candle, a used candle.
Yeah, he's like, listen, you're not going to sell anything with that crooked sign.
Mm-hmm.
This candle's been used. What do you care?
Meanwhile, Kevin's going to walk up to Michael and Holly's table. He is very interested in that St. Pauli Girl light-up sign. Remember the one that Jan and Michael got into a huge fight about at dinner party?
Mm-hmm.
But it's very clear that Michael does not want to sell it.
Oh, no, Michael's like, it's priceless. Holly says $10. To which Michael says, no, I paid $500 for that. And Kevin offers him $200. Insane. Michael says, no, 500. Holly says 20. Kevin says 45. Michael says, get lost.
And then Michael says, that's how you do it.
Yeah. And then this next line, I had to rewind it to make sure I heard it correctly. Holly says, you know, we don't have to sell that if you don't want to. If it's a problem with the neon, I can have my neon guy look at it. I was like, wait, Holly has a neon guy? Like, what is a neon guy? Why does she have one? I have so many questions.
How much neon is she getting worked on?
I don't know, but it's just another example of how she's perfect for Michael.
Well, they get into this conversation about just in case.
Yeah.
Holly tells Michael, you know, we can put the sign in storage instead of selling it just in case.
Because he says it belongs in a bachelor pad.
Yeah.
Just in case he wants to go back to that.
Michael says he doesn't have a just in case, and neither does Holly. It's this really sweet moment. But right at this sweet moment, a woman walks up and asks about a slip and slide, and Michael tells her to get lost. The slip and slide woman was played by Barbara Bennett, and we had to get permission from the slip and slide people. Meg Shea had to call the COO of Whammo, and they said yes, we could both say slip and slide and show a slip and slide.
Thank you, Whammo folks.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the rest of the stuff at Michael and Holly's table. We have a lobster hat. We have a sombrero. We have another straw hat. We have a mini slot machine. We have a tambourine, the slip and slide like you mentioned, and a bunch of other board games. It looks like one that says Shark Game. I don't know if you guys caught that. One that says Margaritaville, coffee mugs, that St. Pauli girl neon sign, and of course, the cracked plasma TV.
I want to see the biggest canker
We
shot in the
got
history
a
of
letter from
mankind.
Kaylee N in
It's like,
Indonesia.
oh my god,
Oh,
they're
come
crazy.
on, Kaylee.
Who
Can you
said,
pop it? I'm sure
I
somebody
love that you can see the cracked plasma TV from the dinner party episode. I would like to applaud the crew for their consistency.
Yes, I thought that was amazing. The next scene after this is Michael calling Holly's dad. You know, he knows now there's no just in case. They're both in it to win it, which, by the way, is what I said to Josh. Have I ever told you the story?
No, you said I'm in it to win it, or you said I have no just in case?
I said, babe, I don't know about you, but I'm in it to win it. And he said, I'm in it to win it. And I said, all right, let's do this. And then a few months later, he proposed to me.
I want to get you like glasses that say in it to win it or something for your anniversary, now that I know this.
Anyway, I just thought of that when they were like, no, just in case.
That was really bad.
But yes, Michael is very confident now about proposing to Holly, and he is going to call her dad and ask for her hand in marriage. And Jenna, I really felt like we needed to hear how he went about this. Please.
Yes, hello, Mr. Flax. This is Michael Scott, your daughter's boss. I am calling because I am going to have to fire your daughter, Holly, because she's such a terrible employee. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm actually calling because I'm in love with her. I love your daughter, and I have for some time. And I would like to discuss my intentions with you, which are to ask her to marry me. And I was just hoping that you would give me your approval. And this isn't a joke. So call me back when you get this. And thank you.
I love the reveal that it was a voice message. Yes. I just cringe that he is still fake firing people. When has that worked for you, Michael?
Never.
He cannot get past that bit.
And he's so tickled by it. But yes, he left all of that on a voicemail, which is another thing that he's done over the years. He's left really personal stuff.
Yes.
On an answering machine.
Back at the garage sale, Dwight has come up to Kelly's table, and he manages to get a trade of the candle, the used candle, for a book collection, for her Helen Fielding and Jennifer Weiner book collection, by convincing Kelly that this half-used candle will make Ryan jealous.
I would like to point out, I think Dwight is playing apples to apples here.
What's apples to apples?
Apples to apples is a board game. It's fantastic. And you basically play the player. You try to guess how you're going to answer, Jenna. And if I guess correctly, then I win. So he's playing the player.
So for anyone who doesn't know, Helen Fielding is an English novelist and screenwriter. She's best known for creating the Bridget Jones series. And Jennifer Weiner is an American writer who, among other things, wrote the novel In Her Shoes, which was made into a movie starring Cameron Diaz and Toni Collette and Shirley MacLaine. And according to Randy, Meg said we were allowed to verbally reference the books only. We were not allowed to show them. There's your clearance report.
Cool. Well, let's talk about what else was on Kelly's table. It looked like she had a rack of clothes next to her table.
Yes.
What looks to be maybe a statue of Vishnu, some type of dragon head, a wooden jewelry box, an old alarm clock, 3 handheld fans, Jenna. You would have bought the fans. I would have loved to put this fans. Looked like some fabric, a palm reading statue. Then she had 2 of these like plastic table centerpieces, you know, for like a party, a disco ball, and a bunch of miniature glass vases.
I think I would have bought the most items at Kelly's table. I think I might have found something on the clothing rack. I could imagine going through there and finding a really great, brightly colored blazer. I would have taken the book collection that Dwight just took.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the fans. I don't know, maybe the palm reading thing if I was in a mood. You know, when you go to a garage sale, sometimes suddenly you're like, I'm a different person. I need a palm reading kit.
You're absolutely right, because as I look at her table, my first thought was, I have to have that disco ball.
Right?
What am I doing with that?
Why do you need it?
Where am I putting that? Next up is Kevin's table. Andy and Daryl walk up to check out what's there. And guess what they see? A board game. They really want to play. Dallas.
Yes, this Dallas board game is real. It was scripted, and Phil Shea found it on eBay. Here are some details. It was made in 1980. It's for ages 12 and up, 2 to 7 players. 2 to 7. Not 2 to 8. Yeah, what an odd choice. Cutoff. The playing time is around 120 minutes.
120 minutes?
2 hours. It takes a long time to play the Dallas board game.
Holy crap!
Here's the quote on the box. Take on the role of a character from the TV series in a race to amass the most wealth. That's the idea. Let me tell you, this was the biggest clearance issue for Meg.
Really?
Because the game had been discontinued. It was not being sold anymore.
Oh, so she had to like do a lot of hunting to figure out who the heck to reach out to?
Yeah, like who has the rights to this game? Well, it was originally made by a company called Yaquito Publishing, but that company had been sold to Cardamundi, who told them that the game was probably commissioned by Lorimar Television, which is who made the TV show, and maybe they owned the rights to the game, but Lorimar Television no longer existed. It had been absorbed by Warner Brothers and then dissolved. So Cardamundi said, we don't know if we have the rights, but sure, use it.
I was going to say, at that point, you just say, we'll roll the dice and see if someone comes after us?
Yes, I think that's basically what they did.
I think this Dallas board game nowadays would be called Succession.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here were the other things at Kevin's table. Did you guys see the big train set that like went through a mountain?
I did. I'm not sure I'm buying anything at Kevin's table.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. I think the board game was the best thing.
Yeah, even though it doesn't end up having all the pieces.
Right, or the instructions.
Well, Dwight is going to walk by Jim and Pam's table, and he is very surprised to see a packet of Dr. Copperfield's Miracle Legumes. But Jim won't sell them to Dwight. No, even though he acquired them under mysterious circumstances. He was in Jamaica when, and a guy knew everything about Jim, and then sold him these beans, and when he turned around, the guy was gone. He disappeared.
Well, there was more to the scene between Dwight and Jim. It's in the shooting draft. It's just a small couplet of dialogue, but I thought it was great. Jim is really trying to bait Dwight, right? Okay. And in the shooting draft, he would have also said this. Oh, Pam must have put them out. She wants them out of the house. Of course, it was Pam.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And Dwight's like, no, terrible try, and he walks away. The next scene, we have Holly back in the annex. She's at her desk. She's on the phone with her parents because Michael has called. And her mom's like, what is this about? And Holly says, wait, can I talk to Dad? Jenna, did you hear what her dad said to her?
I did, Angela.
Oh my
gosh! So sweet.
It was so cute. This is how it read in the script. Holly's mom says, yes, here. And she passes the phone to Holly's dad. Mr. Flax gets on the phone. Hollis? Hi, Dad. There was a program on TV about India. Okay, did you connect with Michael? Hollis. He calls her Hollis.
That was what was on her nameplate. Yeah, on her desk in the first episode that she was in.
Yes, and we were like, oh my gosh, is her name Hollis? It is, and her dad calls her Hollis.
Although I don't know if you noticed, the nameplate that's on her desk in this scene, that's right under her computer monitor, says Holly Flax now. It doesn't say Hollis. Want to give a little shout out to the voice actors here. Holly's mom was voiced by Bonnie Bartlett, and her dad was voiced by John O'Leary.
Did you see it 5 minutes and 49 seconds, Jenna? A shot of Holly's Fabergé egg?
Yes, it's right next to her nameplate. Yeah. What is this egg?
What is this egg?
She's not selling it at the garage sale, so it's clearly very important to her.
Well, if you noticed that Pam wasn't with Jim when Dwight walked up to their table, it's because she's grabbing coffee for them at the caffeine corner. She asks which one is decaf, which really pisses Hank off.
Well, because he clearly doesn't know, and he's going to have to remake the coffees.
I know.
We had a fan question from Natalie F. in San Antonio, Texas, who said, I love when Pam asks Hank which coffee is decaf because it shows how much her character has grown and how much confidence she has gained since the cocktails episode when she had to really challenge herself to take her beer back and ask for a light after she was given the incorrect order. She really pushed herself in that moment. It took so much courage, and now she doesn't even hesitate to make sure she gets what she wants. Pam's character development is one of the most inspiring things in the series. Go, Pam.
Aw,
I just loved that letter.
I did too. It's such a great observation.
Yes. We got another fan question from Rachel P. in Wilmore, Kentucky, who said, I've always noticed in this episode that Pam has started to wear her shirt untucked, and that when she orders coffee at Dwight's Caffeine Corner, she asks Hank which one is decaf. Is this a hint that Pam is pregnant after her and Jim's Valentine's Day walk at work? I know that Jenna announced her pregnancy back in May of 2011, and this episode aired in March of 2011. I was just wondering, is the decaf coffee for Pam or Jenna? Well, Rachel, I was pregnant when we were shooting this episode, and I had to untuck my shirt so that no one could see my little growing belly. And also, no one knew I was pregnant, so all of a sudden, I just stopped tucking in Pam's shirt starting this week.
Not only did you do that, but we've shared this before, you just went and started buying your own shirts to look like Pam's shirts so that people wouldn't know you were going up a size.
Yes, at a certain point, untucking my shirt, and I had been like not zipping my skirt up all the way. I was sort of like
Safety pinning it.
yeah, I was using a safety pin attached to a hair tie.
Yes, I showed you that move.
And eventually these two tricks weren't working, and I went out one weekend and I just bought myself a whole new outfit at J. Crew, and I insisted that I had to wear it. This is what Pam would wear this episode. Because if you do a fitting,
they know.
They measure you
in
your undies.
Uh-huh.
And they're going to see the belly, and they're also going to be like, oh, yeah, wow, Jenna, you're totally pregnant. And I didn't want to tell people yet. So this was the beginning of my pregnancy hide. Rachel, you totally noticed it.
Totally caught that, Rachel. Michael is prepping for his big proposal, which I guess includes a bunch of gasoline that he's pouring around cars.
Yeah,
Maybe he's spelling out, will you marry me, and gasoline, and then he's going to torch it. We don't know, because thankfully Pam stops this.
Yes, hopefully you all know that was not gasoline, that was just water. But I loved doing this scene. I had a very hard time not laughing because the way Steve was performing Michael, so earnest. And I have to say, I really love where this ends up going.
Oh, I did too. Well, I guess if you want any pesto or salsa, you better head over to Ryan's table. He is selling Mama Sally's homemade pesto and Senor Chico's hot cha-cha salsa.
Yes, the pesto has a photo of Phyllis on it, and the salsa has a picture of Oscar. He has a talking head where he explains that his mom makes the best pesto, but she would never sell it, even though she'd make a fortune. So he decided, he'll sell it. He tricked her into making him hundreds of jars of pesto by telling her he was going to have a pesto party with friends. And Phyllis just kind of looked like the mom he wanted for the jar.
When Ryan says, and my mom was like, oh, okay, in the shooting draft it said in like a dumb voice.
I am sure you can imagine that this talking head created a back and forth with good old standards and practices.
Lip flap.
Yep, we got a bleep Ryan's completely with no beginning or end consonant sounds, blur the visible lip flap, or stage this. My favorite is when they say, the third option is stage this off camera. Stage a talking head off camera. What is the camera on? What's the camera looking at if he's off camera? I don't know. And then, of course, we turned it in and we got a, as previously noted, blur that lip flap.
Dwight is still making his trades, and his next target is Ryan.
Yes, he explains in a talking head that he traded his thumbtack for Meredith's candle. Then he traded the candle for Kelly's crap, which he traded for Phyllis's garbage, for Oscar's trash, for Stanley's crap. What he got from Stanley was an old photo album, and he's going to trade that with Ryan in order to, I guess, get some pesto. Yeah, that's going to eventually lead him to getting something from Creed, and finally a really cute squid that Aaron had.
You know, Jenna, at 8 minutes and 31 seconds during Dwight's talking head, where he's listing all of the trades he made, you can see in the background that both Phyllis and Aaron have wooden spice racks on their tables.
Really?
Well, there was a scene that got deleted where Phyllis is not happy that Aaron is selling the same things that she is. It's in deleted scenes. Phyllis is so perfectly annoyed. This is how it read. Aaron sits at her table, which has a spice rack labeled $10. She looks over to Phyllis's table, where Phyllis is setting up the same exact spice rack offered at the same amount of money. Aaron looks to Phyllis. Looks like we're in the spice district. Phyllis, tightly. Yep. And then later in the episode, you see Aaron slashing the price of hers to $9 to try to undermine Phyllis.
Well, now Dwight is going to return to Jim's table, and the beans are still there.
Yeah, Professor Copperfield's miracle legumes. Jim's gonna destroy them. He's had it.
He crumbles them up, he stomps on them, he's gonna throw them in the trash.
Let's talk about what else is on Jim and Pam's table for a second.
Please.
It looks like a glass lamp fixture. Just the top of a lamp?
Oh, no, that's, the thing that you hang from the ceiling.
I wasn't sure.
100%. I swear I had one of those in my house growing up.
Oh, yeah.
It was over our breakfast table.
Right, and you're a breakfast nut.
Yes.
Okay. So we have the glass lamp fixture, a bike helmet, golf clubs, a bird feeder, a big green ball. What is that big green ball?
I don't know.
Legumes. Did you catch Jim and Pam's clown painting?
Yes, I did. We also got a fan catch from Haley W. in Charlotte, North Carolina, who said, Jim and Pam also have some clown figurines for sale.
And they're really creepy. They're little and they're all stacked in a row.
Yeah. Haley said, did Jim's parents also have creepy clown figurines? And if so, why are Jim's parents obsessed with clowns? And why did Jim and Pam keep these for so long? Haven't they been living in this house for a while now? I have so many questions.
Maybe this clown obsession of his parents explains why he has to prank Dwight.
That's deep, Angela.
I know.
I feel like that would be something Jim would talk about in his therapy.
I mean, maybe his parents pranked him his whole life. A creepy clown.
What would you buy from Jim and Pam's table, Angela?
Come on. Who are you talking to?
What?
A bird feeder.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Of course. What am I thinking?
What are you thinking? What would you take?
Nothing. I mean, for the first time, I don't want anything from this table, really. Maybe I would buy a creepy clown figurine and then I would wrap it up as a white elephant gift.
There you go. Pam is now going to invite Michael to the conference room for a meeting he called, but he doesn't remember calling any meeting.
My favorite thing is when he walks in the room and he's like, hey, everybody, I just wanted to talk to you. We're talking about recycling. And Pam's like, Michael.
He just went right into some, shtick. Pam was going to start to say to Michael, so look, about this proposal. He's like, no, you will not talk me out of this. And Pam's like, she's perfect for you. Oscar says she's the one. Jim and Ryan, they're all like, she's amazing. And Pam explains they just want to help him with the proposal to make it safe and responsible and realistic and doable. And Michael says, I had a great idea until you ruined it. And then Oscar has this speech, and I loved it so much. Oscar says, here's how you do it. You take her out to dinner. Go down on one knee. If you're in costume, you did something wrong. If at any point you find yourself tying a ring to a dog's collar, stop and look at yourself.
We had a fan question from Carrie B. in Minnesota, who asked, in the conference room scene where Michael is figuring out how to propose to Holly, who decided which actors got to be in the room? Ryan seemed like an odd choice given his not so great history with Michael. Well, Carrie, the idea here was that Pam chose who would be in the room based on who would help her achieve her goal of this safe, doable, realistic proposal. So I think she picked Jim and Oscar because they are the most level-headed thinkers. And I think she picked Ryan because Michael respects Ryan's opinion. And if Ryan agrees, then Michael will believe it's cool.
Right. You know, the scene ended with an extra beat. It's in the shooting draft. It didn't make it into the episode, but as they're wrapping up, Ryan's like, hey, next time could we, get lunch for one of these meetings? And Michael's like, yeah, of course. And he starts listing out the food he'll get. And Ryan storms out and goes, I can't eat any of that. It's like such an odd way to end the scene.
Well, lady, I think we should take a break. And when we come back, Kevin and Andy and Daryl have started playing the game of Dallas. They have some sort of wager on the line. They've got a cup of money. And we're going to learn what's on Phyllis's table. And we're going to get to that ultimate proposal. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
We are back, and Holly is now shopping at Phyllis's table. She wants to know if most of these items were Phyllis's mom's stuff, and this leads to a really moving conversation where Holly says to Phyllis, how is she doing? Sort of implying that Phyllis has maybe shared that her mom is now in a home. And, Holly wants to know, when do you know if it's the right time? And Phyllis shares with her, if you're waiting for your parents to come to you, that's not what's going to happen. But that her mom is doing better now, and it's a very touching scene. And it ends with Phyllis saying, I have a box of bras. Would you like to look at them? And Holly immediately says yes. Yeah. Here are the other items on Phyllis's table. The spice rack, as we know. Lace curtains and table linens. Those were written in the shooting draft that she had to have. Table linens and lace curtains. Fake flower arrangements, Jenna. It looks like a makeup mirror, some jewelry, and of course, a box of bras. What would you have bought at Phyllis's table?
Was the makeup mirror one of the magnifying makeup mirrors?
It looks like one of the ones that's it's like an oval, and it stands on your table, and it looks like it flips.
Yeah.
From the magnified side to the other side.
I'm having a problem right now, which is that without my glasses on, I can't see my face very well. So I'm kind of putting makeup on a blur.
Yeah.
And the other day, I held up my glasses so that I could see my eyebrows, and oh my gosh, They hot mess. They were the hottest of messes. And then though, when I took off my glasses, they looked great. And I can't tweeze my brows because in order to tweeze my brows, I have to take off my glasses. It was a whole thing. I eventually managed to get the tweezers underneath my glasses while wearing them. Long story short, I think I need to do the magnified makeup mirror thing. It's time.
It's time. Well, let me tell you, I have one that I hold with my hand, but then that's also kind of tricky. And I remember years ago, my mom got a super magnified mirror that lit up.
Yeah.
And it's on an accordion arm. And my dad screwed it into the wall next to her little vanity area in their bathroom, and she could pull it out.
Like in a hotel. Hotels have those.
Yes.
I love it when I go to a hotel. My brows after I've stayed in a hotel.
Forget about it.
Amazing.
Amazing. You look like a different person.
I do.
I can tell when you've been on vacation because you look a little tidier.
Well, I guess that's what I would buy. What about you, Ange?
Oh, you know, I love some table linens.
That was my second choice. Well, now we're going to go back to the conference room, and we're still trying to figure out how is Michael going to propose to Holly. I really loved this line where they're trying to figure out about blogging. We want to know, what do the blogs say?
Yeah, Pam says, Ryan, didn't you read in one of your blogs that animals are out?
Yeah.
And Ryan says, blogs are out.
But people are texting each other that animals are out.
Yeah.
I loved that.
I loved it.
Michael has a great idea. It involves a corpse.
Yeah, throwing a corpse off the roof. It's going to hit the ground, the head will pop off, and then that is going to lead him to his line. Are you ready? I lost my head when I fell in love with you.
It'll be easy enough to get a corpse, he said.
Yeah.
So this is when he gets out the ring. And it's, I mean,
Pam's reaction, Jenna, you were so funny. You're like, holy shit, is that real? And then Michael says, yeah, 3 years salary.
Let me start with this, standards and practices. Of course, same note, bleep Pam's shit remark completely with no beginning or end consonant sounds, and blur the visible lip flap, or stage off camera. And again, after we turned in the cut, we got the as previously noted. So the box that is holding Holly's engagement ring is
The ring box.
The ring box is from a real-life Scranton jewelry store called Picardo Jewelers.
No way.
Here's what it says on their website. Our store is a 4,000 plus square foot building on the corner of Jefferson Avenue and Spruce Street in historic downtown Scranton. We have free store side parking. We also have a refreshment bar with a flat screen TV.
Hey.
It looked like on their website they're really known for selling luxury watches. They sell other jewelry, but they're really proud of their watch sales. Sandy Picardo was the founder, started the jewelry business in 1938. He eventually opened a jewelry repair trade shop, which he had for many years. Then in the late 1960s, he opened the first retail jewelry store on Washington Avenue. He was joined by his two sons. And then the Picardo family purchased a building on Spruce Street. They stayed there till 2007. And then in January of 2008, they got this big freestanding building with the refreshment bar and flat screen TV. So they're on their third generation of being jewelers, having the Picardo jewelry store.
Well, congratulations on your new building. I have a question for you, Picardo folks. Do you have a spot where Jen and I can record our podcast?
Yeah, you have a very large building. It sounds like
maybe we could have our own spot. I want to point out 2 tables we have not visited.
Okay.
Andy's table has a big wooden decorative sailboat, a Cornell banner, what I think looks like a trombone, an accordion, and a sailboat steer wheel, that you use to steer the boat. What do you call that?
I don't know. I just love that you're just gesturing it, which is really cute.
I'm like pretending to drive I'm a pirate.
A steering wheel, right?
Yeah.
One of those.
Like the wood one.
Yeah. And you just spun it. I just spun it.
Also, it said in the shooting draft that Andy would have a stack of colorful sweaters.
Oh, that could tracks.
Jenna, what would you get from Andy's table?
Maybe that wheel. I could see myself doing something like hanging it on my wall.
Yeah.
If I'm going with a nautical theme. I don't know where I'm doing this, but you know, I did hang a giant fork and spoon in my kitchen. A giant wooden fork and spoon, like they have in the TV show Everybody Loves Raymond.
My grandmother had the same fork and spoon.
My grandmother also had a giant fork and spoon on her wall. What was that decor choice back in the day?
But you're sticking with it.
I'm like, I am bringing it into this new century. What about you? What would you buy?
Well, Jenna, I know you know that I moved around a lot as a kid. I was often the new kid. One of those times when I was new at a school, I decided, and Jenna, I don't know if you know this, to go out for the marching band. I thought it might be a way to meet people.
You were in the marching band? What did you play? Were you a baton twirler or were you an instrument player?
I didn't know how to play any instrument.
So what did you do in it?
They assigned me to the section that had the fewest people,
which was
trombone.
You play the trombone?
I sat next to who ended up being my best friend Shannon, who was very tall and could play the trombone. I couldn't even reach the 7th position. You know, that far out position?
I don't know anything about the trombone.
I was sitting next to this guy named Bill, and I said to him, I think you're supposed to be in a different position on the trombone. And he goes, oh, I just play F the whole time. And I said, okay. The one song I learned how to play was Tequila.
It doesn't go to position 7.
It does.
Well, how'd you get there?
I just would fling it out. But for a trombone player, that's a really fun song because you have the big slide. So yes, I played the trombone for a few months, and then I switched to being the school mascot.
That's better for you. So do you think you would buy Andy's trombone?
I think I would, and I think I also have my eye on that decorative sailboat.
Is the trombone a dirty joke in the American Pie movies?
I think it's a dirty trombone. No, it's a rusty trombone. It's something.
Oh, a rusty trombone is
it's a
sexy move.
Oh.
More filthy than sexy.
Oh.
I want to cap this one off right here.
Okay, Sam. Thank you. What is it?
Picture the ways that you could use somebody's body like a trombone. The potential combinations.
I can't figure that out, Sam.
I think I am getting there. Okay.
Act it out.
So I am behind a man. Okay, you're behind him.
Okay.
And then what part of their body could you kind of stroke like a trombone?
Okay.
While you're blowing into another part of their body.
Wait a second. Does this save them from drowning?
It doesn't. It does not.
Is this the kid, remember?
Yeah.
Thing that with the
Yeah.
Is that the same part of the body?
Yes, it is the same part of the body.
It's blowing in that same area.
Yes. You both, on our potentially last day here, what song are you playing?
On the trombone?
During this one.
I'm playing Tequila.
Well, that's a good yank.
That's what I'm playing.
Mm-hmm. I'm playing Imperial March.
Excellent choice.
Thank you. What is Imperial March?
Come on. Is that like when world leaders come in?
No.
One of them.
Bum bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum.
I know this song. What is that? What's that part?
Who could that be?
It's Darth Vader.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes.
That's my sexy yank.
It's
amazing. Bum ba-dum. Sensual. Very gentle touch. Yes.
Oh, Jen.
They're gonna love it. Yeah.
Should I include this part?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Gotta get the E.
All right. Okay. Collecting myself. Did you say there was another table we haven't seen, Angela?
Yes. It's a table full of. Okay. Yes, there is another table we haven't seen. Mm-hmm. It is Angela Martin's table. She has a bunch of cat tchotchkes. Every kind of cat figurine you could ever want. Her pricing is a bit much.
Explain.
Her cat figurines are priced at $30 and $29.
How much did she pay for them?
I don't know, but these are really high prices. Also on Erin's table, in addition to her spice rack, you can see she has a miniature, like, doll beautician chair. Those are some other items you might have missed.
Well, Holly is in the break room and Michael's going to go in. She wants to talk to him about going home to Colorado to be with her dad.
Yeah.
And she says, but Michael, based on our conversation earlier, I want you to come with me. And then she starts to propose to Michael.
He's like, no. This takes us to a talking head where he's like, I am not going to be proposed to in the break room. That is not going to be our story. I should have burned this place down when I had the chance.
I loved that line. What is he referring to?
I think he was putting gasoline all around it.
Down in the garage sale, you know, these guys have been playing this Dallas game. They've just been making up the rules because there's no instructions.
Kevin's getting so annoyed.
He says he's never going to play games with them again, and it turns out all the cash is missing now. Where did it go?
Kevin stole it. And he says, and that is Dallas. And he should know because he's been on Dallas.
He has. He's also been on Hawaii.
Yes. Well, Dwight has come a long way from starting off with attack. He's managed to trade all the way for Stanley's telescope, and he's going to walk up to Jim's table. But he's kind of bragging.
And oh my gosh, the legumes are back.
How? How did they come back from being stomped on the ground and wadded up?
Well, he can't take it. He's going to trade for the beans.
He knows better, but he does it.
And this kind of ends our garage sale. Did you notice? This is kind of it. We had a fan question from Maria F. in Austin, Texas. What's the best thing you guys have ever gotten at a garage sale? We've sort of talked about what we would take from this garage sale, Angela, but do you have an amazing garage sale find?
I do, and I love it.
Share.
I have sounds like my character, I have a tuxedo cat cookie jar.
That you got at a garage sale?
Yes.
Where was this garage sale?
It was somewhere in Texas. So here's the thing you need to know about my mom. You know how, like, people have a bumper sticker that says, we'll break for sunsets. My mom's would say, we'll break for a yard sale. My whole life, we had to pull over, go into someone's yard, or garage, or estate sale. We hit every one. It would become like a thing. If my dad drove, he'd be like, now, Marty, I'll only stop at one yard sale on this road trip. And she would be like, but Bill, you don't know what's there. So I just grew up loving them. I don't know exactly where we were, some back road in Texas, driving from my parents' house to our family reunion. But I found a tuxedo cat cookie jar. It has a little chip on the ear, but who cares?
My mom is the same way, Angela, my whole life. Same thing. And when I got my very first apartment, my sophomore year in college, you know, I had to get stuff for the kitchen.
Oh, yard sales are so great for that.
My mom took me to a garage sale, and I got this amazing set of stainless steel cookware that I still have today.
Yeah.
That's how great this cookware was. I still have it.
I got these really cool old, like, vintage glasses, like the big, thick ones.
Yeah.
And they're sort of an amber color. Still have them. Now, Jenna, I have some fun garage sale stats.
Oh.
According to the internet, each year it says that Americans host an estimated 6.5 to 9 million garage sales.
Oh my gosh.
That's according to the New York Times. And if you put some thought and planning into your garage sale, you can make between $500 and $1,000.
Wow.
My friends Michael and Tobias do a big yard sale every year, and they go in with a few friends, and they always make great money. That brings me to this. What do you think does the best at a garage sale?
Books? Clothing?
Clothing, especially children's clothes. Vintage dishes and glassware.
Yes.
Power tools and garden tools were one of the number one things on every list I could find. I know. Sports equipment, bicycles, electronics, household items, and furniture. Just for fun, because I love to find out what things are called in other countries. In the UK, a garage sale could be called a car boot sale. or a boot fair or a jumble sale. I was talking to my friend Michael, who's from Australia, and he said they call it a rummage sale or a trash or treasure. Oh. And according to the internet, the biggest yard sale in the world happens in the United States. It's called the world's longest yard sale. It's 127 yards. It covers 690 miles from Addison, Michigan to Gadsden, Alabama, and it hosts vendors all along the way. This year is going to be between August 3rd and 6th. I mean, we're going to that, right? That's a long road trip. 690 miles of yard sales. They have a whole website where you can find out everything about it. I'll put it in our stories. And if you have a garage sale in your area, will you let me know what it's called? I find it so fascinating.
Well, I love that, Angela. Should we get into the proposal? It's so wonderful.
It's so sweet.
Michael comes down to the warehouse. Holly's packing up the stuff. They made $13.
She also apologizes for earlier. She's like, you know what, Michael, you're in my life now. I'm not going to go to Colorado. And he kind of stops her and he says, you know what, will you take a walk with me?
Yeah. The first stop on their walk is the lobby. Michael explains that this is where Toby announced that he was going to Costa Rica, and it was the happiest day of Michael's life until he met Holly. Now, Angela, we had a fan catch, okay, from JCF in Kansas City, Kansas, who said, I have been waiting this whole podcast to point out this continuity catch. What? When Toby announced the news that he was going to Costa Rica, Michael was in New York with Ryan and Dwight. How could he know that this is where Toby announced he was leaving? That's true. Michael wasn't there for the announcement.
Oh, wow, that's a great catch.
I know.
Well done. He is then going to lead Holly to the stairwell where they first kissed and first made love.
Now they're up in the bullpen. They're outside of Michael's office because that is where he first saw her through the blinds. It's also where he called her on the phone to tell her that he had herpes and was still in love with her. And here's where we find out the news that it was not herpes, it was just an ingrown hair.
The conference room is where they led their first meeting together. And this leads them to the water cooler. Nothing happened there, but Michael shares with Holly that he would pretend to get a cup of water so he can stare at her through the window.
And he acts out getting his cup of water and looking at her through the blinds. Here's where it gets good.
Jenna, I went to the shooting draft because I wanted to see how the next part of the scene was set up. It says interior kitchen. Michael and Holly enter. The entire office is in there, lining both sides of the kitchen, creating a pathway. The blinds are shut on the far door, and they each hold a lit candle. Holly says, hi guys. Michael says, this is where our love faces its toughest test. After this, smooth sailing for the rest of our lives. And then it says, Holly is nervous with anticipation. Michael, confident and cool, takes her arm and walks her through the room.
And then, one by one, different people ask Holly if she will marry them. And she has to say no to each person.
This was my line in the episode. Yes, would you marry me?
And I love this. I don't know if you noticed in Amy Ryan's performance, but from the minute that door opens and she sees all of us holding the candles, she immediately gets tears in her eyes and a lump in her throat. Like, you can just hear it. You can see this flush on her face. It's just beautiful.
Every single minute of this scene, Amy is like a master class in acting, just watching her.
So after they get through this row of people, they get back into the annex, which is lit with more candles than I've ever seen, ever.
Clearly, Michael had help, because how do you set up this many candles? It's like in a reality TV show when The Bachelor or whatever takes you back to the mansion and there's like 400 candles. I'm always like, okay, can we call BS on how many candles?
Well, Michael and Holly both get on their knees, and he's about to say, this is where we fixed that broken chair, but then the sprinklers go off and douse them with water. But Michael still pulls out the ring. He proposes in his Yoda voice, and Holly accepts
in her Yoda voice.
And we all burst through into the annex. We're all soaking wet. And this is the line that when I saw it in our rewatch, made me sob. And I don't even know if I can say it now. Because I remember how it felt when we did the scene. He says, you know, she said yes. And then he says, Michael says, and I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And it was the first time Steve had really said it out loud to us.
Yeah.
We all knew. We knew he was leaving. We knew it was coming. But when he said it in the episode, I remember when they cut to the looks on our faces, that was because we were hearing Steve Carell, our friend, say, I'm leaving to us.
It was so
really
real.
For the first time.
Yeah, it was so real.
Yeah. And I just, like, I experienced that emotion all over again in this rewatch.
I remember so clearly that moment because we were all so happy when she said yes. We were as fans of our own show.
Mm-hmm.
We were so happy that Holly and Michael found each other, and the water was so cold, and we were all really reacting to that. We all got soaking wet. So there was this huge sort of well of emotion of happiness and oh my God, it's so cold. And then when Steve, as Michael said, I'm leaving, it was like the air sucked out of the room. It was just so many things happening at once. And it was so powerful as just Steve's friend and coworker.
You can imagine we got a fan mail flurry about this scene. Kyle S. in Victoria, British Columbia said, I have so many questions about the technical side of this proposal scene. Were all of the candles really burning in Michael's proposal, or were any of them CGI? What was the safety meeting like for shooting that scene? And what went into preparing the set of the annex for being completely destroyed by water so that it could either be reset for another take or another episode? Well, we got all the details from Randy.
We sure did.
First of all of the candles were very real.
I like to remember Kelly saying something like this. Safety meeting, we have 372 lit candles.
Exactly. Randy mentioned, though, that lighting all the candles, like you said, Angela, Michael must have had help. Well, this was not the job of one person. Here's how we did it. Randy said that it took a special effects team of 3 people, plus our set dressing crew of 4 people, plus all of our prop and art department crew consisting of 8 people. So what is that? 8 plus 4 plus 3, 15 people
to make this moment happen.
Yes, every person got a fireplace lighter, and Kelly Cantley, after her safety announcement, would say go, and those people could light all those candles in just a few minutes. You know, because they had to do it right before action, because we couldn't leave those candles burning. Randy said there was actually a significant amount of heat and fumes caused by these candles.
And we had actual fire alarms
that
they would trigger if we let them burning too long.
Randy said that Michael Gallenberg, who was our production designer, and Tim James, our construction coordinator, actually installed special exhaust fans and air scrubbers above the annex to recycle the air. But we couldn't run them while we were filming. So that's why we had to light the candles and start shooting really quickly. And then in terms of the sprinklers, I did not realize how much work went into this. When we got these details from Randy, I was, wow.
I mean, they had to soak all of the annex plus the kitchen.
It was crazy. Here's what they had to do. The previous weekend, Tim James's crew took all of the furniture and set dressing out of the kitchen and annex. They removed the walls and the carpet down to the bare stage floor. Then they added a waterproofing floor liner to go underneath, and then rebuilt the entire set to sit inside of a pan.
Wow.
Which is like a low bathtub thing that would collect all the water so it wouldn't ruin our actual stage floor or any of the adjacent sets, because you don't want to get that water stuck in there and get mold and stuff. Then all of the lighting and electrical cables had to be grounded, waterproofed, and they had to have a safety inspection from a rep at Universal Studios. They had to build a huge grid of PVC pipes over the annex and kitchen with sprinklers that would believably sprinkle the water. But we also had to prime the sprinklers beforehand, because
where the water tank was kind of far away from all the pipes, and we needed the water to come out right on cue. So we couldn't wait for that lag time. So they would turn it on and put big buckets down to collect the little bit of sprinkle, turn it off, and then when they said action, then it would come right out. I guess the special effects team used a boiler tank so that the water would not be like totally freezing cold. But Randy said during our setup, the water cooled inside the pipes, so the first blast was really cold. He said, as evidenced by Amy Ryan's face and reaction.
I thought it was so perfect, though. I mean, that water was cold.
I remember it being very cold.
Plus, our soundstage was freezing.
Yeah.
So you're already cold, and then it was cold water, but it made for such a cute, sweet, fun reaction.
We got another fan question from Brianna L. in Katy, Texas, who wanted to know how many times did we have to get soaking wet for this proposal scene. Randy said we shot the scene on Wednesday, February 2nd. He said we were prepared to do a massive cleanup and go again the next day, and then again on Friday if we needed to. So we had 3 chances to get it, but there was no way to turn it over in a single day. But Randy said we got it on the first take.
Yeah, that was my memory too.
I remember though that they did turn off the sprinklers for a second, and we all put on robes and we were kind of shivering, and they were watching the footage to make sure we had it.
Yeah.
And then they turned the sprinklers on again, and they got a couple of extra reaction shots, and then we were done.
Yeah. I watched this episode with my daughter, and she was like, Mom, you're so happy for Michael and Holly, because I run in with everyone else cheering, and I said, yeah, I think, honestly, Isabel, even Angela Martin was happy that Michael found his person.
Maybe happy that he's leaving.
Maybe one of the people.
Well, Angela, we got one more piece of fan mail about this proposal scene from Madison C. in Baltimore, Maryland, who said, I don't have a question, but I wanted to share a story related to this episode. My husband proposed to me on December 31st, 2018, and he recreated the Holly and Michael proposal from this episode. He had our friends line up holding candles and recite the lines that the characters said in the episode. I was so surprised, and it was such a cool proposal since I'm such a huge fan. Love you, ladies.
So cute.
Yeah, I love that. So creative.
Thanks for sharing. I love that. Well, this episode is going to end with more of Jim's prank. Dwight is watering 5 big planters of the legumes. He's planted them. And when he steps away, Jim sneaks around the corner with almost full-grown potted plants.
Yes.
As if after Dwight watered them, they immediately grew.
Well, they're magical.
I know.
Of course. We did have a fan question from Little K in Israel. Dwight has a huge farm. Why would he plant the seeds in pots in the Dunder Mifflin parking lot?
This is a fair question.
This is a fair question. I had not thought of that.
You know what I thought when I saw this? Because
Yeah, they do. And that's the thing. Really, when you start setting your charts to 1 day charts, like who gives a fuck, and you're looking at it on 1 day, then you really can see entry points and exit points. The daily, you mean? Yeah, the daily. Yeah. And so for a third.
Yeah, man, I'm not playing. Like, I definitely haven't played I did like 35 with Bitcoin. I just, there's reasons for it. I mean, listen, if you know institutional shit, these guys don't fuck around. They will manipulate the price because they want cheap Bitcoin. Now, cheap Bitcoin, they ain't gonna get fucking 20,000. They're not gonna get 29,000. They might get 35 and then rally it from there. I mean, listen, they want Bitcoin to go up. Like, this is a fact. And Bitcoin only goes up, really, like, historically long.
Yeah, that's right.
But, like, so you'd be a fool to not think, Bitcoin's gonna, it's gonna blow. It's gonna fucking blow its load. It's gonna go over the all-time high. Absolutely. Probably in the next 12 to 18 months. Absolutely. Probably 80 grand. I mean, I don't know about 100, but, like, I'd say, like, 80, 90 grand. Definitely. And these guys are gonna listen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's like they can short it too. Like 30 days after the fucking ETF, man, they can short it. Now, like Grayscale with all their bullshit, I mean, people are sort of exiting Bitcoin. You know, they are. Like, they got in Grayscale probably, you know, very, very good NAV minus NAV. And now they're like, fucking, you know, who knows? What is that money going into? Is it going back into Bitcoin? Is it, who knows? Are they exiting completely? They might be exiting the market completely. We don't know. I mean, is that money coming back into the market? I don't know.
I don't think it is.
On chain.
I don't think it is.
I don't think so either, bro. I think they're kind of taking profits and maybe doing it in the S&P and shit, you know?
Mine's still sitting in cash in my TD Ameritrade account. I bought the Grayscale Trust in February of 2023. I just exited last week.
Oh, so you're a seller. You're a net seller.
Yeah, I'm a net seller. But
you're part of the fucking problem, bro.
I did.
I love plants. I've been planting quite a bit of new plants in my backyard. I want to know what Jim's prank budget is. And does Pam know about this prank budget? Because those mature plants are not cheap. You're so right. I'm just saying, how much money does he spend on pranking Dwight each year? Yeah. Well, listen, guys, that's Garage Sale. Thank you so much for listening and sending in your questions and comments. Thank you always to Randy Cordray for great behind-the-scenes information. And I guess we're going to go get our boxes and we're going to move somewhere. We don't know. We really don't know. That's what's crazy, is we're recording an episode next week, and we're not sure where we're recording it. We'll let you know next week where we landed. All right, you guys, have a great one. We love you. See you then.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bumako.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Are you ready for Season 7, Episode 20, Training Day?
I am so ready. I laughed so flippin' hard watching this episode.
I feel like we need to give people an update on our studio situation since we did talk about it last week, Angela.
Okay.
I think they have the lease on these offices for what? Maybe 3 more days? Maybe 3 more hours? We've come in to the Earwolf offices. There is literally nothing here.
It feels like 3 more hours. Like it really does, because there's nothing. I thought, oh, when I get there, maybe I'll get a glass of water. There's nothing.
There's no glasses. Like Dunder Mifflin going through a transition, we are also going through a transition of space. They're going through a transition of manager.
Look at you, girl. Look at you. We're making a little metaphor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, listen, Training Day was written by Daniel Chun. It was directed by Paul Lieberstein, and here is your summary. The Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch has found a replacement manager. His name is D'Angelo Vickers. But Michael is having a hard time, especially because the employees seem to be fawning over D'Angelo. Meanwhile, Dwight is struggling with the fact that he was not even considered for the manager position.
Oh, that is a blow.
Fast fact number 1. I mean, D'Angelo Vickers was played by Will Ferrell.
We were all so giddy. Remember, Jenna, we just could not wait to show up on set the first day and be in scenes with him.
Yes, this began our 4-episode arc with Will. We had a fan question from Sierra P. in Oregon. How did Will Ferrell end up with this role? Was it specifically written for him? Yes, Sierra, this role was written for Will. And here is the crazy way that he ended up on our show. Will called the producers at the beginning of the season and offered to come in at some point to do a cameo because he knew it was Steve's last season. And our producers were like, hey, how about a giant
like, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they were so happy.
For 4 episodes. And he totally agreed. When we announced Will's arc to the press, we made our press release. Paul Lieberstein, who was the showrunner at the time, had this very funny quote. He said, quote, "We found Steve Carell when he was nothing but a movie star, and we turned him into a television star. We are proud to continue the office's tradition of discovering famous talent, and we hope that one day America gets a good look at Will Ferrell. They'll see what we see, tremendous raw sexuality." That was his quote to welcome Will Ferrell to the show. All right, fast fact number 2 is a fan question from Bernice C. in Upland, California, who asks, Was it ever a possibility that Will Ferrell was going to be the permanent Scranton Dunder Mifflin manager? No, it was not a possibility.
And we all knew that. We were just lucky to get him.
Yeah, totally. We actually asked Greg Daniels about Will joining the show, and here's what he had to say.
I think there was a feeling of, can the show survive without Steve? And everybody wanted it to. We all felt like there was so much vitality in the ensemble cast. There were more stories to tell. Steve did not want to kill the show with his exit, and so there was this feeling of, don't save his exit to the very, very end of the season and then have all summer for fans to be like, well, I'm done. You know, we wanted to have him exit a little before the end of the season and then have some sort of treat for people to keep watching. And so Will Ferrell was the treat. We were all very excited to have Will Ferrell, and he was good friends with Steve, and it seemed like you know, something to signal to people like life would go on. There'd be exciting, you know, other comedy people that we could bring in. It also took a little pressure off, probably, like whoever would have been the next boss right after Steve, it would have been very difficult, probably. It was good to have a little palate cleanser in there.
So Will was our treat and our palate cleanser. Writer Danny Chen said that it was a huge relief because everyone was so nervous about what is that first episode going to be without Steve, and knowing that they would have Will for that episode as a bridge was such a gift for the writers.
I bet. Like, no pressure.
And at this time, too, they had not picked a new manager. I remember the hubbub behind the scenes.
So much hubbub.
They had so many people coming in and out, and there were names being thrown around, and you'd see people coming in for meetings, and it would be like, who's that? Who's that? What? Oh my God.
That's what we would do, guys.
It is. We wouldn't even say words. We would just say, yeah. Isn't that what you do on stage if you have to do like background party atmosphere? Do you remember that in high school? We'd be like, spaghetti. Go to get piece of carrots. All right, fast fact number 3. This is a fan question from Becca H. in Glasgow, Scotland. What was it like to work with Will Ferrell? Was this the first time most of you were meeting him? Aunt, you want to go first?
Sure. I had never met Will. I was so excited. I was such a big fan. And he was the most kind, just normal fella. Just felt like you were talking to your neighbor across like the hedge in your front lawn. He was just wonderful. I just remember, I have such a distinct memory walking into the soundstage one afternoon, and he was just right outside. He had just been talking to his kids, and I walked up and we talked about being parents, and he was just lovely. I just absolutely liked him so much as a person. And then, of course, I could not stop laughing at every scene with him. He is so funny.
He is so naturally funny, too. He'll say a sentence that is, there's nothing about the sentence that's funny, but when he says it, it's funny.
Or just a look. Just his expressions would just kill me.
Well, I had the chance to work with Will before on Blades of Glory, so I knew Will. But I think I've told this story before. For whatever reason, every time I meet Will again or I encounter Will after all these years, and it happened here as well, I always introduce myself to him with my first and last name and remind him how he knows me. And he's like, Jenna, I know who you are. We've worked together multiple times.
Introducing yourself.
I'm like, hey, Will, Jenna Fisher. We worked together on Blades of Glory and then again on The Office. And he's like, Jenna, I know you. But I don't know. He's such a down-to-earth guy, but his stature and his like just legendary status, it always makes me feel like, how many people does this guy encounter in a day? And also, he talks to every single person. He's so friendly. He's like you, Angela.
Oh, well, thank you.
I mean, 100% Will Ferrell is becoming best friends with whoever's sitting next to him on a plane.
Oh, yeah.
You have that in common.
This is true.
Well, that's all I got. All my fast facts were about Will Ferrell. I mean, this is his first episode. What can I say?
I have a fun DVD tidbit for those of you that have the DVDs. There is an awesome extended producer's cut of this episode. If you love Will Ferrell and you love Will and Steve together, you're going to want to go watch the extended cut because there is so much more of D'Angelo and Michael. And I'm going to sprinkle a few scenes in throughout the episode that were just too good, I have to share.
I could watch hours of those too, so this is very good news to me. Well, what do you think? Should we take a break? And then when we come back, we break down this episode?
I think so, because two strangers are going to find a friendship at a bar.
Angela, I am very, very, very jealous because you have received your life straw. Mine is on its way to me, but you know I would want this, right? This is me.
Yes. So here's one of my New Year's resolutions. It's to drink more water. I don't feel like I drink enough water in the day. And I wanted the type of water pitcher that filters water so I can have really great, safe water to drink and have it ready to go. And Life Straw is that. It is amazing. It is the only water pitcher that filters out over 30 contaminants, including bacteria, microplastics, and PFAs, and makes your water taste way better. It does. It tastes good.
I'm so jealous you got yours already.
Also, you're going to love this. It's in a really nice, sleek, hand-blown glass. So it looks nice in the fridge. It looks nice on the countertop. If you want to bring it over to the dining table for dinner, it looks nice too.
Better filtration, better taste, better design. LifeStraw home products can be found at lifestraw.com and on Amazon.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries
because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good?
I don't know.
Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's fry.
What? My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal. It's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal. And I think I'm done with my fries. And then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
We are back. Can you guess what this sound is?
That's right. That's a Kahlua sombrero, Michael's drink. You know we had to try it. Sam, Cassie, Angela, how do we like Michael's drink?
It is refreshing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I know. I'm here for it.
Guys, what do you think?
Ooh, it's really nice.
It's really nice. I was expecting a cringe, and there's no cringe.
According to the Kahlua website, it is made with 2 ounces of Kahlua to 3 ounces of milk, and it has approximately 518 calories per glass.
Oh my God.
I mean, it seems like a shocking amount of calories for this refreshing drink. They also, incidentally, on the Kahlua website, I noticed they had a drink called the Orange Blonde. And it really reminded me of Jim and Pam's drink of Bailey's and orange juice because the photo on the website, it's not selling the orange blonde very well. It looks like that curdled drink that we drank before, but I don't know. I didn't bring the ingredients for that one. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up.
I'm okay to pass on the orange blonde. When you said orange blonde, I just thought of like those summers when I was lifeguarding as a teenager and we put a whole bunch of sun in our hair and we all like these orange blondes. Well, Jenna and Sam made this Kahlua sombrero and it is so good. I Googled it. I didn't even know if it was a real drink and I looked it up. Here's one thing I found that I thought was interesting. A lot of these types of drinks became popular during Prohibition.
Oh.
According to the internet, cocktail fans had to get creative. In this case, people that liked brandy or whiskey, they could camouflage their drinks with milk and it was harder to detect the alcohol.
Yeah. Lady, can I make an observation?
What?
When you do your deep dives, it just tickles me each time. It's one of my favorite things you do.
What, did I say according to the internet?
Yes, you credit the entire internet. Not a specific website, just the whole internet says this thing. And it just every time, I love it.
Well, I usually look at a few different sources. I just credit the whole shebang.
Well, Michael is going to meet a stranger who's also having a drink at the bar. They're going to strike up a little conversation and become fast friends.
I thought this toast was one of the best toasts I'd ever heard. And since we're drinking a Kahlua sombrero together, we've got to hear Michael and D'Angelo's toast.
Leaving my company after 19 years. I'll drink to that. I'm starting at a company this week. Oh, really? To beginnings and endings. And to middles, the unsung heroes. And to moms. The moms of the troops.
That's right. They are going to drink to beginnings, endings, middles,
the unsung heroes,
moms, and the troops.
And
Cheers.
with
Got it all. They go on to discuss the fact that Michael is moving to Colorado, you know, the Sunshine State. It's actually the Centennial State. Florida is the Sunshine State.
It would be funny if through this whole scene there was just a like, every time they got something wrong.
Because then D'Angelo says, don't mess with Colorado
instead of don't mess with Texas.
Yes, it's amazing. Sonny Bobo. Michael doesn't want to end up like him. And it turns out they both really love the Summer Olympics.
I loved it when they were like, try the luge once. We'll never go back. Yeah. The scene would have continued, Jenna. There's a whole montage of them hanging out all night. I want you to hear a little bit of it. First,
like hanging out before they realize who they are?
No, hanging out before they go to the office.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There was a lot more hanging out, and it culminates with them going to see Dunder Mifflin. But I want to play a little bit of it. First of all, they decide to do shots. We see a little bit of that, but the scene would have continued.
I have heard that it is impossible to become addicted to vodka. That is true. That is true. Vodka is non-addictive. Most of the higher spirits. It's because of the potato. 1, 2, 3, 2 different. Wow. Wow. This is going to take hours.
Neither of them could drink the whole shot. They just barely took a sip and they were both like, ugh. And then there's a montage of them playing a video game. In the background, you might have seen of this scene. It looked like, I thought it was an ATM machine. There's actually a whole scene of them playing a game called Photo Hunt on it. Then they eat hot wings and bruschetta. And then they end up at the swimming pool of the hotel. And they have a whole conversation about The Onion, the magazine, The Onion.
Oh, uh-huh.
And let's hear that.
Because one day they say blueberries prevent cancer, and then the next day they say that blueberries cause cancer. That's totally true. You know what would be a great Onion headline? Cancer prevents cancer. It's so Onion. It's so you, but it's also so Onion.
Are they like in a swimming pool while they're having that conversation? I'm hearing water.
Yeah, they're sitting next to the swimming pool and they're just kind of like flipping their hands in the water, you know? And they get so tickled by each other. That snort laugh cracked me up. I went to the script. It was totally scripted, but if you watch it, you can see them acting like laughing, and then the two of them just both start laughing.
Right. Well, I do want to give a shout out to our bartender, played by Casey Washington, and give you a little location alert. At the beginning of this episode, you see an exterior shot of a hotel. That is actually a shot of the Scranton Hotel, but we filmed this episode at the Universal Sheridan on Lancashire in North Hollywood, California. So, Angela, we had a fan question from Cassandra A. in Victoria, British Columbia. How much of Will and Steve's dialogue was improvised? You mentioned all that stuff by the pool was scripted. Was this pretty much scripted?
I would say so. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because you have the extended cut and then you have the episode that aired, and then in the shooting draft, there were one or two discrepancies. So you can see where they probably went off book here or there, but it was very scripted. What you're seeing, almost word for word, pause for pause.
Wow. Well, this is all going to lead them to Dunder Mifflin. Michael is going to show D'Angelo the office late at night.
Oh, yeah.
D'Angelo's so excited to see it. He says this will do just fine. And then D'Angelo's going to have his first talking head.
Yeah. He's going to say he's looking forward to tomorrow. And then Michael jumps up from underneath. And they're like, did that just happen? And they start to chase each other. And they're like, we should make a movie. You guys, they've had an evening of drinking.
A lot of that got cut out. So this talking head is making a lot more sense to me now that you've filled in the blanks, Angela.
Not only that, but their first day at Dunder Mifflin would have started with Michael asleep on the couch. They literally stayed there overnight.
What?
Yeah. And D'Angelo comes in the morning with some coffees. This is how the scenes at Dunder Mifflin would have started.
Enjoy coffee time.
Do not talk to me until I have had my coffee.
Until I've had my coffee. Do not talk to me.
Oh, I feel better.
Awesome. It does not agree with me. Coffee.
No.
And yet I have to have it.
You know what? Coffee keeps me regular. That's the best time of the day in that regard. That is the best time of the day. I get it about 7 minutes. No, 7 minutes from this. Beeline.
So at 8:37.
Well, this scene would have gone on to Oscar in the parking lot. And then there was another scene, Jenna. Pam and Jim are arriving to work. And Pam sits down to her computer and is like, what's this? And Michael's like, oh, ignore that. It's a screenplay. And Pam reads off her computer, The Adventure Pals by D'Angelo Vickers and Michael Scott. And then she scrolls and goes, oh my, it's 150 pages long.
They spent all night writing their screenplay?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I would give anything to read that.
The Adventure Pals. Right after the scene of Pam discovering the Adventure Pals, Kevin enters wearing his toupee. It says in the shooting draft, he winks to camera. He's feeling sassy today.
Well, he picked a good day to wear his toupee. Maybe, did we all know that we were going to meet our new manager today? Was that a thing?
We must have.
Because Michael's going to make an announcement. He's standing in front of his office. The blinds are drawn. He asks everyone for a round of applause. And then he introduces D'Angelo.
D'Angelo's speech is so hilarious when he talks about just himself. When he's like, I'm as comfortable at a ball game as I am at the opera. The speech would have continued. We would have learned more about him.
Yes, Angela, I had to know if there was more to this, and I also went to the script. I had to know.
Would you like to hear it? Because we also shot it.
Oh, please. I'd much rather hear it than read it.
A little bit about myself.
I love the American Southwest. For starters, you may call them Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah. I call them heaven. I have a peanut allergy. It's something I live with. It's a part of me. I've learned to cope with it. I was a nationally ranked high jumper in high school.
Really?
I didn't know that. I couldn't do it in college for academic reasons. And that's something that still bugs me. Else I'm just as comfortable at a ball game as I am at the opera.
I just think about the writer's room after a speech like that, and I think about them all just shouting out different quirks of D'Angelo Vickers and how much fun it must have been as a writer's room to build this character.
Well, you know, there was another line in the script that didn't make it. That was my favorite. D'Angelo says, I've never ridden a motorcycle. I've had chances. It just doesn't interest me. And I believe with hard work, we can become the greatest office in the world. I really do. I feel like the line that really gives me insight into this person, into D'Angelo, is that he's never ridden a motorcycle, but it's not because he hasn't had chances to ride a motorcycle. It just doesn't interest him. So it's like, what person shares their non-interests when giving an introductory speech about themselves?
That's very funny. That's a great takeaway. So it'd be like, what would your non-interest be in your speech?
Let me think for a second.
I have one.
Okay, what's yours?
The first thing that came to mind is like, you know what I'm not interested in? Is any kind of workout that's like a boot camp. Like, I don't need anyone yelling at me as I'm trying to do a push-up. That's not going to help me. It's just going to make me mad. So I've had many opportunities to do those kind of gym classes, but I'm not interested.
I mean, imagine if you were introducing yourself to a new group of people and that was part of your speech. Hi, I'm Angela Kinsey. I love crafting. I love my family. I don't like boot camps. I'm not interested in someone yelling at me. I understand that they can be effective, but it's not for me. And I love roller skating. Yeah, like, could you imagine if you included that in your speech about yourself? That cracks me up. I actually think it's a really wonderful way to introduce yourself. I think we should all, I'd love to know the things that people aren't interested in as well as the things that they are interested in. I think it sort of deepens the relationship.
Certainly makes speeches more interesting.
Exactly. I want to go to that wedding speech.
Yeah, I want to hear that groomsman's toast.
Listen, we had a fan catch from Tracy G in Albuquerque who said, I think I noticed the return of Meredith's designer vest in this episode.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Tracy, you did. It's back at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Kate is wearing that like $250 designer vest that I wore once to a publicity event.
You know what? They got their money out of that vest because Meredith has worn it now so many times.
Sure has. We also had a fan question from Megan S. in Troy, Ohio, who said at 6 minutes and 43 seconds, Michael's introducing D'Angelo and asks everyone to start clapping. Andy claps right away. Dwight and Phyllis join in shortly thereafter, although Dwight stops clapping once D'Angelo is revealed, and eventually everyone in the scene claps except for Stanley. Was this moment choreographed, scripted, or was the cast told to just clap in character? Megan, we all just did what we thought our characters would do, but after reading your fan question, I watched the scene, and man, it's really fun to see how everyone decided to clap. It's such a little thing, but we all did it in our character's way, and it's really rich and delicious. Thank you for pointing it out.
Oh, I'm going to go back and rewatch it. I love moments like that. Well, everyone in the office definitely has different reactions to D'Angelo being there. Dwight is devastated. All of his hopes and dreams of being the manager are gone, and he really has put the time in, 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, on the other hand, sees the opportunity for romance.
Oh my gosh. She walks in, drops her folders in front of D'Angelo, takes her hair clip out,
shakes her hair all around. She does a classic hair toss.
She takes her glasses off and bites the stem of her glasses. And then she has a talking head where she says, that's what you call a meet cute. It got me curious, Angela, about meet cutes.
And...
well, you know, a meet cute is a common scene found in romantic comedies in which the love interests meet for the first time. The term meet cute was an accidental phrase coined by a German-American film director named Ernst Lubitsch. He used the phrase to describe a scene in the 1938 film Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. That's the name of the movie. It's not about pirates. It's a romantic comedy starring Claudette Colbert and Gary Cooper, and they meet in a store while shopping for pajamas.
And it's his eighth wife?
I don't know. I don't know if she becomes his eighth wife. I'm not sure who Bluebeard is. I really just concentrated on the meet cute.
My Aunt Thelma had 8 husbands.
What?
And my mom said to her one time, she was just kind of making a joke. She goes, all my exes live in Texas. And my Aunt Thelma said, Bertie Joe, I don't appreciate that. Every single one of my divorces felt like a death. And I'd appreciate it if you don't joke about it. And my mom was like, oh. And I was in the car with my mom, and I just had this moment. I think I was like 12, where I was like, damn! Like, that was like, Aunt Thelma just shut mom down.
Did your mom go to all the weddings? What are you thinking when you're at like the 6th one?
I don't know. Aunt Thelma was an amazing woman. She was like really a career headstrong gal. Maybe they couldn't keep up with her.
Sounds like it.
She also sold insurance, but she also had 2 albums that got played on the radio.
Oh my gosh.
She wrote a song called I'm an All-American Girl, Gonna Tell It Like It Is.
Which the gangsters.
I mean, we can get one. My Aunt Thelma's passed away, but I love that we're still talking about her because she was bigger than life.
Well, I'd love to hear an audio clip of her song, so we're going to need to get that and honor her.
I would love that. Let me text my Uncle Jack.
Well, while we're waiting, I have an audio clip of the meet cute in Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. Gary Cooper is shopping for pajamas. He only wants to purchase the top of the pajamas.
Not the bottom?
He doesn't want the bottom. I don't know why.
Sam, is that a Burning Man thing? That's a Burning Man thing.
Why are you asking me this?
No bottoms at Burning Man. That's what I've heard.
You can't wear bottoms at Burning Man?
You can, but I think some fellas don't. It's a thing. I've
like
read
no
about
bottoms?
it.
No bottoms.
No bottoms.
I regret coming in
Nude on the bottom?
like I was in.
Full nudity?
That is a thing.
I knew it. I've heard about it. Nudity on the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got a term. Shirt cocking or something?
Shirt cocking, they also call it poo bearing. Like Pooh Bear.
Okay.
I don't know.
Donald Duck.
I don't know why I knew that. That somehow, like, I stumbled across an article about Burning Man. But
well, Gary Cooper wants to Pooh Bear and only wear the top of his pajamas, and the guys in the shop will not sell the pajamas that way. So Claudette Colbert walks up and says, "I'll buy the bottoms."
Oh.
Mm-hmm. She says, "I could use some bottoms only." So here's the audio clip.
Monsieur, the management feels that to sell a pair of pajamas without the trousers would create a precedent, and the consequences might prove disastrous. Now, our president says we've had enough trouble in Europe as it is, and he wonders if he would be kind enough to look at the selection of straw hats.
You tell your president that if I can't buy pajamas without the trousers,
I'll buy the trousers. Yes, I may buy the trousers. How do you do?
How do you do, madame? How do you do? How do you do?
I'm looking for pajamas for a gentleman, and for his purpose, the trousers are enough.
A very fortunate solution.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Provided we can agree on the color and the pattern, of course.
Well, how about this blue pair?
Oh, heavens. No, it's too dark. Something gay in the morning, don't you?
Not too darn gay. There's not a laugh on me before breakfast.
Oh, you should try to brighten up your life. Now, let's see. How about this one?
Stripes? I hate stripes.
Oh, now that's funny. When I was standing at the other counter, I was watching you.
Were?
Oh, I hope you don't mind.
Not a bit.
Well, I said to myself, now, if I had to select pajamas for that gentleman, what would I choose? And let me tell you, if ever there was a stripy type, it's you. Why don't you try it on?
What do you think?
Stunning.
These things are so loud I'd hear them in the dark. I have enough trouble getting to sleep.
You don't look like a martyr to insomnia.
Really, it's no joke. I don't sleep well.
Surely you can't blame it on the pajamas.
I guess you're right. It's probably the climate.
Now, don't blame it on the Riviera. I resent that. We have the best climate in the world here, and we are very proud of it.
I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I don't sleep.
Maybe you should see a doctor. By the way, how many pillows do you use?
None.
Did you ever try putting 2 pillows under your feet?
No.
Don't do it, it's very bad. Oh, do you know what might help you? The method of Professor Urganzev.
What's that?
Well, you take a long word like Czechoslovakia, for instance, and you spell it backwards.
I can't even spell it forward.
Oh, you should try it just once. As you spell it backwards, you stretch and yawn between each letter. Oh, you drift off in no time.
Sounds swell.
You'll take the stripes?
I'll take the stripes.
I love it so much. I want to see the whole movie.
Yeah,
There's so much to unpack in that audio clip. Gary Cooper is a real stick in the mud, except he wants to wear pajama tops only. But otherwise, he can't sleep. He doesn't use a pillow. He doesn't like to laugh in the mornings. There's so much.
So much. I just love that she says, whatever you do, don't blame it on the Riviera.
No! It's so amazing. Also, though, the guy doesn't want to sell him just the tops only because the guy is like, what will this start? You know what it starts? Burning Man. Apparently. I mean, the guy was right. If we start selling pajama tops only,
pajamas separate,
we're going to get to Burning Man. And it happened. So he was correct. After finding this clip, I felt compelled to Google best movie meet cutes ever.
Oh, yeah?
There are so many lists, so many articles. I went down a rabbit hole watching meet cutes. I highly recommend this if you need a boost in your mood. Just Google meet cutes.
Is there like a link? Is there like a compilation on YouTube or something?
I didn't find any compilations because I was going through the articles and I would just see the movie and then I would try to search for that meet cute. Some of the top ones were When Harry Met Sally, Moonstruck.
Oh, I love Moonstruck.
It's one of my favorites. How Stella Got Her Groove Back. Also Delicious. The Big Sick. There were so many. I could go on and on. But do yourself a favor, if you ever need a mood boost, watch some meet cutes.
Speaking of some uplifting stuff, here is my Aunt Thelma's song. I found it. All American Girl.
Yay!
I'm an all-American girl, gonna tell it like it is. So tired of lies and alibis, from now on call me Miss. Don't care where you put me on your scale of 1 to 10. This all-American girl's got a lot goes for win. I'm an all-American girl, gonna tell it like it is. Don't wait long at home no more now that I know the score. I sat back and tried to make you look so fine and good. A good old boy who meant no harm, just doing all you could. See who comes home first tonight, and oh, many of your kind. This all-American girl's made up her own mind. I'm an all-American girl, you gotta tell it like it is.
Angela, I love it so much. She has a great voice. Oh my gosh, she wrote that herself?
Yes, she wrote 2 songs and they actually got played on the radio. When it happened, when we heard her song, my whole family went crazy. It was so exciting. And she would be so tickled, you know, she's passed away, but she'd be so tickled to know that we played her song on our podcast.
I'm glad we did.
Me too.
Well, Michael is now going to tell the story of his meet cute with D'Angelo. It's a hilarious story, but no one seems to find it hilarious. In fact, Angela, you have my favorite line in the whole episode, which is, that story makes you sound stupid.
I know, it was so fun to say. Well, we're going to start to see a trend in the story here because now D'Angelo's going to tell the story and everyone thinks it's hilarious. They don't think it's stupid. Michael is not pleased. And Andy says, you know what? That's why I always carry a few of these around. He opens up his jacket and he has name tags ready to go with his name on them. D'Angelo thinks this is hilarious and goes, hey, funny guy, office funny guy.
Oh, that's going to start a whole thing.
It is also hilarious, though, that Andy would carry name tags around. I mean, that is hilarious.
I have to say, when I saw that, I thought it was kind of a brilliant idea.
It's a great move.
That's what you want. The first time you meet people, you want to tell them the things you're not interested in and then let them know that you have extra name tags.
Yeah, this is changing my whole life, this episode. Now Michael is going to introduce Jim and Pam, and Jim and Pam are going to talk about their baby Cece, and it seems like D'Angelo is really into this idea that they have a baby because he has 4 kids of his own.
Oh yeah, they're very excited. They see they're in.
They have this Jim and Pam talking head where Jim has this line, they never talk about careers being made because of unplanned pregnancies. And I noticed an acting faux pas.
What?
It's on me. If you watch the talking head,
do you mouth his lines?
No, I don't mouth his lines. I start laughing before Jim finishes his joke. His line is, they never talk about careers that were made, and then I start giggling. But he hasn't finished the rest of his sentence. We had done the talking head so many times I was jumping in with my laughter before he had finished speaking. If you watch it, it makes no sense that you would already be laughing. Anyway, acting faux pas.
Faux pas. Dwight is going to lure Michael into the stairwell, and one of my favorite lines of the whole episode is coming up. Michael says, "Are you kidding? I'd come anywhere to see a turtle. Where'd you find him?" I mean, what the hell? He's so excited about a turtle.
Well, there is no turtle, and now Michael's annoyed because he's going to have to go watch videos of turtles.
Dwight's going to ask him, why, Michael? You know, I mean, why wasn't I considered? You were pushing for me, right? No, Michael was not pushing for him.
Dwight doesn't know that yet,
but he will. Yeah, it's going to break his heart. There would have been a Jim and Pam scene here where they're, really going to lean into this Cece bit that they're doing with D'Angelo, and it really shows how all of this starts to build. I want you to hear it.
D'Angelo, you will get a kick out of this. Do you know those old school blocks, the wooden blocks for kids?
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh yeah, the block story. This is great. Right. Okay, go ahead.
So the blocks with the letters on them. Yes, yeah, right. Sure. So we gave a set of those to Cece. We turn around for like a second. We turn back, and she has spelled out the word ass in the blocks. So we're laughing. She's grinning.
It was so funny.
Kids are riot. They really do say the darndest things.
So D'Angelo is just looking at you guys with like this blank expression. And then Stanley's like, oh, maybe I need to chime in here on the kid thing. Maybe the kid thing is working. So he puts the button. But D'Angelo is just looking at you guys like, I don't know what to say to these people.
I remember shooting that scene. And I just want to say, I'm really impressed with me and John in this episode and our giddiness over our daughter. We did not have children yet, either of us. And I thought we really seemed like parents. I feel like we're told stories how parents do. Parents really are like so tickled by the little things that their kids do. And we had no experience with that yet. But I think we did so good. I had to remind myself that when we shot this, we were still childless in our real lives.
It's so true, though. It's so true. I was once at a very, very fancy award show party, and I walked up to a very well-known actress and her husband. I was making conversation. Isabel was only a year old. They did not have kids yet. And you guys would all know who these people are. They're very famous. And I was trying to make conversation, and I told a story about Isabel. And the wife sort of nodded like, oh, yeah. And the husband looked at me and said, I have a lawyer who has a kid, and whenever I can't sleep, I call him and I tell him to tell me something about his kid.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And I went.
You realize that privately you're going to tell me who these people are.
Oh, yeah, I will. Because I went, okay. Uh-huh. And I just like slowly backed away. And I thought, oh, man, you're kind of a dick. You would know who this person is. He's very famous. I will tell you later, Jenna. And when we do our podcast called Burn It to the Ground, I'll tell everybody.
Great. Have we established on air that we're doing a podcast called Office Ladies Burn It to the Ground?
No, we haven't, but I guess we just did. Someday. Our last episode ever, when we're riding off into the sunset, we'll call it Burn It to the Ground.
Lady, we're going to do a whole podcast in our 60s.
Oh my gosh.
Called Office Ladies Burn It to the Ground, where we just go through our list.
Yeah. And we name names. Yeah, we go through our Arya Stark list and we just rattle it off.
It's going to be so fun. D'Angelo is in the break room, and people are just hanging on his every word and doing everything they can to impress him. Suddenly, Daryl loves the Southwest. It's one of his favorite regions. He loves the climate. This is going to lead us to my favorite scene, which is D'Angelo suggesting to Erin that she not use her name when she answers the phone.
Dunder Mifflin, this is.
She likes it.
And then Michael's like, no, you should just do it the other way, or however you want to do it, but like the other way. She's a deer in headlights. The phone rings, and she just goes, I'm sorry, and hangs up.
This scene is so great. Will has that ability to, with a smile, sort of like contradict you, and I don't know how he does it, but he's like, I mean, I have to manage sometime, right? I think we'll change it. It's so good. By the way, I just wanted to say in this scene, Erin says that the reason she answers the phone that way is because that's how Pam did it, and that Pam is kind of a living legend.
Mm-hmm.
And we share a little smile. I would like to say that I improvised Dunder Mifflin, This Is Pam, on our very first shoot day, and it just kind of stuck. It was when we were doing our atmospheric work with Ken Quapis. And I did it because that's how I always answered the phone when I worked in administrative jobs. I would always say, like, Putnam Investments, this is Jenna.
Mm-hmm.
Or wherever I was working, Blair Television, this is Jenna.
Lady, you're the living legend, not Pam.
I started it. It was me.
There was a scene after this in the extended cut. D'Angelo is doing an aggressive jump rope workout in the conference room. He's in gym clothes. He's playing a boombox, yelling and grunting and stuff. And Michael walks in and says, I see you have found the conference room. And D'Angelo says, the multi-purpose room. Yes, I have.
That's interesting because later he's going to call a meeting in the multi-purpose room. I totally clocked it.
Every little thing he does is just slightly different than the way Michael does it.
Listen, I think we should take a break before we get into my second favorite scene, the shaving scene. I have fun stuff to share.
Oh, so do I. So do I.
Back in a second.
Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Now that you've wrapped up 2023 and we are ushering in a new year, it's kind of the perfect time to reflect on what really matters. The people that you love most. And this year you can resolve to keep them safer than ever with the award-winning Simply Safe system. It was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report.
Now, here's the thing, because I have Simply Safe. It is a comprehensive protection for the whole home. It has advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but also fires, floods, and other threats to your home. And it can help you get the help you need. You can try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free, and if you don't love it, return your system for a full refund.
Keep your home and family safer than ever in the new year. As a listener, you can save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafe.com/officeladies.
Customize your system in just minutes at simplysafe.com/officeladies.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, we are back, and you guys, I've got some digital clutter for you.
You're bringing us back with digital clutter?
I am. Guess what we were emailing about while we were filming this episode?
my pregnancy, that I was pregnant, that I was shopping for new clothes because I couldn't fit in my wardrobe?
No, we were emailing about the Screen Actors Guild Awards that we had been to on January 30th of 2011, and we shot this episode in early February, and I guess we were exchanging photos from our evening.
Oh my gosh, Angela, I remember what I wore. I wore this baby blue dress that was very, it was form-fitted, but it had a high neck. It was a lot of coverage, but it was very tailored. I had the dress tailored, but by the time the event happened, I had a little poochie. I had a little belly bump. And somebody wrote an article where they, oh my gosh, they hated my dress. I loved my dress. I loved it. I felt old Hollywood glam. I loved it. They hated the dress. They said that it fit me horribly, that I was like busting out of it or something. And I was mortified, mostly because I was afraid that my pregnancy news was going to break. I did not realize how bumpy it was. And listen, it's not really bumpy. I mean, it's like a woman's body in a dress.
Yeah.
But I was afraid I was revealing something to the world that I wasn't ready to reveal.
Well, let me tell you about these pictures, Jenna. To this award show, you went with your husband, Lee. I took my friend, Michael, and I guess we had some new app where all the photos look like a Polaroid.
I remember these.
And they're a little blurry because these are old iPhones, right? Jenna, none of these are in our book. I hadn't seen them in years. I can't even believe I found them. Do you remember how at the Screen Actors Guild Awards, we would get these giant oversized bottles of wine?
Mm-hmm. They would go up to like your waist if you see it on the ground.
They were like comically big. I have a photo of Lee doing a bit with one, pretending like he's pouring it. And then I have these really fun photos from our evening at our table. Jenna, oh my gosh, they made me so happy. I'll post them, but I have to show them to you right now because this photo of Lee made me laugh and brought me right back to that evening. We look beautiful. We both went for the old Hollywood glam on this one. Ready? I'm going to show them to you.
Oh my gosh, what are these pictures?
I know, I didn't find them when we were doing our book. Who knows how many more photos I have, by the way.
Marilyn Monroe and Jane Mansfield in these pictures? Lee looks so handsome.
I know. Look at this. We are very excited to applaud for someone. You have your hands, you're like clapping high in the air. Someone got an award we were very excited about.
Oh, yes. I approve of this award. Lady, was this the one where we marched backstage to get the food? Was I so hungry because I was pregnant?
Yes, this is the one where we annoyed Lawrence Fishburne. It's in our book, but these photos I only just found. Look at this one.
Oh my gosh. Who are we? We're children.
Look at one more.
I'm so sad these aren't in our book.
I know.
You tried to go through all your digital clutter. You tried.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to post these because they really made me happy.
I love them. I love them all. We look amazing. We're having the time of our lives.
That's what we were emailing about this week for these blurry Polaroid photos. Well, back in the episode, D'Angelo is going to do a real boss move. He's going to have a man come and shave him in the office.
Yes, Reggie, the barber, played by Stanley Ullman, is going to come in with his shaving kit. Michael is going to see this, and he is going.
Reinvent the fucking dictionary.
Yo, easy. Block that guy.
I don't give a fuck if he blocks me, bro.
Drug that guy.
Oh, man. Fucking so.
No, keep him here. Keep him here. Yeah, Ben don't usually block anyone, man.
Yeah, keep him here, bro. Well, I want to talk to this fucking guy. No, the thing is, I came up here to call one man.
Yo, give him a room. All right, go. You got 20 seconds. Go.
All right, let him roll. One man out, and y'all motherfuckers just start putting the racist card. Typical. Try to make fun of my.
You sound like you're gonna hijack me, bro.
See, like, there we go again. Here we go again with the racist fucking.
Yeah, SA, you do, SA.
Bro, hijack.
Yo, bro.
Hijack.
Yo, man.
So now,
yo, you loco, bro. You loco, bro.
Listen! I look like a troller, listen.
This is all our girl. I don't like you.
Yeah, man. Yo, bro.
came up in here about that crazy
Yeah, brother. Yo, what? Are you watching Training Day right now? Are you watching Training Day right now?
Last time I saw this bitch ass scammer easy. You know, that's what he did. So I wanted to come up here, call his bitch ass out. I don't give a fuck if that's you. Alright, cool. I really don't give a fuck. Good. Bro, the thing is, all you motherfuckers act so hard in the fucking internet. None of your bitch. None of you.
Oh, here we go. A tough guy. We got a tough guy. Sorry.
Ever dare fucking.
Bro, who the fuck are you? Where are you at? I'll give you my location. I'm in Hoboken, bitch. Come here. Are you in New York, you little fuck? Yeah, I got an address. What the fuck? Go ahead. Fucking mental midget.
Easy. You know that photo you locked off that chick? That's what Dom needs.
Fucking mental midget.
Bro, I'm literally 6'3", so I don't know who the fuck.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck who you are, bro.
You're obviously a mental midget because you think he is. You're so
fucking retarded.
Man, stop smoking that crack, bro. Just stick to the heroin.
Yeah, sure. Let's follow your rules for life. See where you're at. You have a fucking $15 million ETH account? No, you don't. So shut the fuck up, bro.
I don't give a fucking how much money you have, bro. You still
That's why you're on Spaces, right? That's why you're here. You don't give a fuck, right? Yeah, you fucking loser. Shut the fuck up, man. You already lost.
Millionaire, motherfucker.
Get on your camel, Dom. Get on your camel.
You know what? Actually, you clean my fucking car, bro. Clean my house, clean my car. Keep doing what you're doing, please. Thank you.
Clean one.
Are you still saying the N-word?
Yeah, we always say nigger. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You fuck nigger. Shut the fuck up. Go home, you fool.
Some things never change, bro. It really
shit. I'm gonna go on the internet and fucking shut the fuck up to you. Fucking
you need to go to jail, get fucked in the ass.
Yeah, sure. And you would know about the
ass. You need some BBC.
You got locked up for washing windows, bro.
He knows all about it. My record,
motherfucker. Yo, shut the fuck up. Bro, I control you, dude. I control you, bro.
No, you can't even have.
I control you, bro.
No, your record is
you all your breath is my breath. This is my breath. You're talking. This shit's just like all time. You bought Bitcoin at 69,000. Go fuck yourself. Oh, no, little fuck. Go clean my rims, bro. Go clean my rims.
Yo, I'm about to be quiet.
Yo, wash my window, you dumb broke fuck. Lock that window, you dumb broke fuck. This guy's the body, bro. You're eliminated already. How do you feel now, bro? How do you feel now? How do you feel now? Are you desperate? Yo, go kiss your fucking ugly girlfriend.
You're a fucking idiot.
Go kiss your ugly girlfriend.
He said, oh, $50 million locked in. Nigga, shut the fuck up, bro.
Dude, you have no idea about money because you've never been around money.
Yo, you're fucking stupid. I've sat in the table with billionaires before. What the fuck?
Oh, really? What billionaires? Name them. What billionaires? What billionaires?
Only a few.
What billionaires? Only a few. Because you don't know. So you were at a table with all the billionaires? Because there's only a few.
His name is
dude. You know what, bro? I wipe my ass with you.
He's the president of Morocco.
Oh, whatever. Ecuador or wherever the fuck you're from, you fucking nasty Mexican.
See, you don't smell. Yo, you don't even know your geography.
Easy.
Just like live
2.0.
Live around.
I already own you. You're embarrassing yourself.
Did you ever go to Europe before? Have you ever traveled?
Yes, I've been all over Europe, bro. It's dirty. I don't even like Europe, bro. I don't even like Europe.
So what do you like?
What's your point?
You think think America is the world. That's why you.
I never said that.
You're one of them.
Why do you put the words in my mouth? I never said that.
Because you just sound dumb.
You're one of them.
Oh, I appreciate it. You and your mother and your sister and your aunt and your brother and milking all that from us. Traveling is the best education.
Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
Yo, traveling is the best education. Some of you motherfuckers need to use some of that money.
Oh, so now you're a travel agent?
I'm not a travel agent, bro.
So what are you trying to tell me now? I have to travel?
Travel a lot.
Is that what you're saying, dude? You're fucking retarded. You know that, right? You know you're retarded. Your whole family told you you're retarded your whole life, and now you're on the faces looking for something.
Hey, dude, you came in here to talk about
nothing.
Liquidity and
retard, bro.
Easy speak. Hopefully he can send you some ETH that he brought from.
Oh, yeah, because I need easy ETH. Right.
You sound like you need to stop writing it.
Right, he sounds like
Be your own person. I'm not talking to you, so why the fuck are you even talking? Let the man defend himself.
Bro, I shit better than you, bro. You're a fucking piece of shit. Don't brown motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Fucking brown fuck. I will fucking fuck you and then you will love me. Alright, bro.
I guess this is doxing time.
What are you gonna do about that? You're gonna dox. Please do. Please, I want to see your dumb brown ass.
I'm gonna get your fucking
Come to my house, you little brown bitch. I'll shit slap you, bro.
I'm not gonna come to your house, bro. I don't have to.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. We don't allow trash around my house,
bro. Yo,
my guards, my fucking security, fucking alarm here, right? We got a brown motherfucker over here, bro. All right, don't let him in.
New York.
Yeah, I'm in Hoboken, bitch. Yo,
I'm in Hoboken.
Who's in New York?
I'm in Hoboken, bro. I'll meet you on Washington. Come on, let's go. You fucking brown fuck. I shit darker than you.
I think you know how racist motherfuckers are. And that's why your projects will never go nowhere.
I don't even have projects. What are you even talking about, you dumb fuck? Why don't you go like study something or do something,
bro? I'm way smarter than you. Yo, bitch, I'm way smarter.
Even your girl's dumb.
Way smarter than you, bro.
Let's see. Let's use his logic. He's way smarter than me. He's the one that put. Yeah, what do we buy, you fucking knucklehead? He's the one that put. He's way smarter than me. Yeah, what do we buy, you fucking knucklehead?
Your daddy
is so dumb.
Yo,
I'm the fucking real dude.
Probably showed you how to do
it. What a time to be alive.
Yo,
so what should we buy? Brown coin? What should we buy, dude?
Buy some pawn. I like that bitch.
This guy's down. Did you say pawn?
Crypto 2.0, motherfuckers.
Did you say pawn? Oh, you're a motherfucking troll, bro. You fucking troll. Fuck you. Go get the fuck out of here, you fuck.
You're mad. You're mad.
Fuck you. Why would I be mad? You work for fucking gay dude, bro. You realize you work for fucking Grindr, you fuck. Yo. Hey, yeah, why don't you go waste your life and go, like, respond to everyone at Wall Street?
Yo,
you fucking dumb brown fuck.
I don't think right, bro. I don't think right, bro. I'm not a fucking person.
Guess what?
That's the thing. I sit and like, my mom is hot, and I'm staring with everybody. But y'all bitch ass motherfuckers are
dude, have you made any money? And if you did make money, hey, listen, here's the real tell, bro. Here's the real tell, you fucking brown fuck. Listen to me. You Indian fucking listen to me. If you need more than something, post it and stop being a bitch. Otherwise, then fuck you. I post all my shit, so honestly, you can't even sit in my arena because you're not in my arena, fucker.
I'm the first person to make some money off of Pawn since it came out.
Yeah, you made $300 and you took your fucking $300. Thank God. Thank God.
Yo, stop muting me, bro.
Yeah, don't mute this fucking retard. Let him talk.
Stop muting me. Wait, let him talk. Money. So, do you guys want me to start with inscriptions or with Pawn?
Dude, no. If you're on Twitter, post your winnings, bro. Like, if you're talking shit that you're making money, yo, shut the fuck up and listen to me. I listen to you. I listen to you, dude. I listen to you, bro.
To me. You kept calling me brown, racist.
Well, you are brown, you fucking dumb brown fuck.
You don't know what I am, you dumb fuck.
I know you're brown. I can tell by the way you talk.
What the fuck?
Fucking retard.
Man, you see what you did, bro? You made one little motherfuckers like that think they can talk like that.
Little motherfucker, bro.
Damn,
you sound like fucking dad now. I love brown people, by the way, but I don't like you.
You got all these little racist motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah. How is that?
We're not racist. We love people all races. We just fucking say dumb shit sometimes.
Fucking
I never think that Ben Dunny is a racist because he's not.
Alright, so you guys
That ain't racist.
Wait, so you guys are not
He ain't racist.
Muslims?
No, bro, I love everybody. I just hate this brown motherfucker. I love everybody. I just hate this brown motherfucker.
No, we have a serious conversation without like Chris.
Bro, and if you want to talk shit, come meet me, dude. I'll give you an address. I'm right in Hoboken, bro.
Man,
you watching draw.
I'd love to come meet you, bro.
You won't fucking do nothing, you fucking little bitch. Because you're a little brown bitch.
I'd buy you a beer so you just chill the fuck out.
I will knock you the fuck out. Shut the fuck up.
Shit up, bro.
Seriously, bro.
You didn't knock this shit out.
Dumb motherfucker. Stupid ass fucking niggas, bro.
Go put in your little fucking gun out.
Shut the fuck up, man. I
swear to God.
Your bullshit. Yo, I already gave you my address, bro. Come, bro. You want to talk shit? You want to be a big boy? Come, bro.
Okay, send me your address.
Sure, no problem. Once it's out, Let's go. Where you at? I'll meet you anywhere.
I'm too busy, but I'll send you.
Oh, yeah. You're too busy.
I'll send you money.
Losing money? You're too busy losing money because you're a fucking loser. That's why you're being proud about something like a fucking month ago, man. You realize
Where you are, Ryan, a fucking retard. East Coast, and you're fucking problems.
What's
your address on the internet?
Dude, you fucking segment, dude. It's a cry about I already told him where I was from. He'd be within a mile from me if he was. He's not going to show up. He isn't, because he's a little brown bitch. Bro, get it. Dude, you don't win at every fucking thing in investing, dude. Like I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in real world businesses, man. You think I'm like around the ride? Why you fucking did it? You idiot. I love this. This is so good.
West side, west side, west side.
Yo, Nancy is when you invest, you win some, you lose some, man. And you just go on.
West side, man.
Fuck all the coins, fuck Bitcoin, fuck everything. Cash flow is king, okay?
Cryptocurrencies and fuck you. Fuck cryptocurrency.
Let me fucking talk. Let me talk, you little bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay, cash flow is king, okay? Once you have cash flow, you can buy whatever the fuck you want. You can buy the crypto that you want, you can lose, and then the next week, you got more money coming in. Whatever the fuck type of cash flow you have, okay? So you sitting here saying I'm cashing, I'm lost, like whatever happened to me, or whatever the fuck I lost, I'm not mad about that. I know the risk of fucking.
Okay, good. Well, that's good. So we're getting somewhere.
Okay, cool. I'm into a shit quiet.
Nobody's sitting here saying that we're mad that you lost half that ETH. You're the one that's saying that, bro.
With the trunk, coming in the space with the trunk motherfucker investing.
Dude, he's so close to a car wash, bro. I don't even know.
He's really close. He's really close. No, let him get it off his chest.
If the Jeeps jet out, if they Jeep, yeah, cool. I get it. People fucking cashing out. But if the motherfucker that long you don't want to cashing out, man, liquidate me out. Tips, they're liquidate me out. You don't fucking cashing out, man. Yo, this is crazy out there. People fucking cashing out, man.
Making fun of his accent.
See, man, hey, you fucking know that shit. man, you fucking know that shit. There's a
man.
of people cashing out.
You ever get your shit pushed in, man? I got my shit pushed in. Oh.
Go and clean the guns, you shit.
Yo, you ever get your shit pushed in? That's it. I got my shit pushed in. Oh.
Ese, chico, clean the guns, you shit kicker.
Yo, you missed the spot on the rim, bro. Yo, my man.
And you know what, man? I just been checked on what you're talking about. And here's the thing. I
love Mexican people, by the way. Just FYI.
Fuck the Mexicans.
You know what? I mean, I want to get this out here because listen, this is his broke mentality. He thought
it
was
is
going to get
whining.
1 hour. Had you still been holding that coin, you stupid fuck, you would be up 6,745 fucking
bingo.
But you wanted to money wait. 2 hours. You wanted to get paid 2 fucking hours.
West Side. West Side. West Side.
You're a dumb fuck. It's goddamn the Pepe coin that started the goddamn
Me too much. So many scams that you can't even remember. So you don't even remember. That is pathetic, bro. That is pathetic. What he said, I never invested in that shit.
Then you didn't buy anything that I pulled the goddamn liquidity on them. That's the only thing I did. And I think, oh, you were all. So any other coin wasn't mine, dude. So I remember it or whatever. Don't mean if my fucking coin is don't you understand that people will pay you 2 to 3 ETH to talk about a fucking coin on his face when you got followers? That doesn't mean it's my goddamn coin. Bro, you don't see. Listen, you show me Psyop wallet or easy.eth wallet on the goddamn coin and done what you said. There's only one, and it was Easy Pepe. All the motherfucking coins they won't buy the fucking coins. They won't
Easy, don't let this fucking retard get to you. Don't worry about it, bro.
Like, dude, that's the thing.
Clean cars for a living, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's the guy. Like, you know, when you come out of the car wash, the people that kind of like just take the sprinkles off. That's him.
He takes my dog for a walk.
But I appreciate everyone, and I even love him. I love everything.
I'm just so sorry, but I have to go.
It is funny. We do like it. It's funny. Any more retards want to talk?
I'd love to.
Please do.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube. I've been doing so for more than 2 years. It's more content than any person's ever uploaded in the history of the internet. It's like a real-life Truman show. You can watch me eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, everything from 4 different streams, 24/7. Thank you for letting me contribute. I do it for world peace.
Yeah, we're good. Followed. You're good, dude. What do you want to say, man? Yeah, let me follow.
Yeah, tell me everything's cool, man.
If you want to see, I'm taking over Twitter. Just type in
This warning me not to fuck around with you guys. Why? That's weird.
I have over.
Hack my whole life or something. I don't know.
I have over 600 and.
You just don't.
I have over 700 Twitter accounts.
Wow. Are you Jake Newman?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Wow. That's so good. I mean, so what can you do for us? What are you here for? What do you want to do?
Well, currently I'm highlighting your community on my live stream. So for the my whole life is live stream porn, baby. How do you think I relieve myself? I have to do it live on camera.
Actually, what he's doing is very interesting. If he
any videos himself 24 hours a
And
day.
he seriously has like Rabbi in his name. So.
That's correct. If you just type in Rabbi Rothschild into Twitter, you'll see. I've created. Go ahead.
Are you buying everything? Are you buying everything very cheap because you're Jewish?
I wish I could. I'm very poor.
Yeah, that would have been nice though.
What I am doing is streaming my life, and data is Earth's #1 resource. So one day I think I'll be the world's richest person.
No, energy, bro.
They're related.
Wait, is this Trump? Is this Trump? I hear Trump's name. Oh, I wish Trump was here. Trump is not here. Me too. I wish.
You should. So if you want to know how I can help your community, aside, absolutely. If you want, I'll give you a Shema. Absolutely. Here we go. Absolutely. I'll give you one. Absolutely. Here we go. Shema Yisrael Adonai Heinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam V'ed. Thank you for the opportunity. So, essentially, what you should know is that there's so.
That was a blessing? That was like 30 seconds. Should know. Never tell us what we should know. Should not know. Please don't.
What I'd like to make you aware is that I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. This is a real life Truman Show. We talk about anti-gravity.
Thank you for saying what you would like me to know. That's a lot better.
Ufology, anti-gravity, gravity batteries, Americium batteries. We talk about the hydrogen vehicle. We talk about life extension technology and mind uploading.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Futurology.
You're like a brain control agent, bro. Get out of here. Holy shit. You are fucking Rabbi, bro.
I am. I'm talking. Cool.
Is this Rich Flex? Yeah, there's a mind control agent on here. Are you Rich Flex?
If you wanted to know how I could help your community, you should see I've created a bot that's taking over Twitter. All you have to do is type in Rabbi Rothschild, and you can see all of my accounts are following and how many people have complained about it. And if you did the same for your cryptocurrency or an NFT, you would take over Twitter in the same way. Yeah. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild and look at how many people complain. I have more than 700.
Dude, you do. You're the red guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit. Please don't go, please, Rich. Please don't go. What the fuck?
And look what people are saying about me.
Rabbi is no joke. Let me see. What's up, Rabbi?
What up, baby?
Where do you find this at? What's up, Rich?
In Twitter, all you do is type in Rabbi Rothschild in Twitter, and you'll see. If you want to see even more, if you want to see even more, type in ViralRabbi. ViralRabbi.
What's up, Rich? Yeah, what's up, Rich?
Rich, have you been drinking?
Isn't he Turkish?
How the fuck did you get all that account?
I created them manually.
And so can you use them to follow me?
Absolutely.
Scary.
Okay.
Scary.
Don't listen to him, Rich. What's up, boy? What's up, my boy? You love me or not?
Additionally, I'm live on 3 different streams on Twitter video right now. If you want to see yourself or hear yourself live stream.
Hell yeah. Good job, guys. Broadcast it, bro. Do your thing. Are you willing to sign me on kit? Are you willing to sign me on kit?
Right. $1 million. That's it. That's all. That's what we'll sign for.
You said $1 million?
Nothing less. Yeah, $1 million. That's nothing to kick.
It's gotta be at least $1 million.
That's nothing.
Bro, no.
Yeah, that's our lowest fucking.
I'll do it for 500K.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, bro. Shut up, man.
I'll do it for 500K right now.
No. No. No, bro. After that.
Well, I'll let you guys get back to your community. I want to just thank you for the opportunity and tell you a little bit about myself and my project.
Would you sign me for a mill if I was willing to do whatever you said?
Pardon me?
Would you sign me for $1 million if I did whatever you said?
Baby, I'll sign you for $1 million just because you got a good heart.
Okay. Let's go. $1 million.
When I'm able to monetize the data that I have, $1 million will be like a penny to me. I'll be the world's first trillionaire.
I like Rabbi. You're good too.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Contract have it. Yeah, let's go. Just hit me up. I'm Ben's manager. I'll take care of it.
It's a beautiful thing. Take care, everyone. Blessings.
Love you too.
Tales from the farm. This motherfucker's so goddamn high. Makes me sick. Are you done? Yeah. What up, baby?
So fucking funny. Oh my god. I'll take that all day long. You sit and watch the whole minute. That's so funny.
Rabbi Rothschild equals Wishful.
Oh, what up, baby? Yes. Thanks, Dumroll. You can see my little bot working here. Watch, it just follows people. Watch, it just automatically clicks. And it just, boom. Oh, it just got locked out. It's fine. Why? It'll go to another account in like 30 seconds. Watch his bad boy. If you can see it, it's gonna change all on its own. My hands are right here. You can see. It's like magic. There you go. See? Changed. Don't even see it. There you go.